before, and like recently in this week, a couple of
No,
months ago?
no, no, it hasn't happened to me before. But I mean, I know that I have plenty of I got plenty of haters, you know.
Oh,
I'm not even, you know, gonna even play it like I don't have enemies. Especially
oh,
in this space.
If you're in the panelverse, you have enemies.
Well, and see, here the thing is, I don't even try to make enemies. I try not to, like, because really, my mission here is not to, you know, cause beef. It's just literally to help men.
Yeah.
I remember when
see,
I went through my divorce, and there was nobody in the church that was willing to help me. They all blamed me, like, "Oh, you better be a good servant leader. That's why you're getting divorced." Well, and or if I say, "Oh yeah, we're going to a divorce," what did you do wrong? It was always something I did. Like, this, even though she had 3 affairs. Well, what did you do wrong? Like, it's like it was never.
But in reality, we both agree that we realized we did do something wrong. We
Oh,
just didn't know what it was.
we did do something wrong. Absolutely, don't get me wrong.
But
Did
the
it?
church couldn't tell us what it was.
Well, and here's the thing. They were trying to justify her doing wrong to
Yep.
me
Yep.
based off of like what my failures were. Just
Exactly
because
the
I
same.
failed in areas I failed to be a leader because I was doing a servant leader shit and being a fucking doormat because happy wife, happy life is what was going down my throat.
Yep.
And anytime
Absolutely.
you tried to fight back on that, it was like, no, what would Jesus do? Jesus wasn't even married, bitch.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly my story. Same exact thing. Like, I didn't even know what was wrong because I had no idea what was supposed to be going on. Like, I thought I
And,
was supposed to do it just like you were saying. Exactly what you're saying.
and if it
happy
wasn't
wife,
for,
happy life. Yeah.
this is where like I give credit to the red pill, because if it wasn't for the red pill, I wouldn't realize the information that I know now about men and women, and how they interact, like, what the descriptions of the problems men are facing, and the shortcomings
Yeah,
of that.
absolutely.
So
Yeah.
um
But wait, do you think you're getting the hate because of that? Because of that whole, because you kind of more sympathetic to the red pill community. Like, oh yeah, we can't stand this guy. Like, just bombard him with hate, flag his channel, etc.,
well,
etc.
I mean, I'm hated on by both the red
Even
pill community and the Christian community, and
even if you just talk about the Bible on the internet, you're gonna have hate.
well, I mean, like, here's
That's true. Yeah.
okay. So I'll tell you why I get hate. I deserve the hate from red pill. Okay, because well, I like to rattle the cage. I like to push the buttons. I like to poke the bear.
Same.
Hell yeah. Hell
And
yeah. Me
when
too.
I realize that when the red pill is pointing out that feminism and promiscuity is the problem, right? And then I'm looking for the them to offer a solution to the problem, and the only solutions these they give are how to capitalize on feminism and how to you know get that hedonistic notch count up from female promiscuity.
Yeah.
Then I realized, well, it has no desire to eradicate or combat the problem. And so that to me is where there was a big, you know, problem. If they're saying, oh yeah, feminism is trying to destroy the traditional marriage and the nuclear family. All right, so what are we doing about it? Nothing. We are
Sleep
fucking
around.
these,
Sleep
we
around.
are
Yes.
fucking these bitches. And
Yeah, take advantage, basically. Take advantage
like,
of the situation.
Like, here's the cure and the poison. And like, it's lose-lose. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not winning.
I actually have a slogan that I post in people's chat when they're talking red pill. I say, all the pills are poison, Christ is the cure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so like what actually Pastor Michael Foster, who wrote the book It's Good to Be a Man, told me once. He said the red pill tells you what is the problem. But the Bible tells you what to do about what is. So and I love that because he's like, don't deny, don't reject the red pill truths that are there, because there are truth there, but not everything is true there, and not everything is good for you, and not everything will be good for your worldview, right? So
Yeah.
I just take the descriptions of the problems, and then I go to the Bible, and the Bible is the prescriptions of the problems, right? And that's how I could, balance the two. Is that, well, tells us what the problems is, but this manuscript tells us what to do about these problems. And I'm more about enlightened self-interest because I was in that red pill rage phase. I remember. And it was very like, it was like, wait a minute. I love bitches. Why am I so mad at them all the time? Like,
initially it felt good because you just want to lash out, but then you realize, you know what? I love women. I love women.
Well,
God damn it.
for me, like men are purpose driven, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And so what happens when you take a man, you strip him of purpose, and then you make him angry at the world because it's not going the way it's supposed to go? What do you
Yep.
get?
So what I try to do is like, I go, okay, and this is what my mentor Thor taught me, really, because when I met Thor, like, I was like, yo, ain't nobody gonna hurt me. Like, I'll be damned if I let this shit happen, right? And I'm like, I'm not gonna be a doormat for anybody. Well, that ended up being a doormat for a few very well-known red pill content creators. I'm not gonna say their name because you know. Anyways, moving on. So I'm like, Thor taught me about enlightened self-interest. And he also is the one that told me about, why are you angry? Why are you so angry? Now you know the truth about female nature. Cool. Why are you angry about knowing the truth now? Take the truth, and what are you going to do with it? You're going to sit here and bitch at women, go, well, you should be nicer. You should not be operating with all that hypergamy, you slut. Like, what good is that going to do? Or, you know what? You women should be liking the other 80% of the guys too.
Yeah.
You should be seeing them. Stop ignoring. Like, go try to date them. Like, shaming. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. So you take the information that you have and go, okay. So what I'm going to do with this? Well, I'm going to get back on my purpose, get back on my journey, go the direction that I'm supposed to be going, and work on myself and become a man with a dominant masculine presence to where I'm not worried about what women are doing. Women are doing this, cool. If it doesn't fall into my boundaries here, I ain't with it. Like, and being able to, I mean, I guess maybe at my age now, 40, after you've been through a couple hard knocks relationships, you're like, you know what? Peace is really, really sexy. A woman has to be something pretty amazing for me to want to sacrifice my peace, right? So,
right.
And that's why I said, like, before a guy even wants to be in a relationship, you got to be comfortable and happy in your solitude.
That's...
And if you're not going to be happy in a relationship. And so, Thor taught me not to be mad at women for what they're not, but be grateful for women for what they are.
Yep.
Right. Because they're not all evil, they're not all bad. Just like not all guys are rapists.
Right.
Not all women are 304s. Sure, some of them can act inappropriately, just like some guys could act inappropriately, right? It doesn't define the group. But if you binge watch a lot of red pill content, you can't help but getting this false, what is it?
A false perspective of reality.
Well, it's not that. It's like a confirmation bias.
Oh,
confirmation.
okay, yeah, perfect. Yeah,
Like
well said.
okay, you watch Fresh and Fit, and then all you see is all
Right,
these 304s, these unmarriageable women. Then you
right.
watch, whatever podcast, and all you see is a
Yes,
bunch
the
of
304s.
unmarriageable
Oh, the
women.
304. Yeah.
And then you watch Access Vegas, and then they're almost like just pretty much glorifying all those whores, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
and it's like if that's all you're consuming, then it's hard to think that that's all that's out there. And in a way, it's almost a disservice to these creators, and I say that personally, in my opinion, is that why are we highlighting bad behavior? Why don't we show a contrast of like marriageable women, women of quality, of that would be worth somebody's investment in, and the opposite, right? So the guys could see like, oh, I don't want that, I want to be with this, right? And to show them that there are women like that out there, but they don't. And I think that like that's a disservice to guys, and that's what keeps guys angry. And
That's a huge
I
issue
don't
I
want.
have with Pearl.
Well, see, I understand that too. And even though Pearl's like a little sister to me, she didn't become this. She wasn't this way
I remember. I watched
a
her.
year ago.
I
Not
watched
even
her
a
in the
year
beginning.
ago.
You,
A
you got to
year ago,
put
she
Pelly
wasn't even
things.
even a year ago, she wasn't this nihilistic.
No, she's gotten very black pill, and I think it's because
Yeah.
of what she sees.
I think it's because what she sees, but I'm looking at it from a business standpoint, right?
Oh yeah, there's addiction sells, man.
If I validate what everybody else is thinking, this group of people thinking, they're gonna pay me.
Yep.
You guys talk about Pelly things.
And I'm not saying she's grifting off of it.
Right.
Like she's being disingenuous, because I do think that to a degree she believes it.
She's trying to help. She just doesn't know how.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. She is helping by making it aware. And a lot of the topics that she brings up, she's bringing a lot of things that normally would not be discussed aware. Right. And I think I look at her as that's all she's supposed to do. She's the news. She's just bringing information to light and sharing it. She's not
take it or leave it, right? Take it or leave it.
I can never expect a woman to come up with solutions for men.
No. Even my father said, "Yeah, don't expect solution. Help for women."
So
Handle
when Thor wrote his book, A Dominant Masculine Presence, which you guys can see probably over my shoulder over there, it's way over there.
I'm gonna have to read it.
His whole thing is like basically like, hey, all right, so now you know female nature. Cool. What are you gonna do about it? You gonna bitch, whine and cry? Or are you gonna be a man that levels himself up, not because of women, because you want to improve yourself overall, and get to the point in your life where you're not concerned about women. You don't care what women are doing. If the women that you are behaving a certain way that you don't like, those are obviously not the women for you. And the women that do cross your path and they want to be in your life, if you are the guy that has a dominant masculine presence, they're gonna desire to be in your world. They're gonna have an easier time to defer to your authority and your leadership. And that mindset is a lot easier and healthier for guys to adopt. And that's what I really want to do. That's what I enjoy doing, is talking to guys that are like, hey, I get it. You're angry. You found out that, she ain't always going to be sweet and spice and sugar and nice and all that, whatever shit. She has a halo, but they're held up by horns. I get it. I think I'm glad that you finally realized that, but it's okay. If you focus on you and less about what she's doing, you're going to be in a better place no matter what.
And this is my beef with this whole polygamy, because today, this modernity, that polygamy does not work, because a lot of young men damn near trying to get one woman, let alone 3, 4, 5, whatever. So polygamy, I said earlier in the chat, polygamy is a road to hell for young men. Don't do it. Avoid. Go find a nice young woman and be monogamous if you can.
I would say, well, if you're a Christian, you shouldn't get married with the state, period.
Oh yeah,
by
oh yeah. No state, no state.
It should be through the church. All of it should be.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that
I
if
agree.
you get married through the state, what you're doing, you are replacing God with the state,
That's
right?
right. Yep. Yep.
You're taking the role of God as the authority over the marriage, right? The one that you are also vowing to when
Yep.
you make your vows. You're saying you're making the state that authority. And then now that you have the state involved in your relationship rather than God being the authority. And so I just say, if you're a Christian, why even get married with the state? Get married with the church. And if you're not Christian, why are you even getting married to begin with? Like,
there's a problem, sir. There's a problem because, like, I live in the UK. You guys live in America. It's like eventually over time, where the state you live in, they will see you and your partner as a married couple,
then
and
don't live
you're
in a
forced.
state that supports uh what is it?
Common law, common
Common
law.
law. Yeah, don't live in a state that has common
Oh,
law.
it's so dirty.
But it's getting harder. It's getting harder. They're trying to clamp down on that kind of thing. They're
What are you
trying to
talking
force
about?
it
There's
down.
only 13 states. I think it's only 13 states that have practiced common law.
13 hours of your state.
Yeah, only
15?
13 states in the United States practice common law, I think. I'll double check. But
I mean, you guys are fortunate. I live in Europe. Like, okay, I'll be with my girlfriend. Like, yeah,
how
we'll
many
chill in.
states practice common law in the United States?
Yeah, and then we have children together. I'll end up paying child support, even though we didn't
In the
we
United
didn't sign a
States,
contract.
the District of Columbia currently recognizes common law marriages, meaning a couple can be legally okay. That's just that. Okay. You got Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Montana, Oklahoma, Rhode Island, Texas, District of Columbia. Okay, they just said that. So it's not even 13. I think it's less than that. Hold on. Here we go. Do it again. Okay, so list of state of common law marriage states. Okay, Alabama, Colorado, DC, Georgia. If relationships begin prior to 1997, Idaho. If relationships began prior to 1996, Iowa, Kansas, Montana, New Hampshire, Ohio. If the relationship began prior to 1991, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Texas, and Utah.
And someone said in the chat, they said California after 7 years.
No,
California.
no, I live in California. No.
Okay. I'm reading the chat. Someone said, yeah, California.
It's almost
after
like they're
7 years.
trying to force state style marriages on people not intending to have them, so that
so 16. I'm sorry.
Up,
so it's 15 states in one, in DC, right? No, like, and you're right, because you know what they're saying, and I've said this before. As marriage is declining, we're not seeing people get married as often as anymore, and that means the state is having a hard time collecting taxes.
Yeah,
right.
That's it's
And
money, bro.
when you're having that problem, you're gonna start forcing people just by I'm pretty sure, like, don't quote me on this, but I would not be surprised that if you have a roommate, they will start considering that common law.
Yeah,
because they've already defined that a marriage doesn't have to be with a man and a woman. It could be with a man and a man, and a man, a woman and a woman. So you and your buddy that's why me and AJ joke around, like, when I go move to Texas, he's gonna be my spouse. He's gonna be my common law spouse.
Yeah, because you guys have, like, tax credit, breaks and all that.
Like, and it's like, but it's no homo, because there's no homo going on, but just on the tax purposes,
Oh my gosh.
And it's funny because, like, I could see that happening. It will be forced upon people at some point.
Glenn, in that case, at least there's not child support.
Right.
But I'm already done paying child support. I did that. I have two kids in college.
Now you see these young men. They don't get married because they know the system. They know what's coming ahead. That's like, I don't want to get married because they know if I live with this woman and I have a child with her, I am cursed with child support, even if I leave her, because the state will say, yeah, you guys are married. Good luck. You
Yeah.
get child support.
Yep.
Yes, horrible. What a
It's
horrible
wild.
timeline.
It's
Yeah,
just all of it's wild. Like it's that creeping thing that was allowed to grow into what it is now, right? Because it wasn't this.
Yeah,
yeah.
no, Sweet Auntie, you're right. It is 7 years in most states. Some have it 5, I believe, but I think the majority of states have it 7 years. But California does not have common law. No.
It's funny. You would almost expect California to have it specifically.
Well, no, because people get married in California all the time. California is like divorce courts are all backlogged.
Oh
Oh,
yeah. That because I have an auntie that lives in California. She tells me all the lowdown. Yeah, like every now and then people get divorced. Middle class, lower class, upper class. It doesn't matter.
Well, here's the thing. Red pill, and Thor said this to me. Red pill always turns black. If you stay in the red pill too long, you will become black pill. And um I like to, like I said, I am content either in a relationship or out of a relationship. I'm happy. Um I have adult kids. They're grown. I am not. I even proposed this topic before too. If a man is, let's say, my age, right? Already has kids, right? Should he get married?
No,
only if there's a benefit to it in some way
no.
to you and her.
Well, if because some churches say, well, marriage is about family creation. Well, if I'm not creating no families,
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's my father's point of view because my father, my mother and father divorced when I was like 16, and my father said, "You know what, son? I will never get married ever again." I'm like, "Why?" Because he's like, "I had you and your siblings. I am done. Now I'm gonna just chill and just chill my life."
I
Till this day, and this is like 20 years ago. He does not care. He's like, "I'm living your life."
I don't
So yeah,
know,
you committed your obligation. You signed legacy. I'm the legacy of his. He's like, yeah, I'm done. I don't need to get married again and do the whole childbearing, blah blah, raising kids. Like, yeah, I can't do that again. No,
Glenn.
no.
Would you say when it ended and you recovered over time that it like took a piece of your soul and left you changed forever?
oh yeah, it definitely, um, I for a while I was a shell of my old self.
Yeah, changed what the world was to you.
Well, I mean, it's just like, like you wake up from a dream and you realize you were dreaming the whole time and you weren't living in reality, right?
Yeah,
Um, and I mean, I made a video about it. I did like a whole because I was suicidal. I was on the verge of
yep,
suicide.
I know it.
Um, and
Right.
so I did like a whole video about it, reenacted it, used real video of
Yeah.
family too.
Did you
Um,
did you look into betrayal trauma and all of that while it was happening?
I wasn't made aware of betrayal trauma until I met up with Paul Benjamin from Apex Mindset, and he was my coach, and we worked through all of it. And now I'm at the point where I'm happy for her. For one, I'm the one that filed. I'm the one that did the divorce. Um, and like I said to you guys on your stream the other night, is like because I realized that I was never going to be able to get over certain things of the 3 affairs.
Yep.
Right. And I could never look at her the same way. And I knew that I could not say that I would not be bringing this back up and throwing it in her face
Right.
out of insecurity or whatever reasons. Right. And she didn't deserve that. She
I
did
think
wrong. She did wrong. But does she need to pay for it for the rest of her life? Do I need to rub her nose in it every time I am feeling a certain way?
right.
That would not be love. That would be very unloving. So the most loving thing I could do at that time is tell her like, hey, I can't. Like you violated it so much to the point where I can't see any rebuilding.
Right. I think the apt analogy for it is even though you can glue a broken mirror back together, the picture will never be the same.
Yeah.
And trust when it's broken is just like glass. Once you put it back together, it's never going to be the same. So I can completely understand what you're saying.
And so like and she was trying to, make it work, and it just wasn't gonna work. And I could tell her heart wasn't in it, because literally, like after we got divorced, not even a year later, she married the guy that she was having an affair with, the last guy she was having an affair with. And they've been married for 8 years now, right? So, hey, peace be with you. I hope it works out. If you're happy, then great. I knew you weren't going to be happy with me, because I definitely wasn't happy with you after knowing all that stuff. And I knew that, knowing who I am, like once you betray my trust, like to that degree, because I was being gaslit. So I was like, is that really going on? Like, like
screwed up. Yeah.
Yeah. So I knew that that had a lot of work ahead of me. And like, I knew that I could not give to that relationship what I needed to, or even look at her as a worth it relationship, as well as also work on myself. We just decided to be the best parents that we can.
Yep.
I
thank God that I turned to like ministries and stuff when that stuff was going on, and learned about betrayal trauma.
For me. Like there was none. That was the hardest thing. Like the church that I was a youth pastor at completely alienated me. I mean, I still talk to maybe like 1 or 2 guys from that church that never turned their back on me.
I can't associate with anyone from that era, actually.
Like
literally no.
It's funny, like one of them, I keep on trying to get him to come on my panel because he's like a super nerd, right? And like he's a super nerd, and I love his nerdiness. And the other one was one of the worship leader's husband. And we were tight, but then we kind of just drifted off as like time went on. And so for me, I take it as what I do now and why I do this is because there are a lot of guys, and there will be other guys that have fallen in my shoes. And I remember not being able to find any help or any resources that fit my worldview. Because again, like I was spiraling, and I found the red pill. Now I dove all into it because there was so much truth. Like literally, it's like, wow, they're reading my story. They how is he knowing my life? Like he's telling my story, and he doesn't even know me, right? So there was so many, I guess anecdotal moments where I like felt it was 100% true. And so at that point, I was rejecting everything that I was taught from the church. Not so much what I learned in seminary and stuff, but like when it came to how a husband and wife should interact, those dynamics, if it sounded like happy wife, happy life,
people should let that sink in too, Glenn. The fact that you went through seminary and you didn't know what to do, like that to me,
because it's not so much what's being taught scripturally, like what like in school,
it's what's missing.
It's what's being taught every day, every Sunday. You could read the scripture. When I stopped looking at it from that lens, the happy wife, happy life lens, when I read Ephesians 5,
oh man,
it's completely different now.
Ephesians is actually a lifesaver to me.
Now I realize, and when Paul's writing in Ephesians 5, starting from 15 all the way to 6:5, he's giving 3 contrasts, or he's giving 3 commands, 3 contrasts, and 3 contexts. And it's all about hierarchy. Right?
Yep, absolutely.
Do this, don't do this. He said that like 3 times. Like, don't be, be wise, don't be unwise, don't be drunk off wine, but be, of the spirit. Don't talk, with profanity, but talk to one another like this, and submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. That word submission is a military term. Submission, it means top down, right? And
Yep.
then he gives you the examples. What does that look like? Wives, submit to your husbands. 5:22.
As
6:1, children,
Yeah.
obey your parents.
Yep.
Right. 6:5, slaves, obey your earthly masters.
Yep.
When I heard that, and it clicked, I was like, it doesn't mean I have to just. I mean, I love her, love your wife like Christ loved the church, but that doesn't mean like there's no correction. Because here's the other thing. Here's the other thing, real quick. I'll say this. Here's the other thing, and I'll land my plane. Here's the other thing about that passage where it says, washing her with the word, right? Well, when you are washing something, what are you doing? You're taking something from a dirty state to a clean state. You are correcting it from being dirty to clean. So correction is there, but it's with the word, right? It's not a smack a bitch,
right?
So much. But it's with counsel, and you're correcting her and you're showing her, hey, this is where it's wrong, right? It's not, oh, you have to defer to her, happy wife, happy life. No. Or like you have no place to correct her because she's your wife. You're supposed to serve her. And I don't know why it took so long for me to like click that, but because what was being taught at the pulpit every Sunday was a different message.
Yeah.
Right. And just like most people, the average churchgoer, I think it says like less than 7% of Christians, proclaimed Christians, read their Bible weekly. Less than 7%.
I believe that.
Most Christians only get the scriptures what they see on the projector or on the screen on Sunday. They don't do their due diligence and actually study it. The average proclaimed Christian that you see, their studies are very, very lighthearted, or they'll get like a devotional and they'll read the devotional, which already has a scripture in it, but they don't actually do any deep,
devoid of context. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so
this is crazy because I will agree with you. Like, I've been in the word for 30 years and it fundamentally changed how I understood the word once the bad had happened, because I had to reevaluate everything in my life. And one of those things was, why am I believing something that isn't true?
Yeah. And it got so bad. Mark Driscoll was a pastor in Washington. Yep. I
remember Mark Driscoll.
I lived in Washington and I attended a few things at Mars Hill, right? Where he was a pastor of. And then I started listening to him after, realizing, that there was some shit going down in the church. And well, let's just say I'm no longer welcome at his church in Arizona. Because I just started making videos just hitting him.
Good.
Hitting him left and right, calling him out for basically pandering to women. And
this just gets crazier and crazier. So I lived in Washington before 99.
Oh, okay. So I lived there after 99.
So like I remember Casey Treat, Mark Driscoll, and all these guys, big names, and
those pro-masculine. They were like the Christian Andrew Tate before Andrew Tate was even around.
Yeah, but they, you still got, just like me, got led to a weird state of false. I don't even know what false manhood, I guess, and it destroys you.
Yeah.
I want to learn. I want to learn about this whole. Where did this whole concept of happy was it happy wife, happy life?
Happy life, happy wife, happy life. Well, so it stems from basically the servant leader model. Right. And the servant leader model.
That phrase specifically, actually, because when Thor talked about it, Glenn, I actually looked it up. So it's specifically a male feminist from the second wave feminism. And I think 1971, he took the phrase happy king, happy kingdom and warped it into happy wife, happy life. And that was literally part of second wave feminism in the 70s.
Yeah, but that's also what I was gonna say because
For that term specifically.
Yeah, George. I think his name is either George Greenwald or Glenn Greenwald or something like that. Anyways,
Can't remember. He looks vegan.
And so, servant leader was actually, I think is it Glenn Greenwald or George? I don't know. Something green something. He came up with servant leader model after his time in the Asia, the Asian world, right? It was like Eastern Asian, practices that he mystical, whatever the things that he had, that's where he came up with this servant leader model.
Sounds
right.
Gnostic to me.
And
Confucius, there's about a bunch of
So it wasn't biblical, right? And when he came back with this in the 70s, when he released it, I think in like 71, 72, the church was like, oh, we can make this Christian kosher. Just put it.
And that was the height of the sexual revolution. The 60s, 70s, around that time is the height of it, where culture
70s were
changing.
Pretty. I think that was like the height. It started in the 60s, but the height of it was probably 70s, late 80s, or late 70s, early 80s.
So that they were trying to build
until Magic Johnson got AIDS, and everybody was like, "Fuck that."
And you could see how they did that too, just attaching it to Jesus and saying he came to serve.
Yep, and they ruined it. They ruined it.
Leaving out that Jesus chose. Jesus chose how he served. Chose when.
I love that. I love breaking it down because I love tearing those sons of bitches up. But like this is me destroying a Mark Driscoll video. Over maybe 2 years ago.
Good.
See what's going on today. Oh, what's going on, everybody? Hold on, let me get this message out. All right, there you go. Cool.
Well, Robert Greenleaf, that's the name. Thank you.
I think we're going to be getting into some reactions today. What do you guys say? Yeah. Cool. Let's see. What are we going to react to? Oh, look who it is.
You can't treat your wife like you treat your kids. Your wife is your peer. She is your equal. God told Adam, it's not good to be alone. You need help. She's going to help you. The two of you need to be one. So it's plural leadership. That's why the Bible says that children should honor and obey their mother and their father. Why? Because they're both leaders. So mom and dad are the leaders of the family. The father, the husband, he is the head of the family. This doesn't mean that he's the bully. This doesn't mean that he's domineering, overbearing. It doesn't mean that he gets to boss everybody around. It doesn't mean that he gets to be a control freak.
If you live in California, do not pay another home insurance bill until you use this 30.
What it means is he's supposed to treat his family the way Jesus treats his church. He's supposed to lead with love, humility, sacrifice, considering the well-being of others. And it should be that when your kids look at their father and your wife looks at her husband, they say, I see a reflection of Jesus in that guy.
I got to give it to Mark. That Mark does a really good job at pandering. Really pandering. Do you know how many things he took out of context in there? Let's start from the beginning, shall we?
You can't treat your wife like you treat your kids. Your wife is your peer. She is your equal.
Got a problem with that. Got a problem with that right there. Where does it say in the Bible that they're equal? Mark, let's go back to Genesis. Let's go back to creation. Genesis 2, right? Got the Bible right here. We're doing the Bible study. In Genesis 2, verse 7, we see that God made Adam. Then the Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. Then we see God places Adam in the garden in verse 15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to work it and to keep it. Verse 18. Then the Lord God said, it is not good for the man to be alone. I will make him a helper fit for him. Now the ground of the Lord had formed every beast of the field, every bird of the heavens, and brought them to the man, Adam, to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was his name. The man gave names to all the livestock, to the birds of the heaven, to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found a helper fit for him. So the Lord caused him to fall into a deep sleep. And while he was asleep, took one of his ribs and closed it up and placed it with flesh. And the rib that the Lord had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. And the man said, at last, bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh, she shall be called woman, because she was taken out of man. Therefore, a man shall leave his father and mother and hold fast to his wife, and the two shall become one flesh. And the man and his wife were both naked and not ashamed. So let's start right there. We'll stop right there. One, they're not equal. As we can see, Adam has authority to name it. Adam named woman, not Eve. Eve didn't come with a name. Adam named, not only did he name her once, but he named her twice. Later on, after the fall, chapter 3 of Genesis, verse 20, it says the man called his wife's name Eve because she was the mother of all living. So did she name herself? No. Did she have any authority to name Adam? No. Did she name anything? No. Who had the authority in the relationship? Adam does. How are they equal? Well, they're not. Oh, but wait a minute. We got to go back a little bit more. Genesis 3:16. After God found out that Adam and Eve had eaten the fruit, and God's pissed. He's real pissed. He says to the woman, he said, I surely will multiply your pain in childbearing. In pain, you shall bring forth children. Your desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you. Wait a minute. If they're equal, how is he ruling over anybody? How does he have authority over her if they're equal, Mark? It doesn't make sense. So that's one error. Moving on.
God told Adam it's not good to be alone. You need help. She's going to help you. The two of you need to be one. So it's plural leadership. That's why the Bible says that children should honor and obey their mother and their father. Why? Because they're both leaders.
Let me go to Ephesians. I like this part. I just wish Mark would just be honest for a second here. Ephesians 5:15 all the way to 6:5. We see that there are 3 contrasts, 3 commands, and 3 contexts. All right. Let me explain this, because this is where he like to say this. So moms and dads are equal. Let's go. Well, that's in verse 6:1. It says, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor your father and mother, for this is the first commandment with the promise that it may go well with you and you may live long in the land. So we're good there. We see that, kids are supposed to obey their parent. There's a hierarchy of authority. They are equal there, right? Watch what he didn't say. Chapter 5, verse 5:22. Wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church. His body is its savior. Now, as the church submits to Christ, so do the wives submit to their husbands in everything. How is that equal leadership? How are they both leaders? There's not equal leadership. He is above her. Both of them are above the kids. That's called a hierarchy. It's like the military, because actually in verse 5:21, the word here for submitting is the Greek word for submission. It's a military term that means from the top down. When you submit in the military, for those that don't know, you don't get to tell the general to shut up. The general gives you an order and you execute that order. That's top down submission. That's what he's talking about here. So in 5:22, he's giving us an example of what does that look like? What does this top down mutually submission look like? First example is wives submitting to your husbands. In 6:1, he gives us another example. Children, obey your parents. Oh, and in 6:5, he gives us another.
I used to work at the car dealership, waving at strangers. But the dealership doesn't need me.
Example, bondservants, obey your earthly masters. So he's misleading here.
So mom and dad are the leaders of the family. The father, the husband, he is the head of the family. This doesn't mean that he's the bully. This doesn't mean that he's domineering, overbearing. It doesn't mean that he gets to boss everybody around. It doesn't mean that he gets to be a control freak.
I love that. Did you guys see what he just did right there? All right. So what he just did was, it's a false dichotomy. All right. So basically what he's doing is, it's a false choice that's presented. So it's either domineering or serving your wife. It's either control freak or serving your wife. Basically saying that you either are domineering and controlling everybody and dictating, or you could just be serving your wife. He says that it goes from self-pleasing to serving your wife's interest. So, this sounds really familiar, because Russell Moore spoke similarly like this. I believe he said, headship is not about having one's laundry washed or one's meals cooked or one's sexual drives met, but rather about the constantly evaluating how to step up and first serve and lay one's life down for one's own family. There's, again, this false choice between naked selfishness and sacrificing for your wife and children. See, now there's actually many possible other choices available, but they don't give you that. They only give you the extremes. It's either you're a selfish prick or you are a perfect servant leader. Let's look at Tim Keller. He's the one that planted that New York church, Redeemer Presbyterian. His wife did not want him. They did not want to go to New York to plant a church. Actually, she was very much against it. Well, he did it anyways. He wasn't serving his wife, right? His wife was not happy, but they did it anyways. And they end up using that example as a testimony in their marriage. So what he just did, he's equating the male definition of manhood, right? By equating a man's mission with serving his wife and kids. That's his mission. And that's not his mission. That is not a man's mission. A man's mission is not serving his wife and kids. His man's mission is doing what the Lord has given him to do. The problem with a lot of this is that evangelicals, like right here, Mark Driscoll, in these teachings, like they make it so a man has no legitimate claim of his own that he could assert. Like there's no legitimate desire, there's no aspirations he could hold, no mission in the world that, to undertake. It's literally basically saying, hey, you're a slave to your wife. Now, how does this leadership that they have is executed? Well, according to Mark Driscoll, because he just pointed out, it's not doing this, it's doing this. So anything that your wife disagrees with, that comes across to her at least as you're being a selfish prick. How do you determine whether it's serving your wife correctly or, you're being a dick? Because the way that Mark just laid it out here, it's either you're a control freak or you're serving your wife. Let's let him continue.
What it means is he's supposed to treat his family the way Jesus treats his church. He's supposed to lead with love, humility, sacrifice, considering the well-being of others. And it should be that when your kids look at their father and your wife looks at her husband, they say, I see a reflection of Jesus in that guy.
So what basically he just did is that Jesus, apparently to his wife and kids, is a doormat. Because they don't talk about how Jesus didn't allow the disciples to dictate what Jesus did. Jesus came on a purpose. He had a mission. And there's times where Peter twice told Jesus something and Jesus corrected him very quickly. We do see Jesus correcting the behavior of people several times. That's loving too, right? But nobody is referring to Jesus as a dictator, a tyrant, but Jesus didn't do what they wanted. He did what they needed. So if we're looking at Jesus as a role model to model after, we do see Jesus correcting his wife, the church not being equal to Jesus at all. So Mark, please stop pandering to women. Like, we get it. You like to yell at men. You like to, how dare you? Well, look at bud. How dare you? Like, how dare you give in and pander to these women? Seriously. I'm not saying everything that you said in there was wrong. Not saying that at all. There was a lot of good truth in there. But the fact that you mixed it with so much BS, it made it all spoiled. Nah, it's better just to toss it, get rid of it, and start from scratch.
That was awesome.
Yeah, let's just say I don't get the invites anymore.
Well, good.
He doesn't even respond to my Twitters.
You know,
and I really try to get him too. I'm like,
well, I mean, didn't he have all kinds of fiascos and, run away?
So he got kicked out of his first church. And then he goes, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going to go start a new one. But this time I'm not going to have any leadership. I'm going to be the sole dictator of this church.
Whoa, what do you know?
That was the most, that was the most, nuanced, calm, gentlemanly thing I've ever seen so far. That was brilliant.
Thank you. Thank you. But that's why I can't go to churches anymore. I have the hardest time. And I've talked to pastors, and most of the churches out here around where I am, they're all complementarians. Like the closest to patriarchy you will get is complementarian, and all that is Paul Blart mall cop. You look like a cop. You're wearing a uniform. It kind of makes you think you have authority, but you have no authority. You have all the responsibility. So basically, you're a slave. That's what they teach. That's what they teach. The thing about this, responsibility without authority is slavery.
Yes, that's actually true.
I had to think on it for a second. And Damn it.
It's like, wait a second. Yeah, you're right.
That's
100%.
a good point, actually.
So that's why I can't go to any complementarian churches, because they are promoting male slavery and basically an inverted hierarchy model compared to what God actually designed.
Yeah. How have I not hung out with you before? Freaking Glenn.
Oh, you might know people that don't like me.
Well, I'm sure of that. At this point, I'm sure of that. But I'm pretty sure the same people that don't like you wouldn't like me very much either. So
would you guys be considered?
I know at least one that likes you.
Wait, what? Who likes me?
We could talk about it offline. I don't like to give
Okay.
I don't like to give my haters any oxygen.
Okay, fair.
I just want to say, I guys consider apostates from your denomination, or you guys like, I follow my Christ, I follow my book, and I'm just going to do my own thing.
So I would say non-denoms don't really get that kind of treatment, but definitely you would be. I don't even know what you would call it. Ostracized, I guess, from the groups that you used to associate with.
That's a better word than apostate. Yeah, ostracized. Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
I can guarantee you, like, the church that I attended with my ex-wife, I would not go back to, and if I did, I would be treated very badly. And there was no abuse, there was no issues, there was nothing. It was literally,
right.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Lindsay. I hear the rumors
faith,
too.
you believe in God, Jesus, like the whole thing, but they still see you as like an outsider.
So, like, I never did anything wrong. And after finding out things and trying to make things work, I had her roll over one day and say, I don't feel like being married anymore, and then just disappearing. And the church turned on me for it. So
Damn it, AJ, I knew it. Oh, did you really, Lindsay? That's funny. That's funny. I don't have time for haters. Like I really don't. I try not to give them oxygen. Like I don't even. Here's the thing.
Every now and then it's kind of funny. You just give them a little bit of, it's
Well,
kind
no.
of funny.
Here's the thing. Like, because I'm from a time and era where it's like, okay, if you have something to say, you go say it to their face. Well, if nobody's willing to come say it to my face, I just can't take them seriously.
Right. That's the whole point. You can't take them seriously. So you treat them as like goofies, like clowns. You just laugh at them.
Tim is one of my number one haters of all haters.
Oh, really?
No.
Tim's awesome.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't. I was reviewing Andrew's debate with Destiny on January 6th, the January 6th debate thing over a year ago.
Uh-huh.
And Tim just happened to be watching my show, and he's like, yeah, I was one of those guys that were like, what the fuck? You were one of the guys that were arrested from, N6.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah. And I did an interview with him right away.
Yeah. I talked to him for hours yesterday. It's just holy smokes, dude. Yeah.
One of the J's. Yeah.
I would say that's like a very like a loose definition of that. Yes, egalitarians believe that. Well, so egalitarians, you know what the term egalitarian was originally? It was called biblical feminist. They were called biblical feminists, but they knew that they weren't going to get. They knew they weren't going to get guys to sign off on that, so they changed the name to egalitarians, right?
Until the female suffragette. You know what? As someone who lives in UK, one thing I hate about the UK, they allowed the female universal suffragette. That was a big mistake. And then you Americans adopted it in the 20s, 30s, 40s, whatever. Where you allowed that whole thing to happen. It was a mistake, to be fair. Yes, call me a misogynist, call me blah blah. I don't care. It was a mistake. Big bad.
You know what a lot of people will call him misogynist.
I own it. I own it. I truly own it. Like you can't take anything from me. It was a mistake. So be it.
What people call misogyny is not even misogyny anymore. It's like they have ruined the term.
It's all the term, right?
But what people don't realize is like what they call feminism today is not even feminism. That's misandry.
Misandry. Thank you.
Feminism has been changed. Racism has been changed. Every single term that we grew up knowing and understanding, like one thing means a hatred of somebody because of their sex. Another thing means you think less of someone and treat them as such because of their skin color. None of those things mean what they used to mean. It's so wild to me.
I knew, sweet auntie, you got the wrong term. I knew what you meant. When you said misandrist, I knew you meant misogynist.
I think what's funny about that is my wife, she constantly tells me she won't hang out with the other ladies because she hates them because they're stupid and they gossip and they cause problems for everyone around them. And I'm like, okay.
Sir, you don't understand. The biggest misogynists on the planet are women. No one hates women more than women. I have 2 sisters and 16 aunties. All these women are every single day. They're always fighting and drama and beef. I'm like, you know what? As a man, stay away from me. You ghastly women, ghastly. Yeah, horrible.
Like what cracks me, what cracks me up about women is like they hate each other, but they'll talk shit about each other, no problem, right? But you know what? Yo, they will back each other up like no other. That when
yeah,
it's the sisterhood, oh my god, they like, I can hate that bitch. I hate that
Yep.
bitch. But as soon as sisterhood needs her, dun 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 dun, dun.
the sisterhood of traveling pants. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, unite.
Yep. It's like, oh man, that sisterhood is there. That's my girl. I'm like, okay, all right.
Whereas men is like, you know, like we can banter even though we like each other, hate each other. Like we don't care. It's like, hey, bro, you have your own beef. Good luck. If you need my help, sure, I'll help you. But it's not like, you know, it's not like a you know, like a, oh, that's a guy, I need to back him up. It's none of that. But with women, it's like, oh, that's my girl. I'll go rescue her real quick, even though she hates her.
True.
It's like a magnet.
Like, oh, that's not your girl. Whatever.
That's your competition.
Yep. You know, like, and they, you know, so, and Rollo Tomasi doesn't like me, by the way, guys. So if you guys are,
Cool.
No.
if you're a fan of his, don't ever mention me in this chat. He will.
Man, I tell
He'll
people
block
I used to be once upon a time.
Red
You'll
pill
get
is red pill is just the road to black pill, honestly.
Yeah.
No, it is.
Yeah.
It is. It is. I always said the red pill is supposed to be a gas station, not a destination.
Yep.
And unfortunately, guys like Rollo have made it a destination because it lets everybody kind of, you know, corral each other, and like it's become the male safe space.
Yep.
How pathetic is that?
And they make just like these, you know, these feminists.
That's right,
you know,
AJ.
channels, whatever.
Sisterhood, Uber Alice.
They make money out of you. They have their own women, but they want to make money out of you and be single because they want to be on top.
Well,
It's
because
drifting.
it comes back to we let them. Let's just be honest.
So
We have too many guys that don't want to rock the boat. We have more men that are risk averse and are not confrontational. They do not know how to address problems. They want to be passive, and they want to be, you know, passive aggressive and say things out of the side of their mouth as they're walking away. You know, like there's just no very direct men.
A little Captain Morgan will help me. A little bit of like whiskey, you know.
No, I mean,
courage.
You know,
F you heifer, I'm walking out. You know what I mean.
So I made this video. This kind of like tells you what my channel, what my guys are about, you know, and what we do at the Sons of Thor. You ever meet a man who just found themselves in the red pill? He's usually pissed off, bitter, paranoid. Feels like he just woke up in the middle of a battlefield that he didn't even know he was drafted into the war.
Red pill rage was so deep, like at the peak of this like phase, I was like, what? Hell no. Dude, I literally said, I hate women.
I used to hate women. Yep, you heard that right. I used to hate women. Why did my girlfriend cheat on me? Came across a movement called the Red Pill, right? Essentially, this was the answer to all my problems and all my questions. It's in women's nature to cheat on them, is what the Red Pill says, right? It's in women's nature to cheat on you, to find a better option than you. Do your own research on the Red Pill movement, right?
The Red Pill made me hate women. Just like many of you guys, I was conditioned as a blue pill kind of guy.
Because for the very first time, he's hearing the truth, the ugly truth, that women ain't sugar and spice and everything nice, that her loyalty ain't promised, that her love comes with conditions, that hypergamy is real, and that nice guys really do finish last. I get it. That shit hurts. It hits you in the soul, especially if you grew up on fairy tales or Disney dreams or sermons that told you all you had to do was just be a good guy and she'll love you forever. Now you're hearing that female nature is cold, calculated, strategic. Welcome to the Red Pill Rage. This is a pit that many men find themselves falling into and just never getting out of. Why? Well, because a lot of the Red Pill content, especially from the bitter ones, ain't about growth. It's not about advice, best practices, or solutions. No, it's just a repetitive loop of what's wrong with women. If you want to be a man that stops pointing fingers and starts commanding the room, then you're going to need to take something a little stronger than that red pill. I suggest you become a man with a dominant masculine presence. See, R.P. Thor wrote the blueprint when he came out with his book, A Dominant Masculine Presence. And I wrote the battle-tested field manual in the essential skill of a dominant masculine presence. And my friends Paul Bauer, AJ Matthews, and Ray Thintor, these are men that are forging the path forward. Men with scars, not just stories. But most importantly, these are men with solutions. Because the red pill tells you what is the problem. But a man with a dominant masculine presence, he solves it. A man with a dominant masculine presence, he doesn't cry about female nature. He calibrates to it. He doesn't demand submission. He inspires it. He doesn't retreat. He leads.
Gentlemen, there comes a time in every man's life that he must choose. Will I remain a casualty of my emotions, or will I rise as the commander of my presence? Too many men stumble across the red pill and get stuck these days. The truth, but they don't grow from it. They get angry, they rage, they point fingers at female nature and cry betrayal. A dominant presence doesn't need to rage. The truth has a fuel, an excuse, a fire that burns about purpose. He is in a forge, the man into iron, that forged man into iron. And when you are forged in a purpose, you don't have time to complain about women. You're too busy conquering your mission, too locked in on legacy, too focused on forging a brotherhood, building strength, and creating impact. That's what a man with a presence does. He doesn't flinch. He doesn't fold. He stands. He leads. And those around him feel it. Because if we're ever going to mend the rift between men and women, and if we're ever going to fix the broken homes, the fractured families, the confused sons, and the unled daughters, we need men of presence. We need men of purpose. Men who understand the weight of leadership. Men who move with enlightened self-interest, not selfishness, not martyrdom, but mastery. Men who are builders, not victims. Men who inspire with their presence, not manipulate with pain. And if you're that man, if you're ready to stop the noise, cut through the confusion, and step into your birthright, then it's time for you to join a brotherhood. Not just any brotherhood, but the sons of Thor. But because in this brotherhood, we don't compete, we elevate. We know the secret that a rising tide lifts all ships, and we are that rising tide. So stand tall, brothers. The world is waiting for your presence to arrive. Let them feel it and join the sons of Thor.
Raise your hammer, raise your voice. This is the call, this is the choice to be.
That's badass.
Yeah. And that was RP Thor at the end, you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, can we disagree? what was said?
What do you disagree with?
Nothing. None. I can't.
I
can't disagree
no,
with anything.
I didn't. Yeah, no.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, like it's
my
it's
mission.
rhetorical. It's rhetorical. Yeah.
Yeah. No, like that's what me, myself, AJ, and several other guys do. That's our mission. Our mission is to help men get past the red pill rage, adopt enlightened self-interest, be grateful, and understand that appreciate women for what they are, not what they can't be. And you always want to leave women better than you found them.
Yep.
Even when
that's a fact.
Even when they break your heart and they destroy you, and you still want to leave them better than you found them. Yeah. Wait a minute. You finally 40? Look at you get all old on me and shit. I turned 41. I turned 41 in fucking 15 days.
I turned 41 in April.
Ah, little Abe is older than me.
I know, right? Everybody always says that too. They're like, you don't look like you're 40. Like,
Well, happy birthday, Barney. Wasn't your birthday yesterday or something like that? Was it on the 2nd?
Damn.
Because I remember celebrating it last year with you on stream.
Congrats on reaching manhood, Varney.
Happy birthday.
Do you have any grays yet?
I don't even know. I'm
I
laughing.
thought
40.
Abe was 32 too. I thought he was a youngin.
Nope. Well, how can I be 32 and married for 17 years?
I don't know. Got married when you were kids. Like, I don't know where you're from.
To be fair, millennials are aging way better than boomers. We are
Fair.
aging way better than these goofy boomers. Yeah.
You know, like, yeah, K2, I can't. He died in May. Yeah, so and he never smoked. He was actually
Kind of wish I knew him.
I wish everybody knew him.
I
wish everybody got to know Thor, because Thor would bring the best out of you. He would challenge you. He was like, so the joke was, out of all the guys in the red pill space, no worries. I know you didn't. I know you guys weren't aware. I know you guys weren't meaning a dig. So I don't take it offensively. Thor was like the dad out of all the creators in this space. He was like, he would talk to you like a dad, and he would do like the "I'm disappointed in you" conference. You don't know how many times I've had that talk with him, and I'm just like, fuck. Here we go. But he was like a dad to all the guys in our group. He probably's had father figure moments with everybody that's been on my panel that has been part of the group at some point in time. And that was unique about him. Everybody else is just kind of like, will just tell you information or tell you to read a book. No, he would challenge your thought process. He would get inside and just really give you time and walk you through things. He may not ever tell you what you should do, but he would always challenge you. Why are you doing that?
Perspective.
What is the purpose? Yeah.
The thing that is missing today.
Yeah. And so that's what, so the community that I run is actually his community. It was called the Dragons. And then we changed it once I took over, called the Sons of Thor, because we are the ones that, are carrying on the message that he was not the regular red pill guy telling guys to be doom and gloom. He was encouraging guys to get out of the nihilistic mindset and,
be the change.
Yeah. He was always encouraging the change.
Yep.
Always encouraging the change. So that's what we do. Like,
I love it.
We're not for people that want to be mad at women. If you want to be mad at women, then stay in the red pill rage. When you grow up and you're ready to be done with that, when you're tired of being mad, when you realize you waste a lot of energy being angry and you haven't gotten anywhere, then you come over to us and we'll help you out.
And peace and working on yourself is so much more effective.
Yeah. Yeah. It takes work. It's not easy.
Absolutely.
I'm still working on myself, damn it.
Well, it's a never-ending journey, right?
Yeah. Absolutely. Never-ending journey. I want y'all's books.
I meant to say books.
Like, bro, like thank you, AJ.
That's so funny.
You wanted to drop did you drop all the, or did you just drop Thor's link? Hold on.
Awesome.
AJ, did you just drop Thor's link? And then
Yeah, I just dropped
'cause I
Thor's
think
link
we're-
in the private
and
chat,
then
and
we're
then I'm
all
gonna drop the rest of them.
because if you drop
No.
Thor's link, I think they'll say like other books
Yeah, I
or
think
similar
down below.
to. You will see like pretty much everybody's book.
Badass.
You know.
Yep.
But just in case, I'll just post the rest of them, their links in,
Yeah,
in the
please
private
do.
chat.
Thank you. I appreciate
Please
that.
do. All right, back to your hole. He stays down there.
Get in there.
He's not
Get
tall
back.
enough. He's not tall enough to be a man. He's only up to my shin.
Get back in your turret.
Ah, for shame. What, short people shaming? That's haram. That's haram.
Let me guess. Wrapping up soon? No, Mel. No, not at all. But you have to promise. You gotta like keep all the people that might try to porn bomb me out of here. You always drop the link in the chat. Never drop. You said, oh shit, your chats are linked up.
Yeah.
Oh, you think you're Abe's? Ah ha 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 ha.
I'm on
That's
Glenn's.
right. My bad. My bad.
Hey, addressing everybody is always good, you know.
That is correct. You know what? I like this. It is personal accountability. If you're finding that other people are always to blame for all your problems, that's
you're
a
the
possible.
problem.
You are the common denominator in all your problems.
Yep.
You know, like if you, this is what I tell guys: learn to love accountability. Actually, start in enlisting people to hold you accountable for little tasks.
Actually,
when you do that, it changes it. It's night and day.
That
Because now
reminds me.
someone else is like invested in you being successful or accomplishing this thing. You know, it's really interesting.
But that's double-edged sword, because you have to be ready for the responsibility. If you're ready for people calling you out on your BS, then you have to be ready for taking responsibility and backing it up.
Well, you should always be ready to take responsibility, because you
Well-
always have. You don't get to not be responsible.
I mean, sir, I live in London. Sir, I live in London. I see homeless everywhere, and I talk to them. I'm like, "What happened to you?" They're like, "Yep, I was not responsible." I'm like, "Oh my god!" They couldn't handle the pressure.
See, there's
Pressure's
a
demon. Yeah, pressure's heavy.
here's a thing that people don't get. As men, like you always have the responsibility to act. It may not be your fault. Whatever the problem that you're facing may not be your fault, but you have the responsibility to act, to do something about it. Right? You know, like so, like your kid threw a ball through somebody else's window by accident. It's not your fault, but you have a responsibility to act and fix that window, right? And
Definitely.
then deal with your kid. Okay, cool. If your wife decides that she cheated on you, it may not be your fault. You didn't cheat on you. She cheated on you. It's not your fault that she cheated on you. But you have a responsibility to act to what you're going to decide to do with that relationship, or if it even exists anymore, right? You have the responsibility to act. So there's always an action that as men you have to do, regardless of whether or not it's your fault.
You're right, but I don't. God damn it! I don't want to be that guy. But we live in. Oh my god. Okay,
Yeah,
people gonna say, Vante, you're using excuses. We live in 2025. Laws are being used against X, Y, Z. Yes, you can take priority, but if you move if you do make the wrong mistake, it's over. It's over for you as a man.
Well, that is still taking full response. Like, this is funny because like this was literally in Viking isn't this like
I'm not trying to be red
no.
It's
It has nothing to do with red pill. Viking, doesn't this sound really familiar to earlier's meeting?
Yeah.
I literally was in our private community. I was going over one of the module 1 in problem solving. I wrote a problem solving course. And like this is literally some of the stuff that we're talking about in the course. As a man, that you have to become the solution. You're always gonna have to become the solution for your own problems, right? You may not have the solution for your problems. You're gonna have to seek out and gain wisdom to get the solution for your problems. But when you become proficient enough to problem solve for yourself, right? That builds trust in those that are looking up to you, whether it's your wife or your kids. And now you become the solution for them because dad don't know how to fix this. My husband don't know how to solve this problem because they've seen you successfully problem solve in your own life, whether you knew where the solution was or what the solution was, or you decided you're going to go find the solution if you didn't know it. That level of competency is very important. And competent men are irreplaceable men. And being able to solve your own problems, that's like level 1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, wait. Is that a foreign concept? Is that a foreign concept? Do people don't get that as a man?
Plenty
Well,
don't.
Well, actually, Mel, I do have experience, and I have actually degrees, and a lot of courses I have taken myself and been certified on certain things. So,
You're
not just telling people to say it with your chest.
And by the way, what certificates? A little bit of skill training. It can be done. It
Right.
can be done, boys.
Is this a
It can be
dick
done.
measuring competition? I mean,
You're right.
No,
You're
no,
right.
no,
I'm like,
no.
well, are we flexing here? Are we?
Well, Mel, I thought, forgive me, but it seemed like you may have been addressing that towards me because I was just talking about that. Well, I never said I got my doctorate. I got bachelor's. And my degree was more in religious and other things.
And he's building community, so like.
And plus, I enjoy doing filming.
And he has a YouTube channel.
Oh, I'm not misleading my audience and telling them I'm an authority of anything. And
Yeah.
I do have people that I take my work to and have them vet it, that I look up to, that are way more knowledgeable than me. And I'm like, hey, what do you think? They tell me yes or no, and they tell, hey, you need to tweak this, or you should address this. And there's accountability there. I just don't go around doing willy-nilly and just saying a bunch of shit. No. I'm not mad at you. You're more than welcome to have your criticism. I criticize everybody too.
Also, someone said degrees are overrated. Yes, my degree is collecting dust as we speak. It's a dusty degree.
It's funny, like a lot of people that got degrees are not even working in the industry that the degree is in.
It's so true.
It's like, oh, I'm a bachelor's honor of something. I'm like, yeah, but you're not in that field. You're working in a different field. Who cares? Who cares about your bachelor's?
It's funny because sometimes life just goes a certain way,
Right.
Get a degree for an industry that disappears. Yeah. Great. Good job.
That would suck.
You know what? I graduated at the wrong time. I remember my graduation. The headmaster like, "Hey guys, yeah, you graduated, but this was like 2010. Oh, you guys graduate at the wrong time because you guys have to deal with inflation, high rent, gig economy, you know." I was like, God damn! I went to school at the wrong time. I was cursed. Yeah, millennial,
I think it
boom.
happened to a lot of people, dude.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yep.
And I'm like, you know what?
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna go to a different field. Yeah.
like there's what I learned about going to college is like, yeah, they give you a lot of information, but they're really teaching you how to they just want to know, can you be consistent and disciplined?
Yes, that's why I learned it when I was in university. They wanted me to be like them. Like they wanted me to be, like my tutor was like, follow my way. You can't be unique on your studies. Follow my way. I'm like, why am I here? What the hell?
Why
Just
am
so
I
I can be a
here?
robot like you.
Why am I here?
Yeah, why am I, what, bro? But my final year, I was like, just give me whatever grade. Give me a third, a second, a first. I don't care. I just want to leave. Right? Give me that give me that little hat for my family as the son. Oh yeah, we have a first son who graduated. Yay, hooray!
Like
That's it. Yeah.
when I got my degree in film school, like the only reason why I went to film school was not to, I was already working in the film industry. Like I was already working in it. And I had more professional like credits on like IMDb than my professors. They're like, "Why are you here?" I was like, "Because I know they're like, I was like, I know because the only reason why I'm here is because of networking."
Right.
Because everybody told
Right.
me, if you're in the film industry, go to film school, but the only thing you're going to gain out of it is networking, because that's the thing that matters the most. And I stayed in long enough to do the networking and get, my bachelor's in digital filmmaking, and then I was like, peace.
Yep. See, I truly relate because I studied illustration. I was like an artist. I was actually a better artist before university than post. Because
I hear
college
that
ruined
from
me, bro.
like,
They ruined me. I was like, oh,
yeah, I've heard that from other artists too. They say like because before when you're doing your artwork, it's so natural, it's so just like
yeah,
like
passion. You
like
feel
it's
it.
not, you're not worried about like, oh, is this gonna be looked at as this technique, or is I gotta
It's
do
you.
this?
It's meant to be you. It's your own creation, literally.
Yeah.
You. Yeah. But then you go to university, you're getting critiqued. They shame you. They say, "Oh, follow this style. Use this. Use that." By the end of it, you come out like a drone, like a robot. It's like, "Oh, what the hell am I doing? What a waste of
You're a
time."
graphic designer.
Yeah, illustrator slash graphic
Well,
designer.
Doll Tired is a graphic designer. Man, I
Yeah.
bet you could,
I mean,
I bet you could create some mean thumbnails.
Yeah.
oh, yeah, right.
I need
Who needs a bachelor's when you can just use Adobe and pixel art, some goofy website to sort out your thumbnail and your fonts and all this. Like, god damn, the computer age is over. It's over. Yeah. And
Yeah.
now with AI, yeah, I need to learn prompts. That's my new lesson. Learn about prompts. Hey
You
AI.
can create some mean emojis. Yes, you can. These are all sweet aunties emojis.
Yeah. This is why I said my degree is collecting dust. It's over. Waste of time. Yeah.
Well, I mean, as long as it's only a waste of time if you don't use it in the field that you're in, but it's also a waste of time if you don't find any use in it.
To be fair, like I just lost the passion for the creativity because that whole 3 years it was a killer, bro. It was a killer. Like yeah, follow our system and
Like,
I
it's
followed
funny, like
and
I didn't go back to college until I was turning 30. I was 20. I think I was 28 years old when I went back to college, or when I went to college for the first time. And yeah, I was like, I haven't been in school in over 10 years. I've been in the military, traveling the world.
Right.
You know, like, but so here's the funny thing. My mom called me an ADD retard growing up so much that like I used to have nightmares as like an adult where like I wake up like in my dream, I'm like still in high school at like, 27 years old. I'm like, fuck this. I need to prove to myself that I'm not stupid. So I would I decided like, you know what? I want to prove to myself that I'm not stupid. I was owning businesses. I had 4 barbershops at the time. I was doing really well, and I was also a personal trainer. And so I was doing pretty good for myself. I was making good money. And so I was like, well, I want to prove that I'm not stupid, but I don't want to go to school for like a career because I'm making really good money. I'll just go to school for something that I'm interested in, which was religion. I want to know why people, would kill in the name of God, as if like God needed you to defend him. Like he's the one that created all of you. He snaps his fingers and everybody, Thanos disappears. Like why does he need you to defend him? So, and I was already like working with the youth groups at that time. So I was like, well, all right, this will kind of work, help me out in this area. And that's why I chose not a barbershop quartet. No, I had 4 different barbershops in 4 cities in the Kitsap area. One in Seattle. One in Seattle.
Port Orchard.
Yep, I had one in Port Orchard. It was actually the oldest barbershop in Port Orchard. It was on Bay Street.
Oh.
And then I had one in Bremerton, which was the sister barbershop to the one I had in Seattle, in Capitol Hill. And then I had one in Poulsbo. So,
wow. I like Port Orchard. Well, I used to like Port Orchard.
I did too. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Actually, so here's the thing. All my exes are in Washington, so I do not go past Oregon.
That's fair. That's fair.
I do not go past Oregon. I'm like, Vancouver right there. That's as far as I go. Actually, I don't even go to Vancouver. I stay in Portland. I stay in the Oregon side of the bridge. I'm like,
man. Yeah. I'm gonna just
me.
stay
I
in
stay away from
Vancouver.
areas with my ex. I'm like, I don't want to go there.
The only time I go to Washington is like if I'm gonna go to Ocean Shores, maybe.
I would not even go there. I'm sorry. I just knew.
But why though?
AJ's like same. Yeah, all your exes are in Washington too.
I totally get it. I totally get it.
What's the issue? Like, okay, you come across your ex, like, what's gonna happen?
What?
There's just not anything.
It's just it is.
It'll be awkward. It'll be awkward for a hot minute. But then
No. They represent a past that no longer exists. So
his connection to it died.
Exactly.
Oh,
so I have a tattoo of my ex's name. Yes, I'm stupid. I was young, and when we broke up, I put a void stamp over it. Like, most guys will cover it up and like turn it into a dragon. Nope, I put a void stamp.
Good call.
And she was so mad when I did that. She's like, "Oh, well, what are you trying to say?" I said, "You're voided out."
Damn, you even showed her. Like, yeah, look at this tattoo. Look how you've been voided.
It no longer belongs here. Okay, it's void, null and void.
Exactly. You don't get the passcode. You don't get $200.
That's right. That's right.
See, thank God I'm clear skinned. Oh man, I was close to you doing the whole tattoo thing with a partner. Thank God I pulled out. Like, because you never know. You never know. Is that your true partner forever? Shout out to Outcast.
Just
forever.
Just so you guys know, statistically, it says that if you get If you get like a significant other's name tattooed on you, you're breaking up in about 6 months.
It's almost like guaranteed curse, right? It's like a guaranteed curse.
Yeah, I don't
do
put
it.
names of any kind.
Yeah,
I have tattoos, but I don't put names. Nothing like that.
Nope, never again. I void them out and move on.
So, Glenn,
Except I have my kids' names on me. So
well, do you know Tom Billion?
Not familiar with the name. Maybe I'm better with faces.
Okay. He does a show called Impact Theory. It's a pretty big thing, but
oh yeah, no, I don't know.
He's also from the Washington area and lives in Southern California now.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah.
See, like I'm not from Washington. I'm from LA. Just when my ex was in the Navy, she got stationed out there. So I sold my barbershops in California. I even owned the barbershop on Fort Ord in Monterey.
Mm-hmm.
I just bought that when she enlisted because the goal was she was supposed to go in as a fucking reserve so that the barbershop that I purchased in Fort Ord, we could move out there and I could, oversee it more. Nope, she went active duty. And next thing you know, we're at orders to Washington. So it was kind of hard managing that. I ended up selling it back to there's this one company that pretty much owned all the barbershops that I used to work for, called Gino Marina. They owned all the barbershops on the Air Force and almost all the ones on the Army bases, but definitely all the ones on the Air Force bases. I purchased it from them, and then I ended up selling it back to them a year later. I lost a little bit of money, but not too much to where I couldn't open up barbershops when I moved to Washington. And that's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's quite the field.
What about K2 says, Glenn, what about windmill tattoos? What about those people? Windmill tattoos? That have windmills on them?
Like actual windmill, or is that like a phrase?
Is that like a is that a well, I think if they have a windmill on them, it's not gonna look like it's like spinning.
You just have like an LCD.
Oh, he's talking about this. Tim, is that what he's talking about?
Oh, okay. I get it.
See, this
Swahili?
this is how unhip I am, you guys. I don't catch on to the.
We're old men.
I'm not cool as you young Thundercats. All right, I'm thinking you're talking about legitimate
I'm like,
windmills.
wait, a windmill on your body? Like, why a windmill? Why?
Is it moving? How does that work?
Like, that's stupid. Like, have you seen some of these tattoos now? Like they light up.
Oh yeah, like under the light.
Wait, what do you mean?
Black light?
Wait.
Yeah, like they light up, or like they're like, I don't know.
UV.
Like,
I mean, it's cool, but like,
have you seen like they light up, or they do like they move or something? Like it's weird. It's like they I don't know.
We're living in the future, Glenn.
Like naturally, or it has to be a certain under condition of certain lighting, etc.
I don't. I
it's like hologram style.
Kinda. Yeah, like if you get color tattoos, just be ready to always do touch-ups. I only have 2 color tattoos. So I have a Jesus skull. I have a Jesus tattoo that half of his face is flesh and the other half is a skull. And it's like it's my symbol of saying the church has killed Jesus, right? Like has killed his image. And that's that I have a rose right by his head, and I instead of red, I made it teal and orange, and that was pretty cool. It looked good for a while. Now it needs to be touched up, but it lasted about like 10 years.
It's always how the color works, though, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But besides that one, like the void stamp is in red, so there's red in that needs to be touched up.
Definitely.
Other than that,
Colors.
that's it.
You
Everything
gotta
else
go
is
there.
black and white.
That's what they call it.
What was the
Tradition,
one
right?
that? Where was the one that hurt the most?
For me,
Mm-hmm.
I had one that these ones kind of like wrap almost into the armpit. That part wasn't very
Oh yeah,
cool.
that's really tender. Not so bad, but it's pretty tender.
I've heard, the rib is the most painful of all tattoo, body part.
Oh yeah,
Ribs. Yeah.
so my wife has a back piece that's like
I
a
have yet to
huge,
do anything on my back yet.
huge octopus, and it goes like from her pant line all the way up almost to her neck area. And she said that the second that it went around the side and touched rib, she's like
Yeah.
excruciating.
I have my ribs done.
Yeah.
I
But
don't
she's
have my
teeny
back
tiny.
done. I've avoided getting my back done because I figure like that one's gonna be the one that hurts the most.
No, dude, it didn't like my back didn't hurt at all. Like the only place on my back that really hurt is if you go low enough to hit love handles or if you're on like right on thin spine spots. Everything else back there is pretty meh.
See, my rib tattoo that hurt. I have like Samson, right? Ripping down the pillars, like right, before he dies. Because Samson is like one of my favorite Bible stories.
Yep, it's a good one.
Well, because it's the one that's really relatable. I'm like, guys,
cautionary tale.
guys fuck up over women every time. They will destroy their own lives over women.
As someone who had long hair and then started balding, I can relate to that whole story. I lost a lot of I lost a lot of charm. I'm like, God damn, my long
I would
hair.
say like my rib tattoo hurt the most for the longest time until I got my head tattoo.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
When I got my head tattoo a couple weeks ago, that one took the cake. Like I was good for the first like 2 hours, but that last like 45 minutes, I was like
that tender point.
well, it's like because they already did the outline and they did the shading, and then now they're doing some more like she was shading with white, so like certain parts of it would pop out, and it was just like I'm already raw. Like that part of the head is raw now. Like you're just pissing me off.
Yeah, dude. So like when I did this one here, when they hit like this bone along the wrist, I could feel the nerves all the way up into the arm and into my armpit, and I was like, that is a unique feeling right there. And then this one,
like
the black shading was a lot, but like it goes all the way.
See, I used to watch
my head tattoo is right. See, it's right here on this side, right here. It goes like this around my ear.
That's wild, dude.
That hurt. Like, my chest didn't hurt bad, but like when they got to like right here, like I felt it in my throat.
On the sternum.
Yeah, like I have like I have the Punisher skull in the middle of my chest, like a big old Punisher skull.
Nice.
Nice. And that hurt, but as soon as like it didn't hurt until they hit the fatty tissue, like when they got off the breastplate, when they that's when it hurt. Like that bottom part of like the face that killed me. My neck didn't hurt at all.
Really?
That was weird. Neck did not hurt at all. Like I was chilling.
I would not suspect that, dude.
I felt like I couldn't. I feel like I couldn't. I had to drink something every like 5 minutes. I was like, I always feel like I had to like swallow because he was like, and I was like,
like a partial
so
choke.
what are people different? Like with different sensitivity, pain threshold?
well, everybody's body is different. Everybody's body is different. Your pain tolerance is different. Like I tell,
You're
I say this all the time.
saying the fatty part, and some people are saying the ribs, the bony part. Like
I'll tell you right now, and women can handle tattoos better than guys.
Well, they're scientifically,
They have
isn't their pain threshold higher?
Yes. Women's pain threshold is much higher than men. I mean, they've got to push out a fucking human.
True.
And
From a little hole like this that turns into like 10 centimeters dilated, like from a little hole like this to like.
Dude, I watched both my sons be born. That That is
Oh,
the
why would you do?
wildest-
Why would you do it the second time? Like I
the
watched the first
wildest
one.
thing.
I realized the you know how like they say like, oh, like the chimpanzees like our close cousin, whatever.
Yep.
I don't think that works for women. I think women are the closest animal to them is a turkey, because they come with the gizzard bag.
That's that's true.
Break it down.
There's a
break it down.
gizzard bag in there.
Placenta. The placenta.
Whatever, placenta, gizzard bag.
Oh,
That's,
that's
what it
what
looked
he's
like to
talking
me.
Yeah.
the placenta. Okay.
Afterbirth, Yeah,
I
it's
was like, what the fuck is she? A fucking turkey? Like, says this gizzard bag
it's the
on there.
wildest thing, man. It's the wildest thing.
You Americans do that whole turkey thing. Like in the UK, we just see turkeys in the fridge. We go to the store, we see a turkey in the fridge, we buy it. You guys do the whole, live turkey.
Our
Is
turkey's
it domestic violence if you leave Legos in your wife's pillow?
Yes. It's torture, at least.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Have
So
you ever,
let me
have
tell you
ever
guys,
felt your
like,
foot on a Lego. God.
Read Princess and the Pea.
let me tell you guys how I like. You ever dealt like really shitty in-laws? They just like overstepped. They just didn't know their place.
Yep.
How did you deal with it? Did you like leave, like let
Oh,
your wife
man.
deal with it? Like tell your wife, like, hey, you gotta go fix, you deal with your mom. Your mom's
I think
irritating me.
it would like be a fight between me and that. Well, that was the ex, because then that doesn't happen anymore. But it would be a fight between me and her, and then her addressing them. Probably, yeah.
So I had the same problem, and I figured, you know what, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. So my mother-in-law would overstay her welcome every single time. This is my ex-mother-in-law. So what I started doing is I started putting dirty diapers from my son in her pillow, shove them underneath her pillowcase.
You ain't shit. You ain't
Oh,
shit.
that's good shit. That's fucked up, but it's so funny.
Yeah, that's diabolical.
He was
man.
like,
You're going to hell, sir.
why
You're
does
hellbound.
my bed smell like baby poop?
You are going to
I
hell,
mean, maybe
sir.
I was like, didn't you change him on there?
That's so
Yeah,
good.
I'm like, well, maybe you got something on the bed. I don't know.
God.
And then when she
Listen,
found the diapers in there, like she's like, stop doing that. I'm like, I just never stopped.
Good.
Eventually, she's like,
if my brother-in-law did that, I'll uppercut him to high heaven. I'm like, bastard. Yeah, absolute bastard. How dare you?
dirty diapers.
That's awesome.
Eventually they'll get the point that
they're not welcome.
Yeah. I don't want to raise your grandkids. Yeah, just stay away.
Yep.
Shoot. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's one thing I'm glad I'm not married yet, because this idea
Do
of
you think-
in-laws, it scares me, man.
Abe, do you think we should like redo the polygyny debate and bring EOD up here and see what he says?
Yes, I do. But he has to come over to your channel.
I want to go back to polygyny. Can we go back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
EOD,
Well,
you wanna come over?
only hold on, because we already rehashed this. Only if EOD comes up here, because I already fucking destroyed Abe's
not
brain
polygamy.
right now.
Polygyny.
Exactly.
Quick breakdown.
He's like, I need a beer for this. Give me a few minutes.
Quick breakdown. Polygyny, polygamy. Because I know polygamy is like one man, 4 women.
So
No,
polygamy.
that's polygyny. That's polygyny.
Polygyny fits under the bracket of polygamy, but it's different
Yeah.
because it's only males with more women, not women with more males.
So okay, so I grew up on the mindset of 1 man, 4 women. So that's polygyny.
Well, it could
Yes.
be 1 man, 2 women. It doesn't have to be 4.
Yes, no, it is.
I'm talking about the maximum.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the maximum in Islam, yes.
Yeah,
I don't even think. Well, I mean, if you're gonna go by maximum, you're gonna go by
Solomon.
No, well,
Oh no, yeah, no, not
700.
700 and 300 concubines.
Yep.
I don't know how that man. I'm sorry.
EOD, go come over to my channel. Come over to my channel.
That was pretty funny earlier, Glenn, when Grid was saying that as like his main like comeback. right,
what?
saying that it was a sin or whatever. Well, like Solomon did bad. It's like Solomon went fucking nuts, man. Like hundreds, and then he
Went-
started like getting like foreign women and shit like
Yeah,
that.
strange women. Yeah, and he went. Not only did he go nuts, he also got like hard punished for it too. Like,
EOD, are you on my channel? You're on my channel yet, EOD? If the link's not pinned, I'll drop it again. I thought it was pinned. Here you go.
It's just kind of funny because it's just like, well, if 700 plus is going overboard, I think me getting like 2 or 3 is, I think I'll be okay.
Tim, why do you have to bring up that nasty ass video? It scarred me for life as a kid. No. Oh, that's so gross. Backflashes.
why? I should have not looked at the chat after I heard you say that. And I did.
What up, EOD?
What's up,
Howdy
man?
doody.
What's up? How y'all doing?
I'm doing well.
Chill, man, chill.
Good to see you.
Be
How you doing?
careful around this dude. Pretty sure he's Rob Nor's Wally.
He's Rob Norris. What?
Wally.
What is Wally? What do you mean by that?
Him. You're
I'm
him.
What do you mean I'm
You're-
his Wally? I'm
he's-
his Wally. What does that mean?
You're his
are
right-hand
you are
man.
his- yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's not necessarily untrue. I mean, when me and Rob get in a fucking panel together, I'm just like, yeah, go get him. Go on, get him. I'm just poking Rob in the butt with a fucking pitchfork.
I don't want to know what you're poking him in the butt with.
I'm provoking him, is what I mean. I'm provoking him. That's
I'm
all.
sure you are. You're provoking something. And
All right.
That's
did I hear the milk gear solid?
Sheesh.
all right, AJ.
Surprise,
Take it easy,
motherfucker.
bro. Take it easy. Hit me up later.
Have a good night, man.
Yeah, good.
So EOD, question for you.
All right.
Is polygyny a sin?
Is polygamy I
Nope.
call it polygamy. What is
Okay, whatever you
polygamy?
want to call it.
Allah strike yourself.
Whatever you want to call it. Okay, you know we were talking about one man, multiple wives, right?
Right. Okay. Yes, I think that's a sin.
Why?
Well, I think that the covenant of marriage is a covenant between man, woman, and God, and it's between one man, one woman, and God as a witness, in order to justify and understand the nature of a relationship and a dedication to one another is really what it's about. And when you have polygamy, you cannot dedicate yourself holistically to several different women at once. So I think.
Can I present you my argument? Now, mind you, I am not advocating. I am not promoting. I am saying something could be wrong and it's not necessarily a sin. It's not ideal, but it's not a sin, in my opinion. I think it's a lesser issue, right? Like it's not a salvation issue, in my opinion. So here is the argument. What we need to do is we need to strip away what we know is as church tradition and the feminist interpretation of scripture, because that's pretty much what now has become church tradition. And get rid of the Western romantic idealism and get back to what the Bible actually says and does not say about polygyny.
Well, I think part of what you're saying is self-defeating. You're saying that new tradition should be done away with and that old tradition should be preserved. Yeah.
No, I'm saying that we should go back to the original understanding of what the Bible says about this, rather than what we have exegesed out of it. Right? Okay. So, one, God has never declared polygyny a sin in the Bible. That's the obvious, right? Nowhere in the scriptures does God declare polygyny a sin. Not in the Old Testament, not in the New Testament, and not even the teachings of Jesus. So there's that. Sin is defined by is a transgression against God's law, right? That's what 1 John 3:4 says. If polygyny were a sin, were a violation of God's moral law, God would have condemned it clearly. Like he did adultery, homosexuality, bestiality, infidelity, idolatry, he would have clearly condemned it. Instead, God regulates polygyny in his law, which means he acknowledges it, governs it, permits it. Now, the law of Moses regulates, not prohibits, polygyny. Deuteronomy 21:15 lays out a law for a man who has two wives. God tells this man how to distribute his inheritance fairly between his sons. That's not a rebuke, that's a case law. If God was morally opposed to polygyny, he would have said, don't do it. Instead, he said, if you do it, here's how you do it justly. Not done yet. Likewise, in Exodus 21:10 speaks of a man who takes a second wife. He is commanded not to reduce the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first. Again, God doesn't outlaw the practice. He ensures that the women are not neglected if polygyny occurs. There's a difference between sin and structure. God gave structure, not condemnation, for plural marriages. Number 3, polygyny was practiced by God's chosen men with God's favor. Abraham, the father of the faith, had Sarah and Hagar. Jacob, the namesake of Israel, had 4 wives that become the tribe of Israel. Moses, who spoke face to face with God, married multiple women. David, a man after God's own heart, had many wives and concubines. God never condemned David for polygyny, but he judged him for adultery with Bathsheba and the murder of Uriah. God even gave David more wives. He's like, I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your arms. 2 Samuel 12:8. That's God talking, right? So if God is blessing polygynous men, use them mightily, never condemn them for their multiple wives, and then even gave them wives, how can we say God called that a sin?
Okay, so because okay,
I have 2 more points. 2 more points. I'm gonna get through them quickly.
Okay.
Jesus never condemned polygyny. He reaffirmed marriage. He reaffirmed marriage in Matthew 19, saying, "A man shall leave his father and mother and join to his wife." But he was answering a question about divorce, not polygyny. Nowhere does he say one man and only one wife, one woman. Moreover, Christ uses parables where he is the bridegroom marrying multiple people, the church being composed of multiple members. This isn't a literal endorsement, but it shows that Christ didn't shy away from the multi-bride imagery. That was also reflecting the same thing that God did in Jeremiah and also Ezekiel. Now, the New Testament eldership qualification does not equal moral law. It's basically a standard for a man to be in ministry. He had to be a husband of one wife. So if they're saying, hey, this is a standard bearer to be a deacon, you had to be a husband of one wife, then that means they had to be there was men around them that were husbands of multiple wives within the church.
That's not what that means. Okay, a deacon is an exemplar to the community. Yeah, we can agree on that.
Actually, a deacon is a very distinct position in the church. It's not a universal moral standard for all people, or not all of us are deacons.
No, of course not. But we strive to be better and to walk in Christ's light.
I don't strive to be a deacon.
It's like an elder.
You don't strive to walk in Christ's light?
I do, but not a deacon. They're just specifically talking about a role in the church, authority position in the church.
Okay.
Why
would it, I'm sorry. Go ahead. This is a third point.
This is my last point. Okay. Really, when it comes down to it, the Western rejection of polygyny is a cultural thing, not a biblical thing. The Greco-Roman world is what influenced heavily in the New Testament. Those were the laws back then. So we see a lot of their laws influencing culture of that time. So it wasn't part of the 10 Commandments. The Bible never says thou shalt not have more than one wife. Polygyny was a patriarchal model. Okay. And so if polygyny was a sin, that means David, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, every of the founding, patriarchs, all were sinning, and God made them sin.
Not all of them. Not all of them. Certainly not.
Well, which ones were not sinning when they were polygynous?
Those who only had one wife. Okay.
Which one had one wife?
Joseph and Paul and Peter.
No, those are, you're talking about disciples.
as well as Daniel. And
I was talking about the patriarchs.
Well, here's one thing I do want to point out to you is that I feel like you're making a flagrant confoundry between the old covenant and the new covenant.
You can't use big words with me, okay? Confounded. That's like more syllables than I use regularly. Okay, you gotta break that down.
I'm sorry, man. I'm not prepared for this. Okay, so I'm just drawing off the top of my head. But what I will say is that you're making the same the same mix up between the old covenant and the new covenant that a lot of atheists make. And I don't mean to throw you in the same bed as those folks. But I'm explicitly not. I'm explicitly not. What I'm trying to say is that the argument comes from that same sort of framework, right? Where you want to say that, well, what happened before in the old covenant is what's applicable to the new covenant, and that's not true.
I'm not saying that.
You touched on Matthew 19,
and I already addressed that. He said that both in the old covenant and the new covenant, it's not condemned.
Yeah, there's no like. Is God a God of confusion?
I get that. Okay, but you touched on Matthew 19, and what I'll say about Matthew 19 is that it breaches upon what is natural and what is true to the world that God has created, and that is that one man and one woman do consecrate a marriage by having one child, right? And then
more than one child, hopefully, but
ultimately, sure. But that one child is the consecration, sure.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the ideal of polygamy, I think that tends away from the natural order of what God created, and that a certain amount of that is just a little bit beyond what it is that God intended in my interpretation. Okay, that's
but then why would God? Then why would God give multiple wives to multiple individuals as a reward?
God did okay, so. a lot of these people were powerful people.
My bad. I'll step back, Glenn. You got this.
I'm trying, but
Jacob wasn't a powerful person. If it makes you feel any better, EOD, this is literally the exact line that I was taking as well.
Cheers, Dave. I appreciate that.
No, because again, this is all I got to say, because I don't agree with it. I don't think it's I would say it's not for best practices, gentlemen. Like, okay.
you more women, more problems for damn sure. Ain't that the fucking truth?
Well, no, like I said, it goes back to the question I asked. Is like, well, why would God make it a reward? Well, it seems like it's something that's more allowable for exceptional individuals, but that could just be me.
Well, okay, so we also know that God's the same yesterday, today, and forever, right? We read about that in Hebrews, right? So if that's the truth, if God was, I gave you all of Saul's wives, like I gave you extra pussy, and that wasn't enough for you, David. You got to go steal another man's wife and then get him killed.
That was kind of fucked up. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah.
So he didn't like chastise him for having multiple wives. He chastised him for stealing another man's wife.
We're coveting others.
You guys are too nice, man. You guys are too nice. I was saying the problem is Abraham. Abraham is the problem of modern society.
Well, Abraham listened to Sarah. That was the problem.
No, he you know what? He should have just stayed with Sarah, had the baby Isaac, but guess what? He banged that goofy.
Sarah told him to.
Hajar. It's a horrible name, by the way. I hate that
Hagar.
name. Hajar. Yeah. And guess what? She gave son Ishmael, who is the father of the
we know
Islam. We got it. That's why Iran and Israel fighting now.
Abraham is the problem of modernity.
Wild that it would be a family squabble for generations and generations.
Well,
Abraham
did prophesy that
Abraham,
will be at war.
That's true.
You effed up, bro. You effed up. Stay with Sarah. You should have stayed with Sarah the whole time.
Well, but here's the thing, right? When you have Jacob, right, where the nation of Israel comes from.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
The 12 tribes of Israel come from Jacob's line, who had 4 wives.
Here we go.
All of Israel.
all of Israel came from those sinful that sinful union. It's it's hard to say that God permitted something back then and blessed them.
God permitted Lucifer, right? I mean,
Did he bless Lucifer? Does he bless Lucifer
No,
for
he
acting?
did.
yeah, he
Wow,
did. He
all
did.
right.
He did. He did. He was the angel of music.
No,
and
he was
the best.
he
It
put him in a
specifically says
position,
he
but
was
he
filled
doesn't
with wisdom.
he doesn't
But
bless them continuously because he's like
Yeah, no, but he was a favored angel. He was the angel of heaven of
so. I mean,
music.
think about this.
He was loved at
David
one
was a
point.
polygynist,
There
living
you
in
go.
polygyny, and God says, and a murderer, and an adulterer, and he didn't continue to murder, and he didn't continue to
He's a
adulterate.
warlord. I base my life on Jesus Christ specifically because of that, instead of David, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, if God said that David is a man after God's own heart, a
And
polygynist,
Jesus,
an
Jesus
acting
is the lineage of
polygynist,
David.
living in polygyny, is a man after God's own heart. That's a man that's a man that would be willfully living in sin.
And I'm sorry, Christians. Jesus is the bloodline
I
of
thought
David.
you said you were a Christian. What's
No,
wrong with you?
I said, I'm sorry, Christians. Jesus is the bloodline of David. Am I wrong? He is the bloodline.
I don't know about that.
It's
No.
I mean,
He's not the
it's
bloodline of
Yahudi.
David. Is Mary the bloodline of David? Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes. David,
Okay.
Mary is a descendant. That remember, God promised David that the Savior of the world will come through David's bloodline. So, Mary is a descendant of David.
I'll have
And
to
in
accept
the
that.
Jewish culture, only the bloodline, they only go off of the mother's bloodline.
That's why Muhammad is the only who's not canon in the whole bloodline of Christ and whoever came before him, because of goddamn Hajar with her Ishmael. See Abraham again. It goes back to Abraham. Abraham, my guy. You ruined
Yep,
the whole
we
bloodline.
get it. You blame Abraham.
Yeah. He ruined the lineage. L Abraham. L.
Again, so we know that God, even Paul writes about, sexual immorality, the sin, the adulterer, the this, the that. They never say the polygynist. I mean, God's pretty clear what he's calling out as a sin and what's a transgression against him. But no, he said homosexuality. If you do butt stuff with the dude, that's gay and it's a sin. It's an abomination. But he never said
the prophet Lot, the Lot prophet. Yeah, the whole,
So help me understand where it is clearly stated that it's a sin, not exegesing something that is not.
No,
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say is that I think in the new covenant it is a bit of a sin, and whereas in the old covenant it was just kind of accepted, right?
Well, then would that mean God is changed?
That would mean that God's plan for society has changed. That's what it would mean.
But would he view something as a sin that he didn't view as a sin prior?
I think that God's plan for society changed, and that's what the new covenant is, and in creating that new covenant, he embraces and tries to get us to embrace monogamy. Monogamy is much better for society in the long run, right?
There's a problem, sir. There's a big problem.
That would make God not the same yesterday, today, and forever.
Right.
And it would discount prophecies of Christ's coming.
That's the problem.
Why?
You're making God
Because that's not a change. If he was already prophesied to come, then that means it was planned ahead of time. So there would be no change there, right? Because he already said he's coming.
That's true.
I mean, what is our conclusion then? Is that polygamy is fine and that I should have
No,
five
not
wives?
at all. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it is not God's original design, and it's not what he's intended, but it's not technically a sin.
No, I disagree, sir. Can we go back to the original formula? God, man,
Abraham.
woman, child. God,
Yes,
man,
we know
woman, child.
Abraham is. You blame Abraham.
No. Forget Abraham. Forget Abraham.
Father Abraham had many sons.
Can we go back to Genesis real quick? God, man, woman, child.
Yeah.
The OG formula.
That's the
Yes,
natural
that
order. That's
was
the natural order.
Yes.
that
Can
was
we go back to
before
that?
sin
All this
fell onto the
polygamy
earth,
garbage.
right?
I don't
And
care
then
about second
everything
wife,
got
third wife.
perverted. Everything got perverted, right? And why would God give Moses laws to govern
He said
polygyny
he said to
rather
not covet
than?
your neighbor's wife, and he chastised David for coveting his neighbor's wife. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because that was called adultery. It's
It's an
literally
unmarried woman. If it's an
it was a
unmarried woman,
married
it's
woman.
not.
It was not an unmarried woman.
Wait, wait.
Oh
No,
goodness.
didn't that happen under Moses where people were going crazy and then Moses came back with a tablet like, yeah, you guys are
Well,
effing up.
no,
Here's the rule. Here's the rule. The Ten
they,
Commandments.
the people said, "Hey, go up there and talk to the big guy for us. We don't want to go up there. Just give us some laws. Just take some notes, see what he says, and and let us
while he
know."
was up there, they were acting the fool. Aaron, his brother Aaron,
Yes, they were acting a fool,
They
and
were
that's
acting
where
a
he got.
fool and pushing for a king, and he said
Yeah.
no and went up that mountain and came back down, and the judges were started at that
Installed.
point.
Yeah, but
They,
like
they're,
even the
they're
laws,
worshiping
all
golden
the,
cows and all that. Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with polygyny. So when Moses came down with the laws, there was laws governing multiple wives. So if God was going to say no, that's a sin, stone those motherfuckers, he would have said it then. But he said, okay, if they're going to do this, this is how you're going to do it. Here's the structure that you need to enforce if this is going to be a thing. That's not that is when you give structure to something. How
Then
can it be?
you're explaining how the old covenant changes to the new covenant right there.
How did I explain that?
It's added structure onto that which has been. It is let's not do multiple wives anymore because it's against the natural order of things, right?
The new
But then where did
covenant
it
was
say that?
actually reserved for the priestly class, not the commoners, though. So, if you
What the
remember,
fuck does that mean?
if you
How,
remember,
how does Christ die on the cross for me, and then that's not a new covenant for me? Like, what are you talking about?
I want to understand.
Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Brick, did you just call me a common folk?
are you ordained?
I am.
I mean,
if you're ordained, then you're
vagabond.
fine to take on that new covenant. But if you're not ordained, then you're not part of that new
Technically,
covenant.
I am. I could, yeah.
If
I wouldn't
if
be up
you
there.
See,
if
I'd
you
go back to-
partake, right? So if you remember, Jesus during his last evening, when he passed the wine and
the Last Supper.
Are you talking about the Last Supper?
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So
He's
that
Okay, I
was
thought you were talking about when he. I thought you were talking about when he called out Peter 3 times. Like, yo, Peter, you love me? Yeah, motherfucker, go feed my sheep, bitch.
Wait.
Peter,
This is
do you love
was
me?
one.
why
That was also in reference to the new covenant, and Peter also received the keys to the kingdom. So a lot of things are reserved for that priestly class or the ordained, or however you want to put it in your tongue. So certain things,
I don't
The
want to put it in
baptized.
the tongue at all.
Right? Like that's the tongue that I put it in. Is the baptized. I mean,
guys, can we focus? I'm confused. Go back to polygyny. Where does
Hold
polygyny
on,
come from?
everybody, real quick. Good morning, LCJC.
Good
How are you
morning.
doing?
How are you? I'm doing good. You're doing a late stream.
I live in London. It's morning. Good morning.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Well, I wanted to. You were talking about polygamy, and what you guys are
Polygyny.
forgetting is that women back in the day couldn't take care of themselves because of the way life was. Polygamy was allowed because if a husband died, the brother had to take on the wife, or she would perish, and they weren't allowed to own land back then.
Yeah,
that wouldn't.
and
She's right. That's polygamy. That's polygamy.
Well, that's polygyny still. Still same thing, polygyny.
It's the same thing.
If the wife didn't, if the husband did not give her a son, then the brother-in-law had to, give her a son, or she get to go drag him in front of the men in front of the city gates, and
Why do you feel scared to say that? Yes. The brother-in-law marries the wife if the husband dies in war, Yeah.
And he had to give her a son, even if she was the ugly one.
Yeah. Come on, to carry the bloodline. It's all about legacy, bloodline. Come on,
That
man.
is that is really fucked up. Like think about it, like,
No,
man,
it's
I
not,
want to
no,
fuck
no,
your ugly
you're wrong,
wife.
sir. You're wrong.
Your wife is ugly and she's annoying. Don't make me do this.
Really,
bro? You
come at me,
died?
sir. I will debate you on the brotherhood.
Think about this. That guy, he didn't get a choice about when the
he
proverb
died.
where it says it's better to live in the corner of your roof than live in the house of the nagging wife. He didn't get a choice. He got ordered to do it.
I'll give you a scenario. Your brother, he's married to the hottest heifer in town, but he died in a war. And you know what? Your local elder
Did you
says,
say
you know what,
heifer?
sir? Heifer, yeah, I like that word. I like that word, heifer. Yeah. The local elder says, hey, your brother died, and you need to marry your sister-in-law. And
No, I do
introduce more
not.
children.
I have
but
free
but she
will.
but she but she is the hottest heifer. You're
There's
capping.
no
You're saying
such
no.
thing.
You're
That's an
capping. You're lying.
oxymoron. That's an oxymoron. Hottest
Wise up.
heifer?
I mean, yeah, you can get a hot heifer. You can get a hot heifer.
Dear Lord.
Heifers are usually used for breeding, aren't they? That's why we call them
my
heifers.
point. That's
Yeah.
my point.
I like it medium rare, you know.
But sir,
Now,
you get
now
my point.
I
You get my
like
point.
I like the line that JC was on, saying that or LCJC was on, saying that it was permitted. Well, that would make it not a sin.
It's not.
Yes.
So isn't God the same yesterday, today, and forever?
Oy vey.
I believe there are different dispensations throughout time.
Well, isn't
And-
that what does it say in Hebrews about God being the same yesterday, today, and forever? He's the Alpha
He
and
does
the
not
Omega, the
contradict
beginning and the
himself. He
end.
does
He's
not.
old time.
So if that's the case, then why would God give laws to his people that would be allowing them to sin?
God did not give us a law that said we should marry more than one wife.
No, he didn't. He said if you do, here's how you do it. So wouldn't that be not necessarily not promoting it, but it's like here's a structure of if he didn't want them to do it, he'd be like, no, that's a sin, stone them.
All right, fine. I'll give you this. I'll give you this, Glenn. I'll concede that it's permissible. I'll concede that it's permissible.
Thank you. It's not a sin.
I'll concede that it's permissible.
I said this is what I said earlier.
I think
this is what I said earlier. It's against God's natural law, but it's not against God's law for man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just think it's like, you're just asking for more problems. God's like, look, man, I don't want you to complicate your life. Okay? Why?
Why would
men
you
have
do
this?
Why?
Men have this thing about complicating their life. We like to do it.
But guess what happened, sir? Guess what happened? Secularism happened. Religion went out of the building, and now
See
we
what the
allow
nations are doing around us.
egalitarianism, sir. We all equal, sir. We all equal. Women, man, child, equal. God said, you know what? Peace out. There is no God in this circle right now. It's
So
over.
I like the scriptures. In Acts, Paul actually mentioned to everyone what it was specifically. He actually said, "For it seemed that good to the Holy Spirit and to us to lay upon you no greater burden than these necessary things." These are the things that he actually pointed to. He said that you should abstain from meats offered to idols, and from blood, and from things strangled, and from fornication, from which all of you keep yourselves. You should do well. So really, the only one that alludes to anything in that regard would be fornication. If you look up fornication,
it's marriage outside of wedlock. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's sex outside of wedlock. I'm sorry.
Well, actually,
outside of the marriage.
Yep.
It's actually you could say marriage outside of wedlock, because when a man and woman became one flesh in the act of
Sexual
penetration,
congress. Yeah.
they were considered married.
Yeah, Abraham.
Yeah,
Yes,
Abraham.
This is true.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about fornication, right? So yes, you're right that there is this definition
Damn,
of
I've been married
fornication.
1,000 times. No I'm kidding.
Oh,
Not 1,000 is nowhere near that.
So then you would need to define what marriage is, and so you would want the biblical definition, right? Wouldn't that make sense of what marriage is, so that you know that you're not fornicating, which is something outside of marriage. And so in Genesis 2:24 it says this: "For this reason a man shall leave his father and his mother and be joined to his wife, and they shall become one flesh." Matthew 19:5 also says, "For this reason a man shall leave his father and his mother and be joined to his wife," not wives, notice that, "and the two shall become one flesh." And then also Mark 10:8 says, "And the two shall become one flesh," so they are no longer two, but one flesh. Now, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm just reading the scriptures.
All the same passages I brought up to
And
Glenn when I did my
in
debate.
Matthew 19, he's talking about divorce, not marriage per se. He's addressing divorce. And nowhere does it say a man cannot remarry wives. It says if you marry a wife and you divorce her without for any other reason other than sexual immorality, then you have, and marry another, you have committing adultery. So marrying other wives is not necessarily a sin.
And I agree.
Damn it, Abraham.
Yeah.
Damn it, Abraham.
Fucking Abraham, it's all your fault. You fucking Abraham.
I want to hear what LC has to say about it.
All right, I'll be back in just a second. I'll be around, but I'm here. But I'll be back in just a second.
I just want everybody to quit blaming me for everything. Damn it.
Abraham, hello.
Hold on.
Sorry, Elsie. Go ahead.
That's okay. Just really quick. So I believe the reason for the laws and the scriptures you just read, if you think about it logically, the reason it was only supposed to be one man, one woman, or the man could take on the wife of his brother, it was because of bloodline. But if you can imagine, truly think about it, when you do the act of sex, and he says you become one, he's not saying that just to say that, okay, now you're married. Your souls join together. So when you're having multiple partners, whether you're married or single, it makes no difference. When you're having multiple partners, you're carrying, their soul becomes part of you, and all the souls they've been with become part of you. And people wonder why their lives are so crazy and out of sync, because you're carrying all their burdens and all their crap. So it's not so much behave and don't have fun. No, he's trying to tell you what happens to your body, your soul.
Yeah. It's like an admonishment.
Yeah.
It's called imbalance pair bonding. It's scientifically.
Well, we did realize in this breakdown tonight, because me and Abe went all the way back to Genesis, and what we learned is that polygyny leads to being pimped out by your wives for mandrakes.
All
for fruit.
All for fruit.
Your wife will pimp you out for some fruit. Think about that, fellas.
It's pretty sad. Pretty sad. I said to Glenn that it sounded like that was like the first excuse for an open marriage, only it was one way.
Over from fruit.
Yep.
You know what? Yeah. I want to say something diabolical. But it's YouTube. I'll keep.
Well, think about this. He had no authority over that. Like Leah was like, or Rachel was like, look, give me some mandrakes and I'll let him, stay with you tonight. Look, all right, woman. And like Leah, the ugly sister, runs out to him when he's coming home from work. He's like, oh my God, what do you want? The eye, the one with the eye, the lazy eye. He's like, what? And she's like, well, you're coming home with me tonight. It's like, can I just get some peace and quiet? Why?
Mandrakes. I gotta get them mandrakes.
Well, my son gave your other wife a bunch of mandrakes, and she traded you for mandrakes. So how do you think that makes you feel? You're only worth some mandrakes.
The ultimate emasculation. Your wife traded
Nasty
you
word.
off for fruit.
Nasty.
Your wife traded
Nasty
you
word.
off between each other for some fruit.
Okay. Real talk, fellas and lady.
That was real talk. That's in the
This is the
Bible.
God. This is the God who's omnipresent, omniscient for all time. But then we see all these goofy, allegories. I'm like,
It's because man
why
is a
though?
messy, goofy creature. That's why.
Okay, but
Yep.
why this social experiment? I'm tired. I can't
Oh
do it.
my Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
We're all on the stage.
My God, I'm tired. Like, can we end it?
No.
This experiment is goofy. It's a
No.
goofy experiment. It's
Dance,
So
monkey,
then actually,
dance.
then this actually
Yes, monkey
presents.
dance.
Let me ask you guys this then, because there are a community of Christian polygynists. There may be a small community. I know a few of them.
Mm-hmm.
Other Christians should probably not treat them like they are
the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, like they're leopards.
I agree.
Lepers, yeah.
No, I'm
I
talking
don't
about
think
leopards, like the animal. Okay.
Oh, the spots. Okay. All right.
Shut up,
Well,
Dave.
sure.
I'm correcting me and shit.
I'm just checking. I'm just checking. You know.
Well, you
I
were
didn't
right.
know-
I just didn't
See,
need you to do it.
well, I didn't think that leopards sounded so bad. Like that's not like a punishment. You're a badass.
The disease like leprosy, yeah. The guy,
Leprosy, yeah. Like no, they treat them like they're ostracized. They're not real Christians.
One touch.
They're degenerate Christians.
Well,
like
that is a huge issue across the board, right?
Absolutely.
There's too many Christians calling other Christians not Christians because they don't believe exactly the way that they do. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure you needed to accept Christ. And
you better be careful not to say that in front of your Orthodox. 'Cause, they're part of the one true church.
Hey, you know what? I will talk to them all day long. That's fine.
Yeah.
And Muslims have the Shia versus Sunni. So you guys are not special. You're not
No,
special.
no, it's every
Yeah.
religion actually.
Yeah.
Well,
you're
there
not
were
the true one.
there were 12 tribes, right? But they were all of the same nation, nations of the same nation. So it's an interesting factor that does happen within Christianity. Even people who aren't denominational. I wouldn't even call it non-denominational. I hate that.
I do too.
Yeah,
I hate it.
Because non-denominational is a denomination.
Right.
It's just Christian.
The worst character in history was Henry VIII when he divided Christianity in half. That was a bad why? You know why?
So-
Because he wanted some.
You
some-
are
some-
taking
some
it down
Gucci.
a whole different rabbit hole. We were talking about polygyny. Stay on topic.
My issue with what you're saying, Glenn, is like if we're the body of Christ and we're all separated into pieces, we're kind of like a paraplegic at this point or quadriplegic.
Yeah, like we're not in unity. Like we have this, we're not working together. Like if we're the body of Christ, I already know where my role is. I'm the asshole of the body of Christ. Okay, I flush the shit out. Okay. Not the neck, not the head, I'm not the cool biceps or anything like that. I am the butthole.
Great.
How's that colon doing?
Well, do you feel backed up?
Lots of meat.
Not at all. Not at all.
Doing my job.
Hell yeah.
But like we're not operating in one unit, like a unit. It's like everybody thinks, oh well, you're not a real Christian, and it's those Protestants are all fucked up. It's like, well, are we not one body, or are you saying that we're let the Orthodox tell you that we're not Christians?
That was my point, sir. That's my point. Blame it on Henry VIII. He divided Christianity to Catholic versus Protestant because he wanted some Gucci. He was a horny English
Wait,
king.
so we're going
And he
right back
decided.
to the same topic then, aren't we?
Blame on England. Oh yeah, guys, blame on England. England was the
No, I was saying
of Christianity.
he did it for a woman. He traded
Yes.
mandrake for mandrakes. Okay.
God damn you. he wanted a son. He divided Christianity for a son.
No, this actually
But-
was actually foretold about the wolves that would move in.
Hey, fucking Wally. I am not saying anything along those lines. I don't know what you're talking about.
But by the way, no offense to any Christians. I'm being silly. No offense.
Well, you know, when you think about it, like the church seems very fractured. Like if we are at war with each other more than we are at war with,
being a house divided does us no service, and it doesn't allow us to stand guard or be the watchmen that we're supposed to be. That's for sure.
Yep.
I am.
I mean, look, I know I have my issues with Catholics. Like, I do not trust priests around boys whatsoever, and I think we have enough historical reasons to support that. But I also don't think that priests should not be married. I think they should be married. I think they should uphold, what it says, be a husband of one wife.
That's absolutely true.
I agree. And also, I don't like. So I've recently learned about because I follow a guy called Jay Dyer on YouTube, and he actually kind of
never heard of him.
Of course he didn't. Of course he didn't.
I've never done a show with them ever.
I learned about the Vatican, the authority, the papacy. Apparently, you guys meant to follow like Vatican I, but now like Vatican II. It's like some anime transformation. But then Vatican II is like, anyone could be Catholic. Anyone. Does that defeat the purpose?
Yep.
Does not destroy the whole purpose of.
Everybody was giving the last Catholic, what's his name, Popey guy, a lot of flack when he said like all religions leads to Christ or leads to God, and I was like, well, he's telling the truth. Everybody's gonna meet God in Judgment Day.
That's
you're all gonna. All religions do lead to God. You're all gonna see him on Judgment Day. Doesn't matter what you believe.
The previous stuff was horrible, man. That guy was a plant. I'm sorry. That not this one. The one that passed away.
Well, the one that passed away was like
he was the agent. He was the agent of
a Jesuit from Argentina or something like that. So.
And then people wonder why are young people converted to Orthodoxy? Because the Roman Catholic Church is goofy right now. It's looking horrible.
Yeah.
Even atheists can tell you that. Like, God damn,
all religions do not lead to God. That's not correct. I'll be right back. I'm almost back. Hold on a minute.
Don't they all lead to be the throne room of judgment?
Yep. You will not survive. That's just a fact of life.
So technically, all religions do lead to God.
See
that's the judgment seat that we all have to look at.
I agree and disagree, because religion is meant to stabilize community. Without religion, you have no community. I mean, look at the Western world today. Do you know your neighbor? Hardly. Because there is no community. There is no church. There is no gathering of anything.
But maybe that's because of our predisposition.
I would say people do know their neighbors in the Western world. We just don't really care to talk to them all the time. And they don't care to talk to us all the time. We know each other. We know each other very well in that.
I talk to my neighbor pretty regularly. My neighbor is my dad. So me and my dad have houses right next to each other.
What about the local community? Do you engage
Well,
with the local community?
here's the issue. The unifying factor is the fact that we're all Christians, so we do actually try to build community. If we weren't, we probably wouldn't.
I think we suck at it.
We do suck at it. Absolutely.
Well, if you remember the story of the Tower of Babel, when people tried to come under that unified one world government / religion, God removed that ability.
God said, hell no.
Rick, do you remember what God said about that?
Specifically referring to
he said when enough men were gathered together, they could accomplish anything. And then he fractured it. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I took meanings from that. I took two meanings. Either God was terrified because humanity can conquer God, or God was like, you know what, you guys are too stupid that you need to be divided and stay with your own people, stay with your own race.
In my opinion, it was because he wanted to show his power. It's his will. It's his governance, that we should be following, not men. And the problem with
hey,
creating-
watch out saying those words, okay? You're gonna get Wally gonna be upset.
Well, you know where I'm going with that. So,
well,
all right. So, all religions do not relate to God. So, what you have to ask yourself is where does a religion lead you, right? Like there are certain elements of morality in Buddhism that will overlap with Christ's teaching. Yes, but when you look at something like Hinduism, there's varying degrees of morality that lead to all different kinds of things.
He's saying they all lead to the judgment seat.
Like if at the end of their life, doesn't matter what religion that they have, don't they all go to the throne room of judgment?
They all die, yeah,
and they all meet God in judgment, right?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
He's not saying they go to heaven. He's saying they
I never said they go to heaven. I said they all religions lead to God.
I reckon.
See, sir.
What Buddhism also teaches us there's not a God, and then in Islam, it teaches us that you should cast out the non-believers and throw people off a fucking building, for not following Islam.
As a Muslim, I can confirm. Well,
wait a minute. I thought you said you weren't a Muslim.
Yeah. I said
a former.
As a former Muslim, former.
You should have said that.
You know what? You need to get
I
your
don't
religion under
I don't
control.
condone.
You need to get your story straight, mister.
I don't condone.
Earlier he was talking about like us Christians, and then he's like you Christians, and
now he's like us Muslims. Yeah, what the fuck, man? What is the real story here, Joker? Come on.
I am a shapeshifter. I'm a religious shapeshifter.
He's a mimic.
Oh my gosh.
He's a religious mimic. Yeah. Just call yourself a Hindu. Why not? Come on.
Oh hell no. See, that's my worst fear. Reincarnation. That is the worst outcome.
He's like, that's a hard line for me. I only do Abrahamic religions, okay?
Yeah. I don't want to come back here. If I die, just let me be. I don't want to come back. Reincarnation.
So
I hate that. No.
So I think EOD we could conclude that
but it's not.
This is for K2. This is for K2, not you, Glenn. This is for K2.
Okay, sure.
I think it has dual meaning.
I think so.
I'm sorry, man.
A double entendre over here.
It's reactionary at this point. K2 says ginger wave. I'm like, fuck you, K2. But all right.
So I think it's safe to assume that technically there's no overtly claims of polygyny as a sin. May not be what God has originally designed and desired for us. Fuck Abraham, bad Abraham. We get it. But that means that there are believers that may practice that lifestyle that we should not ostracize out of the community, but embrace them as brothers.
I mean, I have family who engage in polygyny, and I've seen it be disastrous. I don't recommend it for men.
I was gonna say you're asking us to be like big tent Christians on this one and say that Mormons are okay, and I'm like, no.
Mormons have this other book. They found it in like the cornfield with Joseph whatever had some shit up his ass, and then he pulled it out. Like,
I have to be completely honest. I cracked up so hard when Andrew kept calling it the what do you call him? The angel, because the name is Moroni, and he was like
Mormons are racist.
He was calling him the angel moron. The angel moron, and he just kept doing it, and he was in a debate against a Mormon, and I was just like, oh damn.
Like low key, like Mormons don't even hide. Mormons don't even hide their racism.
Yeah, no, it's real.
They're like, you're black. You're black. It's because you're part of the devil.
Blacks
came from Lucifer.
It's the curse of Ham. It's the curse of Ham to them.
Yeah, that's garbage.
It's so crazy to me.
It's like you're born. You didn't have no choice. Well, you're going to hell, you little demon.
I am a Hamite. I got the curse. Yes, I am.
Get out of here.
I am African. Yes, I am a Hamite.
You're not a Hamite.
I am, because Ham gave birth to a son called Cush, and Cushite is the Horn of
No.
Africa.
No, I like
The
bacon,
Cushites
and you're
are the
not a Hamite.
Somalians, the Ethiopians, and the
Wally, like Mormons are barely human.
See, the Mormons, they might be right. They might be right. I may come from a curse.
Yeah, but
I
it
got
doesn't
cursed.
even say that.
I know. The black came from Lucifer. I saw the cartoon on YouTube with the
Okay.
Mormonism.
Okay.
But
But
so-
I'm talking about Noah. No, Ham saw
So-
Noah naked,
Next
and
time-
he got
No,
cursed.
like, so this
and
actually is
Ham
actually a good
became a
one.
dark skin.
Now that we could put to rest polygyny, can we get into eschatologies?
Oh
What the
my
fuck is that?
gosh.
What? Yeah. Explain.
Really?
I'm
You're going to
low
get into
IQ.
eschatology? I don't even think normal people know eschatology.
Yeah. I
Okay,
can't even
so-
spell it. Spell it.
All right, so when I was graduating Liberty, I had to write my paper on eschatologies. That was like my last assignment, right? And we had to pick an eschatology and why we chose this eschatology, why we believe this eschatology, and
What did you pick?
so I created my own.
Oh wow! I thought you were going to say you did pre-trib rapture. or
No,
something.
okay. So eschatologies is like pre-tribulation, post or mid-tribulation, post-tribulation, like when they think the rapture is going to happen.
So what happens to you after you die?
So
Well,
this is my
Fire
more
truck.
like more like
They
end
fire truck.
times theology.
Yes, it's end times theology. And I said, well, all eschatologies are stupid because the Bible says not even the Son is going to know when the Father is going to send them back. So then Jesus doesn't even know when he's coming back. So why the fuck do you think
we
you
are
could
all
guess?
going to hell. We are
And
all
then,
hellbound.
and then I was like, what makes you think you're smart enough to know when he's coming back? So here's my eschatology. Hurry up and wait. If you stay ready, you'll be ready, and you're never going to be late. So just hurry up and wait.
I agree with that, though.
That's the pathos of the army right there.
That's the beauty, though, of the whole thing. Like, because you don't know, you're going to delve deeper and you're going to learn more, and you're going to delve deeper and you're going to learn more.
I know when Jesus is coming. I know.
So
Also,
this
every
is the-
drug deal.
So this is the funny thing. You guys remember Y2K? They want to hear some crazy
Yeah.
story. So my
That's
mom,
cringe.
my mom literally believed that the rapture was happening on the at the year 2000, right? So at this time, like I was big in the hip hop scene. I was open up for like small acts, and I was asked to open up for not this show. This show was DJ Felly Fell, and I forgot who he was gonna have there. This is like a LA DJ. He worked for the Power 106 radio station. Pretty big, pretty well known guy. And my mom told me I couldn't go because we are getting raptured at midnight, and we needed to be raptured as a family. Now I'm mad because like this was my opportunity to perform. I was like a sophomore that year, and I had to turn it down. And so I waited because I'm a smartass. Midnight happened, looking at the clock. And then I threw a bunch of clothes on the floor in my room and hid them behind my closet.
Oh, you're a dick.
And then I
Fuck's
pop
sake.
out of the closet. I was like, oh, guess you're all still here. We're all
Left
going to hell.
behind.
Oh my god.
Left behind.
That's diabolical, sir. That's diabolical.
Here's
you know what?
the
You,
sad
you
thing.
deserve to go to hell, sir.
You caused
Yeah.
your mom an existential crisis, man.
Like, well, she should have let me go to the concert. Okay, that's what she should have done.
You ain't even right,
Hellbound.
man. You ain't even right.
Hellbound.
So here's the funny thing: the next year, I got to open up for Bone Thugs and Harmony in Too Short, and she didn't care because like the whole following year is like, well, we're off a year on the Jewish calendar. We were supposed to be on the North calendar, the South. I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's 2001, not 2000. I was like, well, you know what? I'm gonna go, and if you guys ain't here, don't worry. I got the car, I got the house. I'll be straight. You know, like
I'm gonna live my life. Y'all go ahead and freak
You're
out if
singing
you
Bone
want.
Thugs and Harmony music, yeah.
Wow. So you were opening up for freaking like Too
Yeah.
Short, like Blowjob Betty Too Short?
yeah,
Wow.
Oh shit.
yeah.
That's fucking heavy, bro.
2001 in Ventura, California, with DJ Felly Fell, Too Short, Bone Thugs and Harmony. Dog Pound was there. That's like Corrupt and
That's fucking
all those
heavy,
guys.
bro. That's fucking big. That's a big show.
Yeah, I was still in high school at the time.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's
And like the funny
crazy.
thing is, like, I'm still friends with like the guys with like from Dog Pound. I was just at my friend's birthday party earlier this year, Fatel, who I'm going to be doing some content with, and we had a young Roscoe, who is Corrupt Young Gotti's little brother. He was there.
Oh, I
And
remember.
we have a video of me and him freestyling as we're walking around the Cybertruck that I brought.
Dude, that's freaking cool.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's baller as fuck, man.
2001.
It's fun. Like I don't really do much in the music industry so much now as like write my own music and do music videos. But yeah,
To be
I gotta look into that. I gotta look into that. I did not realize you were a musician, man. That's my bad.
yeah. No, I play the bass and I write music.
Hey, he's Lucifer. He's Lucifer. The angel
And you
of
rap
music.
apparently, yeah. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, Lucifer. Yeah.
I used to tell the chat like, okay, if we hit this super chat goal, which none of them have done tonight, for some reason.
It's because it's a religious debate.
No, they don't like my topic. They're like, "Fuck Glenn," He's
Yo,
like,
They're like,
that
you're
trend is
promoting
crazy.
polygyny.
you're a
He's
sinner, Glenn. You're a sinner.
But
Tuning
I would
to
say,
my,
okay,
to my 2001 music.
Aren't we
I would
all?
tell them like, okay, you guys, if we hit the super chat goal, I want you to give me 5 words, and I will freestyle using those 5 words, and just make it up on the top of my head.
Harmony. Yeah.
Jelly beans, dingleberry, fidge, fucker.
Well, we didn't hit the super chat goal, so we can't help you.
All right, well.
Looks
You
like
know,
you're gonna have
maybe-
to freestyle it, Yodi.
I'm with them jelly beans and this fidge fucker on these dingleberry motherfuckers. Don't know what the fuck I'm saying, motherfucker.
Yeah. Now I understand why the blacks don't
Now
like
use
around.
periwinkle.
Caucasoid.
So,
I can't rap for the fuck, man. I ain't gonna
all
try.
right, so let's get back on track.
All right.
Yeah.
So
religion and
Wait, there's a
political-
track?
Elsie, no, we're way out there. Elsie, what are
Can
your
we talk
thoughts
Islam
like,
for a second?
overall on the polygyny topic? Do you agree that it's it may not be God's ideal thing, but it may not be a sin?
I'll concede that to you. I think that's a fair characterization right there.
Thank you.
I think it's a
Oh,
sin.
Ticky Tack comes in with the $20 super chat.
Whoa!
He's like, super chat goal? Yeah, I didn't repost it again because nobody was listening. I said, why set myself for that level of failure or letdown?
That's what you got to do, man. Here's what I got to tell you is that what I've noticed in Rob's chat is when he's not engaged and trying to get people to give money, nobody wants to give any fucking money. When he turns to the chat and he says, "Give me money, fuckers," they're all like, "Okay, here you go."
I tried that and everybody's like, crickets. I even did a protest. I even did a silent protest where I was like, I'm not talking.
He did. He made me talk.
And then Abe looked that up for me.
Now,
He's
now,
like,
you, now you know your business plan. Now you know
Like
your
a
business
like a
plan.
flow test.
Man.
Yes,
I was
just like
That's
that.
what flow does.
I'm like I'm sending him messages in the private chat like, hey, read this, ignoring me. And then I had to unmute myself. I had to break my own protest.
Nah. Don't be coy. Demand for money. Send me money.
I felt like such a dick. I was like, oh shoot, I didn't even notice there was private chats.
So I gotta read. I gotta read it. Go ahead, read it. Read your super chat. Go ahead.
He did that
Your
already.
orange.
I did.
Wait, did he already? Ah.
Yeah, it wasn't anything. He just said he doesn't know what to rap about.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, Caucasoids.
It was a I don't know.
Rap about Mom Sketty.
Mom skitty. Vomit on my sweater already.
Abraham's.
But his palms are hairy.
Sweaty secondary. Yeah.
Stop blaming me for everything, damn it.
I don't
Damn
like
it,
Abraham. I'm just saying I don't like Abraham. How about that?
Damn
Yeah, I
it,
don't-
Bobby.
All right, so now there's a new super chat goal. Now we're gonna do the freestyle. All right, there we
Damn
go.
it, Bobby.
God damn it, Bobby.
I will apply I will apply 4 of the $5 out of the $20 to it. So all we really gotta do is hit 6. Okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
You heard it, people. Give this man
I'm
your
nice.
money. Give this man your money. He's a good man. Give this man your money.
Like, no, he supports polygyny.
My British pounds. The British pound is strong, bro.
Maybe if you give him enough money, he'll stop believing that men can have multiple wives.
I never said I do.
My
hold on.
money will come if he agrees with monogamy.
I want to ask the lady on the panel, what are your thoughts on the we're putting the rest of polygyny topic. Do you agree with our overall consensus?
Well, I believe it. There's a reason for being able to have multiple wives, but I believe a lot of people that do it don't do it for those reasons.
I agree.
Fair. That's fair.
I disagree.
Well, okay. I'd be interested to know what your reasons for having multiple wives are. What do you think?
Well, like you said, you're able to take on your brother's wife to take care of her. But in today's age, men have made it possible for women to not need a man. So it's not done today mostly. It was done back in the day because women could not take care of themselves. They couldn't. That's why they needed to have sons.
So you think only in terms of like interfamilial matrimony relationships, like my brothers, if they had died, then I could take on their wives, but that would be the only reasonable explanation as to why I should be.
You would take on
polygamous.
their wives if they didn't have a male heir.
Yeah.
Because the male heir would be the one that would be now the new patriarch.
So you want mothers to marry their sons? I mean, that's
No.
Wait.
What you're saying is that? I mean,
no. If the woman from the brother didn't have a male child, then he would take her as the brother of the one who died, would then take that wife and give her a son to keep that bloodline.
Yes.
I'm so
hence the phrase "my brother's keeper."
Yep. Am I my brother's keeper?
Yeah, you follow up on carrying on your bloodline. You're carrying the bloodline.
And she had no rights, no nothing. So because the man had
we
died,
don't care about the heifer. We
she
don't
can't
care
just
about rights.
He can't just go remarry someone else. So it was the duty of the brother to then take his brother who had passed away, his wife, and continue the bloodline. That's the biblical principle, though.
And remember the story of the woman that the dad refused to send his sons, and she ended up, I forget the whole story, but she ended up pretending to be a prostitute, slept with the dad, got pregnant by him.
Oh, you're talking about Lot's daughters. No, Lot's daughters were freaking nasty. They got their dad drunk and they raped him.
No. This is a different story. I know about them. They thought they were the only ones left on the earth, and they got them drunk to have babies. But I forget the story. I was hoping one of you guys would remember the story. She, I think she got married, and then he died. But the dad refused to send the other sons to her. But she pretended to be a prostitute.
Are you talking about Ruth?
I was wondering about that.
Ruth and Boaz?
That sounds
perhaps.
Because Boaz was like 40 years older when he married Ruth. There's like a 40-year age gap. That's why I say people can't say age gap's a thing.
I was going to say age gap is one thing, but having 7 wives is something else. You know.
No, she tricked him she tricked him to have sex with her, got pregnant, but she stole his staff, I think, and then went to him and said, "I am the one that you slept with," and then he took her in. I can't remember
I've never heard of it, to be honest. I never heard.
Yeah, it's a big story in the Bible.
It's a big story, you guys. It's a big one.
Well, not big, but it's. I was hoping one of you guys
would. I'm trying to remember. I don't recall that story.
Yeah, one of you Christians, go find it. You Christians. Go find the story.
So explain what the crux of the story was again.
Was that he refused to send the other sons to her, one after the other, and I think either he sent them and they died, or he refused to send them, and she said fine. She pretended to be a prostitute.
He probably needs his internet probably tweaked out on him.
Oh, all right.
I'm trying to think of what story that is.
Oh my God, it's in the Bible. I can't remember.
It's easy. Just Google what you just said. Just Google after what she just said, and Google was like, here we go. The story of blah blah. God damn, you lazy Christians. Lazy.
I swear.
Okay.
So I think it's safe to say that. Now you want to hear my argument for what?
We
You want to hear?
need to shape
No, hold on,
Abraham.
ELD. I'm going to tell you my argument for why polygyny is a sin.
But why it's a sin? Okay, so this
Yes.
is a counter to what you gave before.
Yes.
All right.
So, in the New Testament, God says He puts the authorities over us, right? The people in power, our government above us, right? Our rulers. He personally places them, and it says that we got to obey the laws of the land. And our laws says that marrying more than one wife is illegal, so therefore it would be a sin. And I'm not trying to go to jail and sin against God at the same time, so therefore it would be a sin.
Who said it would be illegal? You said that God didn't make it illegal. But
Well, no, God didn't make it illegal, but the laws of the land, our government says it's illegal.
Well, who created?
So you got to render to Caesar what is Caesar's, and you got to obey
Render
the
unto
laws
Caesar
of the
what is
land. Therefore, it would be a sin.
No, sir. No, sir. Who created the land? Who is the monarch?
And I'll tell you this right now. I actually broke that earlier today. I jaywalked because I didn't want to use the crosswalk. And
No. See, that's cap. See,
Take him to jail.
see, you go to hell. You're hellbound. Yeah.
So yes, you are right in that we should obey the law in as much as it does not break God's law. So all things are lawful, but not all things are beneficial.
Are permissible or
the law of God supersedes the law of man for sure.
God damn.
Right.
I hate defending atheists, but you guys think.
But the interesting thing about that would mean that in this case, it does not break God's law. So it would be the thing to do to follow man's law in this
Why?
case, because
Why?
it does not break God's law.
Because we're
It
supposed
does
to
not
follow
break
the law.
God, but to follow man's law. Yeah.
Yep, we're supposed to follow the law of the land so long as it does not conflict with the law of God.
Correct.
Right on.
So it
here's
goes
the
back
other
to free
thing.
will, right? Okay.
Here's the other question. Should we in the United States legalize polygyny and criminalize homosexuality, because homosexuality is a dead end, no reproductive benefits?
Well, hold on. Before we go down that road, I want to highlight this comment in the Age chat from Suspense. He says, "Not really, because you just bring it down to who do you follow, Jesus, Abraham, or David? And if you believe they have more authority over Jesus, Son of God, then you're probably not a Christian."
I don't think that's what anybody is saying.
Well,
Abraham L. David
Jesus-
is a J word, and Christ is king for you.
Christ did not have a wife, right? So
Well,
No,
not
no,
unless you read the the
No, don't use Mary Magdalene.
You read that
I don't
book.
hear-
What is
I
it?
don't hear that his name.
Gnostic gospel stuff.
No.
that Gnostic
The Da Vinci Code. If you read the Da Vinci
Oh,
Code,
No, Da Vinci.
Dan Brown, really?
Oh my
okay, hold on, hang on. It's the Nag Hammadi text. It's the Gnostic Gospels. Yeah.
yeah.
Jesus died a virgin at the age
I'm
of 33.
kidding. But yes, but I'm talking about God's view on it, right? If God viewed it as a sin back then, it doesn't matter if nobody's following David, nobody's following Abraham or anything. We're pointing out actually God's nature on the thing rather than what these people did.
Yeah, because the laws of God are written on your heart. That would be the principles.
Yeah. On your heart.
Oh, and that's something I brought up too when I debated Glenn. I said that if you've sinned and you feel that sin, even if it's not in God's law, you're told that you have sinned.
Wait.
No, you said if you think you sinned, if you grow up believing something and you think it's a sin, then you sinned because it's on your heart. But I said, well, what if you are told that misled,
right.
that what you're doing is a sin, and then you find out that it's not a sin? Then is that really a sin that you felt that you transgressed?
And I think that's fair. question.
Well, no,
Christians,
no,
you
no, no.
Christians.
One of my favorite quotes is from Thomas Merton, and it's about the nature of your will and how that may or may not contradict God's will. And it's about basically it says that if I think that I am doing your will, then I believe that I please you, right? And I hope that makes me righteous at the end of the fucking day. And it's like, so if you think that something is a sin and you do it anyway, then that's belligerent against God, even if it's not actually a sin in God's eye, right?
Well, see,
All right. Friend always comes in from K2 Trucker. Keep on trucking. He goes, propane tanks got me hella bank. Now I'm diamond looking rarer than my steak. Propane money, keep in the safe. You talking out your ass. I pop out that with a 38. Boom, bop, 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 bop.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. It's just bop, bop, bop.
That's what a 38 sounds like. Yeah.
WK2.
Salute to you, bruv.
Damn it,
Salute
Bobby.
to you, bruv. You get me,
Oh,
bruv.
shit.
You get me. Walk
Stop
on.
jumping on me, dog. What do you want?
So it's not that like you're saying that, oh, you're not following Jesus. I'm going off of how God addressed these things then, and that would mean that this is the same way how you would address it now.
Can we stop the cap? This is all cap. Listen, I hate atheism. But God damn, what rule of God are we following? Because everyone comes up.
Well, we don't know what God you serve.
God is
Do
my
you
heart.
serve the Islam God? Or
Wait,
do you
wait.
serve the Christian God? You've been changing
Calm
religions
down,
all
sir.
night, so we don't know where you stand.
See, calm down, sir. Calm down,
God,
sir.
am I right?
I'm trying to understand because I had someone say,
so are
we
we.
have God,
We're
we
trying
have
to
God in the
understand.
heart. Which God? The Catholic, the Protestant, the
Oh.
Mormon, the Orthodox? Where, Christian? Where?
This
Where
is what I
your
would
God
say.
in your heart?
Listen, Muslim, we're definitely not serving your God.
I'm not Muslim, sir. I'm not Muslim. I don't care for Allah. I don't care.
Where is the congruent character? That's what I would say to you. Where is the congruent character?
The person of.
Me personally, I think orthodoxy is the right way. There you go. I said it.
Okay, so the Orthodox God.
I mean,
Jesus,
it's the
how about that?
Oldest church, closest to Christ following. Affected by the modernity of the world, compared to the Catholic Church, which is cut. By the way.
So this is the problem with the Catholic Church for me. I hated all the standing up and sitting down. Okay, like look, why don't you sit the fuck down? Like, don't make.
Why do we say a chant every 5 minutes? I'm so tired of the shit.
Oh, you lazy bastard!
Like, I just want to go there, hear the word, digest it, and then go to lunch and capture this buffet. I just want to be with a few of my Christian buddies and go have that all-you-can-eat buffet.
As a Muslim, I was head back in the floor 5 times a day.
You know what?
Day.
I don't even. Are you really no longer a Muslim?
No, yeah, I quit like 10 years ago.
I want to see you eat some bacon.
Bet. All right, next time.
Delicious, by the way.
Next time, I'll cam up. Next time,
I'll cam
up with like every kind of bacon, pork, whatever you want, sir.
I want to see you eat some pig feet. All right.
No. We don't
bull's testicles. Eat some bull's testicles.
Some Rocky Mountain oysters.
The Americans are disgusting.
Dude, that's not.
You're not Buddhist.
That's kosher. That's actually kosher.
I don't even eat kosher. Kosher is like halal. It's like I don't care for that shit.
I'm just saying.
Oh, you like pepperoni on your pizza?
Balls testicles are halal.
Pepperoni,
balls
sausages,
testicles are halal.
Ham. I like ham on my pizza. I like ham. Yeah, see, I'm hardcore. Sir.
Oh, so you like Canadian bacon and pineapples on your pizza?
Canadian? Who said anything about Canadian? Disgusting.
They normally
ham.
put it.
Canadian bacon is ham.
Sir, I'm British. I put ham.
We don't care if you're British. You got to use our words, otherwise you're not real.
Look, I don't care where you're from.
Wait. What R word? I'll say the R word.
Look. We speak American over here. We speak American. I don't care where you're from. This is America.
And we invented it, okay? Because
we invented everything. Everything.
Everything. Well, we gotta say everything.
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 God damn you bastards! No wonder you're the Empire.
You fucking Yanks! I hate you sons of bitches. That's
Because
right.
we're amazing, and you know it.
No, you're zesty, and
You
guys.
know what that
you know
reminds me of? That reminds me of that one movie where he's like, "God bless America and no place else." Dude, that's crazy.
You know what?
Yes, Mel. Yes, Mel. Speaking Merkin requires Ebonics.
Yep.
To some extent, yeah.
Wait. I can speak Ebonics. I can speak it. Yeah.
No, look, you want a spot T is not Ebonics.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually like
Hey,
three or
man,
four dialects.
Hey, man.
There's like,
Look, we
finna-
drink
I'm finna-
coffee
I'm
over
finna-
here. We
I'm
drink
finna-
coffee over here.
I'm finna
And you
smoke
know
your
what we
ass.
did?
I'm finna smoke
We
your ass.
threw
Hey, man.
all your tea
Hey,
in the
hey,
fucking
man.
ocean and we
Hey, man.
pissed on it. And you guys
Hey,
threw a
man.
hissy fit.
And you know what? Coffee's still superior
Where
to
the
this
Bond,
day.
son? Where the Bond? Run me your jewels, fam. Run me your jewels, fam. Where
It's
the
like
Bond?
Southern Ebonics. There's New York. There's normal, and then there's
I use New
Midwest.
York and Southern at the same.
You know what?
There's
you know
a
what's
lot more
funny?
than that.
No, you know what's funny is like I'm over here on the West Coast, right? And I don't think I have an accent, but every time I go like east,
You gotta
everybody's
surf
like,
with your accent. You do.
everybody's
No,
like, you
what?
have
It's
an
not like
accent. He's like, they'll be like, oh, you're from California, huh? I'm like,
Yeah,
The same thing happens to me. The same thing happens to me.
He's a coup.
Well, you're from Minnesota. That's pretty neutral.
I'm not.
don't know. When I hear don't
dare you.
you know,
Though, word up.
I'm like, that's
word,
Minnesota.
How's
How
that
dare
cheese?
you? I'm in Montana.
That's
Montana. I'm sorry. Montana, Minnesota. What the fuck's the difference? I don't even know.
Somalians are like my people. I'm a Somali.
Big
Somalians
difference.
dominating Minnesota.
And you're all from
You guys have
Wisconsin.
Ilhan Omar. My
You're all
apologies.
from Wisconsin. Yeah. Minnesota.
Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. There's a lot more than just a handful. That America is full of dialects. There's probably 15 or 20, I would say. But you know, you get into like there's subtle differences between like Boston and New York. There's Chicago. There's Minnesota. There's
Yeah, I like how Boston.
North Dakota. I was from North Dakota.
Hold on, the black we got a black man is fair.
Black.
Says
Black.
he says, is choice a sin? No, but you could
can
choose to sin.
It is. Yes,
Yeah.
it is a sin.
Is
It
making
can
a
be.
choice a sin? Yes, it can be.
Yeah,
It certainly can be.
yeah.
My dog is raising hell. I gotta take him out. I'll be right back.
If you choose to do something that God says is a transgression against his law.
Yeah.
Only if it's a.
Like Abraham. Yeah.
Stop blaming me for everything, you jackass.
So
Listen, you can take it the easy way or the hard way. The choice is yours.
What? Choice is yours.
Shout out
Yep.
to what's his name? Freeman Johnson, whatever his name was. The
You know,
Beast Warrior.
I think we mentioned this earlier, but I think people give the devil way too much credit. Like, stop blaming that man. That man is not the one that's responsible for all your problems. Sometimes you are responsible for your problems. Can you stop saying the devil made you
ninja. I
this?
said it earlier, my ninja. I said it earlier. I'm like, the devil's getting heat for no reason.
Let me tell you
That's
something.
easy.
I will tell you this right now. The devil never made me fornicate. Okay, I chose that all on my own.
Nature gave that one to you.
I did that all on my own. I cannot blame the devil for that whatsoever.
I don't know, bro. I think Abraham was telling me to watch the prom. He's like, yeah, Vanta. I slept with Sarah. I slept with Hagar. So I think you should watch some prom. Some
Well, let's
cute
not.
women and one dude.
You know, like the
It's
one
Abraham.
story in the Bible that pisses me off the most that pastors try to use, and Abe, you probably heard this, like against husbands, is the story of Hosea.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'm like, when my ex had affairs and I found out and I was like, all right, I'm done. My pastor was like, you're supposed to be like Hosea.
Oh,
that's what God called husband to be. I was like, no.
That's what God called Hosea to be.
I said Hosea is supposed to be like Hosea. Glenn is not in the Bible. Nowhere near it. Does it say Glenn needs to do this? So Glenn is not going to have to stay with this prostitute.
What kind of bootleg
Right?
Bible you guys reading? Hosea. He sounds Mexican. Who's Hosea?
Not
He's
Jose.
a prophet of the Old Testament.
I never heard.
He's one of the latter prophets of the Old Testament.
I'm about to look into.
You've
it.
never heard of the
Never
book of Hosea?
Very
Never.
short,
Never.
quick read.
It's very
Quick
short.
read. Yeah, that explains a lot. Okay, yeah.
It's a
I
very
like- I
short
like-
book.
I like to look into the major. I follow the major.
Hold on.
Major prophets.
We are God now and make our own rules is my major point. So how can we? Well, who is God now? I don't say I'm God. I don't. That's
They're implying humanity is God because
I try to be really careful with dictations like that because there's a certain guy named Herod that made that declaration and didn't go so well for him.
You mean King Herod?
Yep.
Where's John the Baptist? Yeah. Listen.
Well,
humanity-
one of us I think is a Muslim. Not so. I mean, he's like, oh, so you guys are Christians. I think majority of us are Christians, but I think we have one Muslim in disguise.
No,
I
he's just
mean,
an-
I can I can go back to my old ways. Let's talk Islam, sir. You want to talk Islam? I can
He's
break
just
it
an
down.
Abrahamist. He's just an Abrahamist.
No.
Oh, so he
makes
worships
me
you.
sick.
No, what?
Abraham was
You're
doing
the
thing.
Abrahamist. You're the Abraham. So if he's an Abrahamist, he's one of your disciples.
No,
Get your
because I
guy
don't
together.
I don't want to follow Ishmael. I don't want to follow Ishmael. He's a goofy little kid. I don't care for him.
Yeah.
Ah, Ben Thorpe. How you doing, Ben? Good
Hey,
morning.
how are you, Glenn?
Oh,
Doing
hey,
good. I'm glad
Hey,
you're
guys.
here because you, sir, would probably be really good at this
Ben.
question. Is
Polygyny.
polygyny a sin?
What's polygyny?
Ben, I have a
Polygyny-
question for you. Is
Another word
hey.
for the same word, you know.
It's
Hey, Vanta, let me talk. My show.
No,
Polygyny is one man, multiple wives.
Yes.
What's polygamy?
It's all of it. It's
It's all of
it's
it.
women
Like
with
wives
multiple
have
husbands.
multiple
Yeah.
husbands. You know.
Oh, it can be either one.
Yeah.
Are you happy with the answer, Ben? Are you happy?
So polygyny is literally under the hood of
umbrella term. of-
polygamy.
No.
Oh, polyandry is a one woman, many wife husbands, right?
Ben.
Yeah, polyandry. Yes, that is.
Yeah.
Multiple. Oh, yeah, okay. Gynae, multiple pussy. Yeah, I got it.
The question is,
what do
is
you think
polygyny
about ancestry, Ben?
a sin?
Ancestry.
Hold on, Vanta, you are just over talking. I'm gonna put you in timeout. Timeout for right now. You're just a little much right now. All right, I'll bring you back up when you calm down a little bit. All right.
Go
So,
ahead, go ahead.
would you say polygyny is a sin according to the Bible?
Okay. Well, Glenn, you know that I'm Catholic, right?
I do know you're Catholic. That's why I'm asking all people because I have a very interesting
assorted cadre, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just interested because I think you're an open-minded person. I don't think that you're like someone who's. But I've been on. Have you ever spent any time on Discord? Do you go on Discord at all?
I'm on Discord, but I'm never on Discord. Like I'm on more like I have my community on the school app, you know, so I normally have talk over there.
The what?
But school SKOOL. It's
Like
like
that's like a Discord type place.
well, kind of. It's like a one-stop shop where you could have like, you know, your classes. You could have a calendar so people know when you're going live or when you're having a meeting with them with your group.
Oh, I see. So yeah. That's how we used to use Discord as like a place where we check in with our community. Is that what you're saying? How you do
Yeah,
it? Like,
yeah.
when you're
But
not
it's
online.
it's like one-stop spot, and you know, it's behind a paywall. So like,
Oh,
that-
okay.
yeah.
You can do that with Discord too, but the other thing on Discord, there's millions of other Discords, and
that's how Grace gets a hold of me when she
Right.
would ask, she would just hit me up on Discord.
Yeah, as you know, like no one will debate me on the internet, so I think you were one of the last people that debated me, and I felt bad because I didn't really want to debate you, but like you were one of the last people that would debate. So I consider myself the uncontested champion of of debate on the internet because no one will fucking debate me. So, but anyways, but on Discord they'll debate you, and I've been debating. I spent like 5 hours debating this Protestant guy. And I would love to sometime pick your brain about Protestantism because I really don't think you would have. I think you wouldn't have that much difficulty understanding the Catholic position, and I'm not sure you would have that much resistance to it. Really,
we could have so much fun.
It would actually be a good conversation because like I've been doing that with Orthodoxy, like with Father Joseph. He has like a YouTube channel on here. He's popped in my show a few times, and so I like went to his channel on Sunday and was picking his brain about a bunch of stuff as he was reviewing the video.
Man, Father Joseph cracks me up.
He is funny. He is funny.
I had a debate with this guy. Oh, he was such an obstinate prick, but he was hilarious, named Ed. And it was about Acts chapter 15, which is referred to as the Council of Jerusalem, I think by Protestants and Catholics. And it just seemed like I don't care if someone becomes Catholic because it's my team. You know what I mean? It's not my thing. I'm a convert to Catholicism. But it just seems impossible to be a Protestant when you read Acts 15 because...
Well, you know, it's really hard to be a Catholic with all the standing up and sitting down. I already mentioned that earlier. Like, you know, can you guys just pick it? Can we just sit down or do we sit? Can you make up your mind?
You know, I don't attend Mass or confession. So, because
But you're a Catholic.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
why would you after Usher?
Well, what happened with the church? A bunch of things with me, in particular. But when they didn't open the churches for COVID, I don't know. Like, I think they got to fix that. But the main thing with me with going to Mass is I don't think it's a place that men are welcome. And so I think that it's got to become a place where men are welcome in order for me to go.
You mean you went bar brawls in the middle of the worship hall, or
no? I think he just means that it's gynocentric.
The music. I mean, the music. I'm talking about your typical parish. I know there are other ones, but like I should be able to go to Mass in my typical parish. When they take the fucking bongos out and they do that music, it's frankly insulting to men.
Bongos? Who has bongos in a Catholic church?
Oh yeah.
What is
bongos, guitar, the folk music. It sucks. It's gay. It's like frankly like
in a Catholic
insulting.
church?
I've never heard that in a Catholic church. It's always a choir.
That is interesting.
Nothing else.
Maybe it's
like here I am, Lord. Do 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 do. You don't know that's the standard shit.
I'm Protestant, so I can't speak to that.
Right. Never.
It sucks. Maybe Protestant.
Protestant music is way
Protestant
worse.
Services are not like that, but like
no, they're way worse. Like we have Jesus is my boyfriend worship music.
We don't. It's not unified. Okay, there's a lot of different sexy Protestantism.
It doesn't get gayer than Jesus is my boyfriend worship music. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. What I'm used to, and like I grew up in a Disciples of Christ church, what I'm used to is just a choir. And then on Easter and around Christmas, we do bells. They do the hand bells.
Yeah.
That's as fancy
Here
as
comes
it
Santa
gets.
Claus. Here comes not that one.
No, not that one. No, it's actually very ornate and regal and respectful kind of thing.
Ornate and regal.
Yeah.
So Ben, back to polygyny.
I think that happened somewhere over time where it got worse and worse, and then at a certain point, I was just like, "Why am I going?" I would take my kids to a Catholic Mass and make fun of the priest for being gay at the Mass, which is like confusing for my kids. You know what I mean? And then I'm like, "What the fuck am I doing here?"
I mean,
he's
agree.
such a fucking F slur. You know what I mean? But like, that's what it was. It's just like I don't want to sit here and feel tortured. I don't have to feel like I have to choose between being like a man and being a Christian. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand why music forces you into that choice.
Music, the architecture, it's all just like insult. It sucks.
is
It's an
it-
insult to God.
Is it like very effeminate?
Yeah, you know, and all the like, I
Okay,
don't know what to
that-
tell you. When churches get taken over by women and gays, it becomes
Yeah,
like
Methodist and Unitarian churches are totally taken over by women and gays.
Well,
Aren't
yeah,
the
'cause
robes just
Methodist is
dresses?
where, like, you know, feminism came from. It
Aren't
makes a
the-
lot Methodist.
Aren't the robes just dresses, basically?
Well, I don't have any problem with the robe. I don't have any problem with like
I
the
mean,
traditional.
I kind of do personally. I feel like men should not wear like that in public because
whole of the
it's just
No,
too much
it's-
access.
The Protestant like tight jeans like pastor is a joke.
Well, not
Come
tight
on,
jeans.
guys.
No,
That's
no,
like
I
such a
I
joke.
believe if you're going to,
I agree.
like,
Like the
congregation
skinny
like
jeans
that,
and the hipster look.
you
It's
should be in a
so
you should be in a
clown
tie.
town, yeah.
You should
Rick,
be in
do
a
you
tie.
think Jesus wore a robe?
You should be in a tie. You
I
should
think-
be in the most appropriate attire for the age.
I think Jesus wore the most appropriate attire for the
So-
age, which probably was a robe. Abe. Yeah.
So Ben, I'm going to show you
Yeah,
like
that time.
probably like the most probably based Protestant pastor
Mhm.
right now.
Steve Anderson.
I think you might like him. I think you might like him.
Okay.
This is his name is Joel Webbin. He's a friend of mine. Pretty base guy. Just listen to this. Like, is he talking about what you're talking about right now?
Oh, okay.
all right.
A lot of people who talk about God in very affectionate ways that I think are borderline blasphemous. Jesus is my boyfriend worship music. Daddy God and my lover Jesus in ways that I are really blasphemous. They're
So serious about
oh,
it. Too.
It is not biblical. It's weird. Really weird. And the reason that this
Fucking
goes on
weirdos.
is because the church is effeminate. Because men don't go to church. And chicken or the egg. Don't want to just beat up the men. Men don't go to church because church isn't for men. Every church is almost explicitly said at this point, hey, if you're a man, we're not here for you.
That's
We exist
true.
for women and children. And if you are going to come to church, we're going to treat you like Homer Simpson. We're going to treat you like you're dumb, you're stupid. Right? We can't preach for an hour. And we can't use theological terms. God forbid a man has to use Google on the way out the door. So you didn't define that term, Pastor. Great, look it up. Nobody talks, seriously, no 21-year-old goes to their professor in university after class and says, I don't appreciate you using a difficult language. The professor would say, well, buckle up, buttercup. Get
it's
your
gonna
big
be on
boy
the
pants
vinyl.
on. Let's be an adult. But we have made church for the weak. For women, for children, there's activities, there's coloring, there's snacks, there's food. It's a 25-minute long sermon. No theological terms being used. And men would rather go hunting. Shocker. Because they're men.
We probably get closer
That's
to God
why.
that way.
Men have failed in multiple arenas. But it's not just men. I mean, here's another thing that you see in church is just to show the effeminacy, the feminization of the church. Every Mother's Day, you hear a sermon that says, thank God for moms. And I would say yes and amen. Every Father's Day, you hear a sermon that says, do better dads. I think that there's a problem with that. If any sin ever is preached about in the church, it is always some kind of masculine sin. But that's not the way the Bible reads. Right? It's not always that a man is a predator, that a man is an abuser. In the Proverbs, we see that there is a wayward woman, that her feet never stay at home. She's a feminist. She's an entrepreneur. She's a young professional. Her feet are never at home. And she's going out into the street, to and fro, looking for men to devour. Anytime we see sexual immorality in the church, what do we immediately assume? The man devoured the woman. That's entirely possible. We have Bible verses that talk about that too. But we have like about a third of the book of Proverbs talking about a woman. It says her room. She goes out, she seeks men. She's not being sought by them. She goes and gets them, leads them like a lamb to the slaughter. And it says in her house, there are dead men's bones. She's a man eater. She's a man eater. Right? That's a biblical song. There are women like that devour men. But pastors don't preach about that. Why? Because, well, biblically, pastors should be men. And we feel like only a woman can challenge other women. No, the word of God is what speaks to us. We don't speak from our experience. The authority of preaching, brothers and sisters, is not the experience of the man. The authority of preaching is the truth of the word. The reason why I can confidently say to men, women, or children, thus saith the Lord, is because God wrote a book. He wrote a book. And it's really clear. And it speaks to all of life. And it speaks clearly to all of life.
Wait. Real quick, before you go, do me a favor.
Well, he wrote several books. But...
So what do you think, Ben?
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
Pretty based?
Yeah, I respond to a lot of that. I just would say that I don't think, let's say, he says like it's made for women and children by being
now
like
become
so
made
because
for
I think good women hate that stuff too, and good kids don't like that stuff either. So
Then we have a whole bunch of
Well, how
these
can a kid
mega
know any
churches
better?
full of bad women and bad kids.
yeah. There's this, but there are bad men who like that too. You know, who like that crap. It's not really. I mean, you could call it feminism. You know what I'm saying? Like when my kids were little, I would read them the Grimm's Brothers stuff. You know, those very dark stories like Hansel
Yeah.
and Gretel and all that stuff.
Like the originals.
Yeah, and some of them are crazy, like dark. You know, it's like murder in them and all kinds of stuff. So, and then you've got Barney, right? Like now, when I don't know, when my kids were young, they were trying to push Barney. I don't really think that's like anti-masculine. It's
You got
just,
a gay dinosaur wanting to hug a bunch of kids. It's kind
yeah,
of
but and the idea is like, yeah, exactly, like, yeah, people who are weirdos, go up and hug them, trust
Yeah.
them, let your guard down. I think it's like a pedophile's dream, Barney.
Yeah,
It's
I
like
think
a
so too.
Stranger danger.
Yeah.
Pee Wee Herman was one of them.
Disarm you, but yeah, maybe I don't know the Pee Wee Herman thing. Pee Wee Herman was a little bit at least darker, I think. Like,
Yeah.
But anyways, I don't know that I would say. I understand what you're saying, like that's feminized, but I'm not
Well,
sure.
I was just pointing out the same thing that you said because you're saying that the
Yeah.
church has gone gay. Like you
I'm not
said,
sure
the
what it
Catholic
is.
Press,
Yeah,
there's a feminization of it, right? And
like a dark,
know,
like
like,
it's a certain type of feminization. Everything is like
it's more androgynous,
anti, I guess anti-sex and violence, right? Something like that.
I would
maybe,
say it's
yeah.
more androgynous than anything because, like there's like you can't tell. It's like the church. Like I would say the Protestant church is like the first original trannies because like you can't tell what the gender is. You got all these egalitarians that like men could lead. No, women could lead. Women can do anything that men can do. Right? You know, women can preach. So that's pretty androgynous. That's pretty transgender, if you ask me, spiritually.
How about this as a theory? They're trying to make it exciting, but the problem with that is that you go left or right, meaning masculine or feminine. Like, so if you're trying to make it exciting, right? You know, the message, it's really not exciting. It's really not. It's, look, this is what you need to do. If you don't do it, there's horrible consequences. That's pretty much it. That's not
The
exciting.
message of Christianity is not exciting.
No, not in my opinion.
Wait,
it's pretty much
characterize
what's
it
right.
again. I've never heard such a terrible characterization of Christianity. This is what you have to do.
Yeah, this is what you have to do to have a decency in your life.
No, that's not the message of Christianity. The message of Christianity is that he is like the creator
Look,
of the
you had a
universe
debt
like
and he
doesn't
paid
care.
the debt.
He doesn't care what we've done. He wants to embrace us, forgive us our sins if we fuck up. He does not care about that, and we all can spend eternity with him in joy. It's like exactly the opposite of what you said.
He wants us to walk the narrow path. Yeah,
He doesn't give a fuck about that. He does not give a fuck about that.
That's
I
even
think
more
you're wrong.
boring.
I know that.
That your daddy who you
That's so boring.
assume
That's my
doesn't
point.
love you actually loves you more than you could ever imagine and doesn't give a fuck
That's not
about the things
exciting.
you've done against him?
Sorry,
That's
it's not
boring.
exciting.
He
It's
does
not
care.
exciting.
You have to repent.
It's not super
Yeah,
exciting.
you have to repent. Okay, but like like if you read Catholicism or Christianity as being like about moral doing right,
You
you're
do
crazy.
the right thing, and you're gonna benefit. That's
Nope.
literally it. You do the right thing according to the scriptures, and
Not according to the scriptures. You do the right thing. You can't do the right thing, so you need to rely on His grace to do the right
so
thing.
what's the right thing?
Well, the right thing is like the moral law, but you can't
to
do
repent.
it without His help.
So if you don't do the right thing, then it's not beneficial, which is to follow God's commandments.
No, all you
the
do is be
principles.
His. Try your best to be His, like to be His son. That's it. That's it. And He doesn't care
Yeah,
how many
that's
times you
super
fuck up. You've got it exactly backwards, and the internet does this.
How is that exciting? Explain to me how that is exciting. You do
That's
good.
great.
How
Because
is
we
it
all
exciting?
feel
No.
like
Not it's
I
great.
should be punished for doing
Not it's
wrong.
great.
And instead you're
It
rewarded.
is great. It's not a problem for me that it's great. Tell me how it's exciting.
I can tell you how.
Oh wait, you don't
All
think
right,
love
and-
is exciting? You don't think love is exciting? Okay, then I don't know what to
No,
tell you.
it's not.
Hold on,
It's
hold
super
on, hold
boring.
on, you guys. I got a super chat that's addressed to Ben here, and I just need to know if Ben is wanting to
My African kid.
Ben said in the back, he's the one I put in timeout. He's like, let me up so I could confront Ben because he said
Vanta.
some, you said some shit about his African kin apparently.
I don't know.
And
I don't know what he's talking about. Sure.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, well,
you heard
hang on. Before we bring him up, okay. What I will say is that what's exciting is that before you accept Christ into your heart and into your life, you are bound for
Hell.
Satan's realm. Yeah, and so
you're going to hell.
Christ will save you. That's exciting. Okay.
How?
You can have paradise in heaven for the rest of eternity, or you can have
DOD. I'm letting the cat out of the bag right now. I'm letting him out. I'm letting this. There's gonna be a rumble in the jungle. It's gonna be like the Thriller in Manila.
All right,
man.
All right.
Here we go. Ding ding.
Bruv.
Oh shit.
I, Mr. Ben. You were chatting very rubbish here on CT's panel, by the way. I remember you, sir. CT's panel.
What?
You were talking mad rubbish about African mother huts.
Rubbish.
And I remember you said
I was
hey,
not.
Santa. No, you didn't. Come on. Listen, I could talk to CT. I could pull up. Oh yeah, CT. Give me that video. Give me that timeline exactly where you said, Vanta, do African men initiate their daughters? I'm like, well, what do you mean? He's like, do African
There is a
men
thing about that. I couldn't find it, but there is a thing about that.
See, chat panel. See, sir, that was some bullshit you did because that was the most diabolical. Bro,
I don't think it.
African
I
men
wasn't
don't
saying
do
it
that.
as a
African
slam. I
men
wasn't trying to
don't do that
slam
shit.
Africans. I wasn't trying to
Where-
slam
where-
Africans.
where did that come from? Where did that come
That was a
from
lot
in
less
your head?
exciting than you made it out to be, Glenn.
I know. I'm sorry. It was a dud.
Where did that come
Like
from?
this,
Where
like-
did that come from?
Well,
Wow.
like, hold on, wait a minute. Isn't there an African tribe that makes their boys do things to them?
I thought you had way more spurg in you, my guy.
I thought so too.
No,
I was waiting for
I'm
Spurg.
holding back. I'm trying to be civil. I'm trying to be civil.
Okay, all right.
I'm holding back. I'm
Well,
holding back.
I said I'm letting the cat out of the cage.
Oh, you
round
want me to
one,
all out,
fight,
all out.
ding, ding, ding.
Okay,
That was your
okay,
cue.
Okay. You know,
I love Africa. I love African people. I think they're very cool.
You are using Africa.
I love
to
democracy.
project.
I am democracy.
Yeah, Papa T.
I mean, they don't do what Europeans do, but
No, but you
they're
use that to
they're
confirm-
they're
Sir,
great
are
people.
you into incest, sir? Are you into incest? Yeah or no?
What?
Are
Oh,
into
incest?
Yeah.
No, but I think that's I
Well,
don't know
that was
where
a
I read that
long-
about.
that was a long little-
So Vanta's mad because
No,
like,
because you tried to use my people to project and reconfirm.
anyways, you're
fucking
Somali, right? You're
degeneracy.
Somali, right?
I
I'm
think
sure
I'm
it's not Somalis that do that.
No, we
When you
don't do
say
that.
your
Well,
people, what do you mean by you people?
because what he did was, you know what he did? He's like he made Africa, the whole continent was trying to, every father was trying to initiate the daughters into marriage. You said
No,
it.
I said there.
I
You know,
just brought up.
there is like this tradition that like the
Ah,
dad,
none,
like
none,
initiates the
zero,
daughter
Habibi, zero,
sexually,
zero.
and I do
You're
think that
projecting.
exists. I
What
do think
the
that
fuck?
exists. And
How is
That's
that
your
okay?
incest. That's
I'm
your
not saying it's okay.
incest.
I just think it does
They,
exist.
I mean, like
It doesn't
there is
exist. It does
there
not
is an
exist,
African
sir.
tribe that actually like makes their boys like
That is no, because
Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea is what you're
no,
talking
sir,
about.
no, sir.
That's
Yeah,
not
okay.
Africa, Glenn.
That's not
okay, they're
African.
black. They
Well, they're N words. They're not.
You're
They're the
projecting.
ultimate N words.
You're
They're not
projecting.
black though.
You're projecting, sir. I get it. You are.
Papua New Guinea was
you
the
wanna
guys
crack your
who,
daughter. You
the
wanna crack
guys
your
who
daughter.
But
saw
here's the funny
planes
thing.
flying. Papua New Guinea was the guy that was the folks who saw planes flying over, and then they made them out of like banana leaves and started. They made something shaped
You're
like that out of
racist.
banana
You're
leaves and
racist
like
bastard.
worshipped
You're
it,
racist
which is pretty
bastard.
awesome.
You're
Who's a
racist.
racist bastard?
No, because he put the whole continent as being incestuous. He's like, oh, you
Vanta,
guys
Vanta,
bitching.
Vanta. Hold on.
Okay, would it be better?
No.
would it be
Let
better
me
if
let
he
me
said,
say
like,
something.
Habibi.
Glenn, let me try this on
Go
you.
ahead.
Let me try this on you.
Go
Whether
ahead.
this, what do you think? What do you think this is like wrong? Okay. Now,
All right.
I think if you've got a bunch of kids, you're traditional, right? You got you, your wife, you got a bunch of kids. Your daughter, when she reaches puberty, okay, like so you've raised her,
Here we
with, you know, right? When she reaches puberty, she becomes kind of like a second mom, right? Helps out with the younger kids.
Why is your mind
And
going?
she becomes
a
kind
wife
of
in
Why?
training.
Why is your mind going?
She's like a future wife in training because she should be
exactly right, and she also becomes kind of like a second, like a non-sexual wife to her dad,
But
so
yeah,
that the
she's
mom
a-
gets a little bit of a break, and she
Yeah.
learns to please a man. Because if she doesn't have a relationship with her dad like that, how is she going to just all of a
The
sudden
key-
boom
and the
become?
key word you said, but the key word that you said was
Why is your
non-sexual.
mind going
Yeah.
there? None of us think of that. None of us think of that.
You're
Ben,
missing.
Ben,
Oh my
Ben,
God.
But let me
Ben,
tell you
Ben.
something though, Glenn. If you had to choose between a girl, for the girl's sake, a girl having no relationship with her dad, or having one that gets a little like is a little bit like whatever sexual, it's better for her to have the sexual than the not. I'm telling
I
you.
don't know about that. That's a whole lot of daddy
All right,
issues.
Glenn. All right, Glenn. All right, Glenn. So you,
It sounds like it just to me. Just thinking about this sounds like a whole lot of daddy issues that I wouldn't want to.
That's my point.
I mean,
sir.
I'm
That's
not
my
saying that
point.
would be
sides.
But do you see these bitches? If you don't connect with your dad, you're fucking dead as a woman. You're fucking dead.
That's disgusting.
All
Yeah, I
you're
just
going
don't-
to
That's
do.
disgusting. That's disgusting.
I spent like 2 hours talking with this girl yesterday on Discord again. Nice girl. She seemed like cute, feminine, whatever, right? But she's like, I have a rough thing with my dad, and I'm trying to work her through it, you know. And she took her mom's side in the divorce, and she's like, yeah, and subsequently, I've had bad. You know, she was like 18 years old, but she's like, I've had bad relationships with boys, and she's a virgin.
Why are you talking?
All she's gonna do is repeat. If she's like, and she's like, you know, I don't really trust men. Okay, so what kind of guys is she gonna get with? Guys who would like deal with that, right? And it's not going to work well. She's just gonna rinse and repeat until she connects with her dad, but she's not gonna. She
Engaging with
thinks
these
that's
young
stupid.
Women, Ben, why
Dad's
are
a
you
piece of shit.
engaging? Why?
I think.
Why do you think her dad's a piece of shit?
my
What
my
if?
mom's telling me,
Oh.
Vanta. I spoke to some 17-year-old, 18-year-old women because she has. I would disown my father. To be fair with you, I would disown him. I'm like, you are sick.
You know
old
what she
bastard.
said? You know what she said?
That's what you
I
are,
said
Ben. You
she
are
said I
old,
hate my
sick
dad.
bastard.
And or I have a lot of like whatever with my dad. She wasn't super angry with her dad, which is why she had a feminine voice, right? And
Man,
there's some
why-
hope.
why
And
engaging?
it turns out that her dad may have cheated on her mom. Okay. But I said, well, and then all the guys in chat were like, yeah, you should hate your fucking dad. He sucks if he cheated on your mom. And I was
Why
like,
are
wow.
you talking
It depends on the
to young
circumstances,
women?
right?
Say a
What
word,
if the
sir.
what if the mother was like just
We don't care.
not
But
doing
the
her
fact-
duty
the
as a wife, right?
I think the same is true of men. I think the same is true of men in a very opposite sense. In that, if you don't have a good relationship with your mother, then you don't understand how to empathize with people, and this, that, and the other thing. So there's a balance in life. There's a balance in life between the two sexes and between the two relationships, between mother and father and child, whether that's a male or female child.
No, actually, I don't think that's true.
All
I
of these
think you need to have a good
things form a trinity. They form a triune, which is the representation of God in the long run, right?
I don't think that's. Strangely, I think again, it's your dad that matters for you to have good relationships with women, because these Zoomer guys. And that's another thing I was doing on Discord. They're all doing this like we hate women stuff together. I come in and there's literally a 27-year-old young man. He's like, I'm afraid of girls. I don't talk to them. Why do you beat up on me when I'm an incel? And I called him an F slur and yelled at him, because that's what older men do with younger men.
I think that guy lacks a relationship with his mother that's meaningful.
No, not his mother, his father.
Okay, well, why is he afraid of women then? Right?
Because he lacks confidence, because he's not connected to other men.
Yeah, I would say that's a dad thing, because typically what happens if you don't have a good relationship with your mother, it's what happens with that is you become
disassociated from society in general, right?
You start to hate women. Not that you're afraid of them, it's because you hate women. So being afraid of women, that's probably a daddy thing.
I think the mom is the early years, male and female. You know, the tits, the nurturing, like the sense that life is like good, there's someone there. Then dad takes over around pre-puberty. Dad takes over, and the mom can die at that point. It doesn't matter. Most mothers should just die at that point because they resent their kids getting older because they don't have a connection with them. They should do what they used to do with the Hindus when the husband died. At this point, if they can't fucking figure it out, send them on a barge and torture them. Bye, mom, right? And go with the dad. Our society will be much better for it. You don't need your mom after about puberty. Girls don't want.
The dad's a piece of shit.
Yeah, right. But
There's
the dad will be a
balance.
piece
It's
of
a
shit
balance.
because his mother was involved in his life for too long.
I could agree with that.
And that's tough. Or
and-
because he's a
and-
simp, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that
And
part.
back to the polygyny.
Yeah.
Question.
So, Glenn, why don't you become a Catholic? Because you can answer this question.
Trying to change the subject. You're trying to change the
No,
subject.
that is the
Half the
subject.
conversation shitting on
Join
Joel.
our
God,
club.
this whole
You
time.
asked
Come
me-
on.
You asked me what the Bible says about this. I asked the church what the Bible says about
Okay,
this.
so what does the church say about?
Of course, the church
polygyny?
says, well, as Jesus Christ did, like one man, one woman. You can't have multiple wives. In Christianity, what are you talking about?
But you can.
I mean, even a Protestant can't read polygamy
Well, I mean,
into the
I asked,
Bible.
is it a sin?
they can't read
Is
it out of
a
it.
Sin? Is it a sin? Not what God designed, but is it actually a sin?
Oh, you mean could you see monogamy as an ideal?
Monogamy is what God
With an
created.
L, yeah.
Was an ideal, was the design.
Yeah.
Polygyny is the perversion of God's design, but
it's the-
he
the-
didn't call it a sin like we know adultery is a sin, homosexuality.
Oh, I see
is
what
a
you mean.
sin.
Yeah.
Like he's very clear with what it's considered a sin. Actually, if anything, he put a structure and the guidelines on if you're going to operate like this, then you need to be this way. These things have to be done. So
Well,
it couldn't be a sin. And then if that's the case, then God like set up David to sin because he gave him all of Saul's wives, right? So he's like setting them up for failure. Like,
Oh
that
yeah,
doesn't
certainly
make
in the
sense.
Old Testament, it's not seen as a sin.
But then if God's the same yesterday, today, and forever, then as it says in Hebrews, then how is his view on it changed then?
Well, but you do know that our Lord said, Moses tolerated divorce, but I no longer do. Right.
Well,
so
yes,
he,
but,
he
like, it was
did
because
like
of the hardness
hold it
of
to
your
a higher
heart.
standard because of the sacrament.
Jesus did elevate it. Jesus
Yeah.
did elevate it, the standard, but he also did that with even if you look at a woman with lust in your eyes, you've committed adultery.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah, and I
specific-
hear, Glenn, you must know this. I hear so many young men misunderstand that, right?
Yeah.
If you're a single young man and you see a beautiful bitch with banging tits and a sweet little ass, it's not a problem that you want to fuck her. That is like, men really don't get that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And even if you're married and you see that, it's not a problem for you to be like, damn. It's just a problem if you're sitting there like, and you're, especially if you're married and you're fantasizing about fucking another woman. Okay, that's a problem. But like, just saying like, my body responds to like things that are sexually stimulating.
Now,
great,
it's
great.
what you do
Go talk to
after
her.
that,
My
right?
thing is, go talk to her. Don't wonder if you've sinned. Go talk to the bitch. You know what I mean? And if you know what I mean, like that's what
it would be
The woman
after
doesn't
that
make
part,
that
right?
determination.
It's after that part, like after you like, oh man, that woman's attractive, she's hot. Yeah, I would totally smash. It's that fantasizing, that lusting, like, oh yeah, I want, like wondering what she looks like when she's naked. Is
yeah,
her
and
nipples
but maybe the
out?
thing Jesus was talking
You
about
know?
there is just wasting your time. You know what I mean? Go talk to the bitch. Don't sit there jerking off and fantasizing
Yeah.
in your head. You know, maybe that's what he was really saying. If you want to fuck a bitch, go talk to her. You know, maybe it was like anti-incel.
Well, I think he was
kind
like,
of
you know,
thing.
if you want to go do that, make her your wife. How about that?
Right. Because it's
Well, but I'm saying the
procreation.
beginning of that is go talk to her, right?
It's
Like,
gonna
you
don't,
have to talk to her.
against procreation.
don't have sex in your head. That's gay. Maybe he was saying that. You know what I mean? That's an interpretation. instead of being like,
maybe
sex is
red pill has
dangerous,
gotten into
kids.
your fucking head.
Well, maybe. Well, I mean, I think the Puritan culture really fucked that up.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus went to. We all would agree. Jesus went to a wedding. What is a wedding? It's a celebration of a young man fucking a bitch. That's basically what it is, right?
No,
So Jesus attended-
no, that's not what it is. It is a
It's not?
celebration. It is a celebration of the consecration of a man and woman agreeing to engage in creating life and creating a family. That's what it is.
What's
It's
the
a
core of it,
celebration-
though? Sticking
It's
his
a
dick
celebration
into a
of-
bitch.
No, it's
It's
creating
a
children.
celebration of the creation of life. It's a celebration of the creation of life.
And how
No,
do
it
you
is
create
not.
life?
It's a celebration of sex. You are going to fuck the bitch tonight. They used to have people at
it's a
weddings that would
celebration of
make
life.
sure that they
No,
fucked at the end of the night. Because
that's a
if you go to the
practice.
wedding and they don't fuck at the end of the night, it's not actually a marriage, right?
Sex is just something you do, okay, and it's
why
part
is
of
that
it,
such a
yes, but
Catholic
it's the
thing?
life itself.
Yeah,
That's
Why
the
is that
celebration.
such a Catholic thing to do, right? Like that's like, isn't the Catholic Church do that? Like, hey, we gotta watch you two fuck.
They used to do that because, well, especially for royal weddings, especially for royal weddings, because you had to
Don't
make
do it
sure
right. Let me
that
show you how to do it.
you had to make sure that the
the PP went in the hole.
that it was a real wedding, so that if people later on questioned
Question the validity
you know,
of the
whether
children or
the
something,
true heir of the
The heir,
throne, you
yeah.
know what I mean?
Don't worry, she's gonna show
That's
you.
literally what King Henry VIII tried to say. Like, I didn't fuck that bitch, right?
I just
Like,
think that that's kind of weird. Like, you know, you're just like, all right,
He
you
knows
got
what
the
to do
priest
with it.
right here. You know, you just confessed to him, you know, some shit earlier, and then now he's like sitting there watching you. Like,
I don't think it was a priest, but yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
but
and
somebody-
generally the
somebody
idea
in the
is like she's a virgin, so it's just blood on the sheets.
So now I understand why you say Christianity is exciting.
They, you know, Glenn, did you ever hear the myth of Pope Joan? You ever heard of that?
No, I've never.
So
heard
there's
that.
this Protestant myth, I think, that like there was a female pope who like, because all the robes and shit, they didn't notice it. So a lot of people, like, there's this rumor that like before the pope becomes the pope, he like sits almost on like an outhouse, and the cardinals are down below, and that he's got to show, like, they got to see the balls. You know what I'm saying? So they're like in the outhouse, like in the honey pot, looking up, and that every pope has to like drop his drawers and sit in the hole so they can confirm that he's got balls. Okay, all that's not true, but it's like it's a funny, like,
I mean, the way
another one
that-
of these
the way
like kind
that
of
they
medieval like shit.
The way that
you know?
they observe, you know, the consummation of the marriage, and you wouldn't put it past them. Like,
No, that's the thing. That has nothing to do with the Pope. But literally, you know, King Henry VIII. Okay, he's the guy who left communion with Rome, started the Anglican Church, and Like that's a horrific thing for the unity of Catholicism. He
it's not
based
fidelity.
him doing that. He appealed to the Pope that he actually wasn't married to his last wife, right?
Yep.
Because she was the brother of something, and maybe they never consummated it. So
No,
if there had
wrong.
been someone there, they
Wrong,
could have said he went
But
balls deep,
Ben, he wanted
and
a
that's
son.
it.
He wanted a son. Let me
I don't know if-
Yeah, I
He
know,
wanted a
but
son.
I know he wanted a son.
valid-
But you can't
That was
you
the
can't
goal.
get a divorce because your wife doesn't produce a male heir. So they went back to the fact, like he said, like maybe we didn't consummate, right? Maybe we were nominally
you're not-
married, but I didn't fuck the bitch.
dude on the couch
and there was no
watching-
one there. There was no one there
On
to
the-
say
on
no.
the-
I
on the-
saw
Alright,
it. He went
well,
balls deep. He dropped the load.
So you're
Because
only
then
true
then-
Christian.
Then you couldn't argue it.
If some dude's watching it, that's
So
cuckold.
I still want to go back to the polygyny question. Like,
yeah. No,
'cause
I want
this
to
is
answer
the-
that. I want to answer that. It's interesting. though.
I want to present you like some work, some research, right?
Yeah.
God never declares polygyny a sin in the Bible. We never see it in the Old Testament or New Testament, and actually, we don't even hear Jesus ever state polygyny is a sin at all, right? Sin by definition is a transgression against God's law. We see that in 1 John 3:4. If polygyny was a violation against God's moral law, then God would have condemned it clearly, just like he did adultery, homosexuality, bestiality. God regulates polygyny in his law. We see that in the laws of Moses, right? The Mosaic laws. In Deuteronomy 21:15-17, he lays out a law for a man who has two wives, and he tells him how to distribute inheritance fairly between his sons. That's not a rebuke. That's actually a case law. If God were morally opposed to polygyny, he would just said, don't do it. Instead, he said, if you're going to do it, here's how you do it justly. Likewise, we see that in Exodus 21:10, speaks about a man who takes a second wife. He is commanded not to reduce the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first. Again, God doesn't outlaw the practice, but he ensures the women are not neglected if polygyny occurs. So there's a difference between sin and structure, right? God gave structure, not condemnation, for plural marriages. Polygyny is practiced by many prominent men, the patriarchs in the Bible. We got Abraham, he had two wives. Jacob had four. That's where the nation of Israel came from. Moses, he had multiple wives. David was the man after God's own heart. He wasn't condemned for having multiple wives. He was condemned for committing adultery with Bathsheba and having her husband Uriah murdered. God even gave David multiple wives. He gave him, he says, I gave you your master's house and your master's wives into your arms in 2 Samuel 12:8. So how could God bless these men if they were actively living in sin? Why would God give them multiple wives if that means they're forcing them to then now live in sin? We can't necessarily call that a sin.
Did God give them the wives, or did they go get the wives?
No, he gave them the wives. He gave them the wives. Yeah.
All right.
Cap.
And it was interesting too that Ben had brought up Acts 15, because that's actually the scripture that I had read earlier about the things that Paul admonished.
Yeah.
These are the things that you stay away from, which was things that are strangled, things that are to idols, things that are of blood, and then the only other one was the fornication. But of course, with fornication, that's outside of the marriage. So once you're married, that's not fornication. So it's not saying like multiple wives is fornication.
Okay, hold on. How is polygamy the same as orgies? Where do you get that?
We're not talking about Diddy shit right now, man. We're just talking about multiple wives.
Yeah, we're not.
OG.
We're not talking about a Diddy party. We're not
Men
talking about
having
a Diddy
multiple
party.
wives. It's that simple. Men having multiple wives,
which happened all throughout the Old Testament.
Multiple wives. Okay, multiple wives.
I would say that even
throughout
happened,
history.
I think it's happened even through the New Testament, because we hear what the criteria as a deacon. They emphasize a husband of one wife. So all you husband of multiple wives, you don't meet the standard. like why would they emphasize that?
Unless
Like
you
if
meet your wife.
that's true.
Glenn, that's a self-defeating argument, though. I mean,
It's not a
when you-
substitute argument. I still win. You already conceded.
No, I did. However, what you're saying is that the example, the exemplar which the church pushed forward is that you should only have one wife, and so
Yeah, because it goes back to what God said in Genesis. I never said that it wasn't the correct way, or it's a good way, or it's a alternative, positive way. I just said there's nothing that states it's a sin.
But by the way, do you guys believe in Lilith before Eve?
No.
Do you believe?
Oh my God, let's not do that.
No, don't God me. Yes or no?
We're,
Is it yes
we're
or no?
not
I don't even know what that
Gnostics.
is. What
We're
is
not
Do you
Gnostics.
believe in Lilith, bruv? This fucking guy.
Yeah, you get me in love. Like I'm trying to
In
understand,
Lilith?
innit? With these Christians,
In-
like all this Lilith.
She's
Do you
not in the
believe
Bible,
demons?
is she?
Do you believe in demons? Do you believe in
Actually,
demons?
the
Yes or no?
spirit of
Believe
Lilith
Do you
is,
believe
I
in
think,
demons?
I think the spirit of Lilith is mentioned in Isaiah. But I think that's the only place that she's
Yes.
actually mentioned.
Yes.
She's not
She's the
mentioned in
one.
the New Testament, and she's mentioned as like a spirit, like
She's the
Yeah.
one who came before the heifer called Eve. Yeah.
Oh my
I
God.
don't like Eve, by the
No,
way.
that's
She's the
not
heifer.
true. That's not even
The heifer, the
Where-
heifer that
Can you
fell
show me?
man
Can
from
you,
heaven.
can you show me in the scripture where that is?
I
what.
feel like you're
It's
saying it
maybe
wrong
before
because
Eve.
you're saying believe in, and it's not believe in. Do I believe it's real or that the
I
person
don't
existed?
believe. I don't believe. I ask a question. It's a yay or nay question.
I
don't
Well,
believe
where is it? I'll pull it up. You tell me where it is in the Bible, and I'll pull it up.
believe in the saving power of Jesus Christ. That's all.
That's right. Damn Skippy.
That's a hell of a look you got going on there. Is that a Cat in the Hat cosplay?
No, that is Abe Lincoln.
Abe.
That is Abraham Lincoln the third.
Ah.
I'm just resurrected Abe.
Wait, what happened to the second?
That's not two.
And I am the resurrected Avenger.
Would you guys want, like, let's say polygamy wasn't a sin, would you want to have multiple
Hell
wives?
no.
No,
More than
no,
one
no,
of them
no,
is-
no.
Like,
You
what I
women,
thought.
you women are hell. Women are hell.
Like,
One is enough. One
like,
is enough.
One
Not
is
two,
too
not
fucking
three,
many
not four.
sometimes.
You guys are exhausting.
Yeah.
I can't stand women, man. One is enough. God
Fuck
damn
them all.
Do you have
That's
one?
right.
Yes, I do have one. And guess what? She's Somalian. And it's
No, he
stressful.
doesn't.
I
He
can't
does
stand it.
not.
I can't stand it. I can't stand these goofy bras, man. Yeah.
I mean, I ain't gonna go out there and say I can't stand women. Okay, that sounds really gay. Like if you just don't want them.
Vanta's an incel. It's okay.
I don't hate
What?
women.
I swear to God, I hate these birds.
You heifer. You mentioned bitch. See.
Hey Vanta, what do you think of Bob Villain?
Wait, who? Say that again.
He's
The Glastonbury Festival.
yeah, he's
I don't
got
go to
your
Glastonbury.
black
I don't-
Brit thing.
No. Wait.
Jeff.
I don't go to Glastonbury because it's full of hippies and garbage people. I can't stand it. I can't. Stand
Glastonbury's
that.
trash.
It's trash. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it actually is. I can't. Have you seen the porn party? Disgusting. No, I'm good.
Glastonbury's full of hooligans.
Hooligans. Yeah.
Hey Glenn, so Glenn, I want to make you like me, a centrist Catholic. I think that's what you are because you're a nice guy. Now, here,
You're trying to convert me to Catholicism.
I'm not trying to convert you. No, I'm not.
Catholic.
I'm not. I'm just saying it may be that you just are already, basically, because I don't think you have any problem with Catholicism. Standing up, sitting down. I mean,
that's the pain.
I
in the
don't
ass.
stand up and sit down. I don't even go. I'm a Catholic in good standing, in my opinion.
Oh my gosh.
Just when the
I'm
toilet's involved.
starting to understand why Islam is taking over Europe. I'm starting to understand.
Oh yeah.
Sense.
No, but as far as the
It makes
polygamy
sense.
or poly, how do you say that?
Polygyny.
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 Okay, that makes sense.
Polygamy.
Polygyny.
It's polygamy.
So look. There's a concept in
Polygamy.
Catholicism that's developed recently called gradualism. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Gradualism is this idea that, like, yes, there's an ideal, but that we start from where we are. And that, like, very few, like, say you take homosexuality, right? you'd be a fool to say someone who's like dyed in the wool gay is going to tomorrow be a heterosexual. That's stupid, right? Even though the ideal is dick and vagina. Okay, but you're not going to, like, as a pastor, you're not going to say to a guy who's like a flaming F slur, right? Like just hey, you know, put it in the pussy. It's crazy.
Have you got married yet? Have you put it in the vagina? No, you haven't put it in the vagina. Stop going towards the ass. Stop going towards the ass.
Are you referring to planting a seed?
I don't know. It sounds gay to me.
Well, I'm saying what you would like. Really, I've talked with. This is fun going on Discord. You will never find many gays who say like butthole makes as much sense as a vagina. They're not. That's not the argument of gays. Gays are not arguing that sticking your dick in a butthole makes more sense than a vagina. In fact, I was talking with a gay guy who's like, you know what's really hard about being gay is that you can't have a child. That's your child. And I'm like, yeah.
Booty bandits. Why do we care about these booty bandits?
Why are you trying to overtalk people? Like nobody can hear when people are.
He's wound up, bro.
I am wound up.
What are we talking about homosexuals in this chat?
Yeah. Homosexuals, bro.
Because he is one. He is one, obviously. If you can't handle someone talking about it and you have to freak out, then you are probably one, to be honest. I think that's true.
Can we just not talk over each other, gentlemen? Can we be polite? Thank you. Practice courtesy.
So, Glenn, okay, the ideal for Catholics and probably for all Christians and all people is, oh yeah, my dick only goes in one woman and goes in her to make babies. Okay. And with like, you know, exclusivity, I'm going to take care of her the rest of my life, and I'm open to having kids. Okay, almost everyone would agree that's what it should be. Okay, but because of the sexual revolution, almost no one makes it like, almost no guys make it more than a year or two into puberty before they're like addicted to porn. Okay, and that's just true, and that's not going to change anytime soon.
I was addicted to vagina.
When you hit puberty?
I skipped the whole porn stage and I went straight to.
Yeah, because you're old enough. But like, if you were much younger, I mean, these kids now they don't. I mean, they don't know what the porn first.
Like. Yeah.
They know what it looks like, but they don't know what it smells like.
That's
because they don't know what it feels like. Okay, but what I'm saying, you would be amazed when I look at. There's some guy we've been watching. He's like I think loosely a Protestant. Psychologist, he's like a Protestant Dr. Phil, and all these marriages are getting destroyed by pornography, right? Which I'm like,
I
what?
mentioned that earlier, like not tonight, but before. I said, you know, well, I remember I played the video to you where I was like, you know, Christian women fuck your husbands.
Yeah, but a lot of Christian women honestly feel like pornography is cheating on them. A guy looking at porn is cheating on them, which I'm kind of like, what? That I get how you can go there, but most guys who are looking at porn, I don't know about. At least
I'm sorry. Like if you're talking about cheating has to be penetration, right?
Penetration, yeah.
Yeah, but aren't you still committing a sexual sin, like Jesus said that if you're looking at it?
I get how you could see it as cheating though, because like
he is. Sin. Good.
It's not like traditional cheating, but I could see how you could see it like that because like he wants another woman sexually and he's jerking off to the idea of being with another woman sexually.
Or
maybe
I get it.
Penetration could be penetrating the mouth, it could be penetrating the anus, it could be penetrating anything, right?
So. What could be?
Maybe
it's psychological cheating. Psychological cheating.
No. But if a guy has an addiction to pornography before he meets you, it could be that he just uses that as anxiety. Like he's trying to it's like a nerve. It's like self-soothing. It's almost like, you know, those guys who like stim or whatever.
Yeah,
right?
that's not the same thing though. If he has like an addiction, that's not.
You know,
there's that character in the show Sons of Anarchy who had his hands chopped off or his fingers chopped off because he was beating his meat. Oh, God.
I remember I used to. The Catholic school I used to teach at. They would host the. Special Olympics, you know, so they got retarded kids, right? And I remember, a lot of times these kids are anxious, right? Because they're not really athletes. I mean, come on, right? So, but you get them all in there, and then then they use the actual track gun, which is they shoot a blank, you know, it's like loud. So I remember, so they line up these retarded kids. They're cute kids, right? And they shoot the gun, and like two of them run up into the stands for their mom, like, ah, and then two of them are like sort of like jerking off, you know, just like soothing themselves because they're so anxious. And then two of them make their way to the finish line. Those guys are not jerking off, like they're not doing anything sexual. It's just you know what I mean. And I think
mental capacity,
right? Like a lot of young men are jerking off because they're anxious, and it's an anxious world, right? And so, so my point about that is, like, these women are saying like you're cheating on me when it's actually just like it's like a weed addiction or something like that. I don't think it has much to do with him fantasizing about being with another woman. It's just you know, so like, and it's kind of a ball bust because women generally don't have this problem. So like, maybe she eats too much or whatever, right? Like, people are kind of post-sexual revolution, like men and women are both kind of disasters, right? And our culture should fix that, but it's don't blame the men for the part of it that they suffer from.
Yeah, it's like blame the men for what men are responsible for. Blame women for what they're responsible for.
But young men are not responsible for there being a porn-saturated culture. They just
they're not. You're right. They aren't responsible for it. They are. I mean, when we were growing up, you got to remember, like, to get a dirty magazine or a dirty video, like, you had to put in some work.
Yeah,
right.
I remember hiding it in the dirt in the back.
Who's
in the backyard? Yeah.
Is it the older men then?
Because yes,
that's where
definitely
it
the
came
older generation. The older generations that have promoted this and pushed that type of level of promiscuity. And
I don't know that anyone really did it. I don't. What, porn? Is it older men who did that? I mean, you could say it was.
No, I'm talking about older.
I'm
talking about older generation.
Maybe it's the ideology that we should be fucking polygamous in our relationships, right?
Now that's a stretch. Now you are trying to throw jabs there, EOD, after you already conceded. So.
After the baby boom came the sexual revolution. So there was like this whole generation that came into existence without that type of direction that they really needed.
Yeah. Okay, but here's my point, Glenn. Christianity doesn't care whether we're post-sexual revolution, pre-sexual revolution, whatever.
Yeah,
if you live in a bad society, the Roman Empire, you can just as easily be a Christian if you're like a pagan Roman. We don't really care that much that it's like a Christian culture. We know that like that comes and goes. It's better, if society can do things like that are oriented, but if not, you can just easily become a Christian and the standards are lower. It's like we understand. You're a pagan. Okay, like you become a Christian pagan. It shouldn't be like first you have to become a virtuous person and then you can become a Christian. No.
Like that's
doors
part of
wide
the
open.
journey. That's the journey. That's
exactly
picking up your cross and following Christ.
Right.
It's that you're not going to be instantly holy.
Right. And in fact, by waiting outside of the gates, you don't get the grace of God to help you grow. Right. And it's not about saying like, I'm a good person, therefore I can become a Christian. It's about saying you can't be a good person. So that's why you should be a Christian.
That's why people say like, oh, I'm a good person. No, I'm not a good person.
No. Yeah. That Pope Francis that everyone hates, he said like the church is a hospital. It's a field hospital.
It's like a triage place. You got to.
Yeah. Triage. Exactly right. This is not a place for like good people to come and like fist bump each other for being good. No,
what are you
fucking disaster.
talking about? What do you mean it's not a place for good people to come? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, I look at it like this. I look
Absolutely
at it like this,
serious.
Like God is like the heart doctor, right? And everybody has a heart problem, and He's operating on all these hearts. That's what what
I say that all the time. It's a heart problem.
Glenn, imagine if you were a priest.
It's very much a heart problem. It's not a cardiovascular problem. It's the problem of
You need
your
heart
being
surgery.
in your soul.
You need
right?
heart surgery from Dr. God.
Glenn, imagine if you were a priest in a boys'
I would hate that.
school, right? And you're in the confessional. What is every single fucking confession going to be? I beat it off. I looked at
I was
porn.
looking at sister so and so. She's hot. She has a rack.
No, there's no nuns anymore.
I don't know.
It would be if it's the sister. It's like that old lady who's 89 years old, which is weird. But most kids are going to go into confession and be like, I beat it off to porn and I feel bad about it. Right? That's what it's 95% of it. And then plus I cheated on a test or whatever, right? And the cooler kids are going to be like, I fucked this like 3 bitches this weekend or whatever, right? Okay, so because like this is what it is. And so this is a problem that young men associate Christianity with feeling bad about being horny.
Yeah, they don't they shame them and say that like, oh, you dirty little sinner, you're lusting. Well, you know,
yeah, and I think it becomes controlling. Like certain priests like that because they feel like, oh, okay, like, and priests are you can imagine priests are generally going to be very. They're not going to be like, oh, you're damned to hell. They're going to be like, you know, it's good you came here. God loves you.
Yeah,
you're a good kid, and that's the right thing to tell these young men, right?
Well, explain to them like, well, it's natural. Your body's going through changes. You're gonna, experience things.
There's so many temptations. I would do the same. And when I was a young man, I had the same problem. And they would a lot of times say like, hey, you know what? They would even say like, dude, don't get wound up. My penance to you, you know, like your punishment is to go like hang out with friends, be with people. And I was like, wow, these guys are like I thought I'd get condemned.
Like basically do something else with your mind. So like your mind is distracted from thinking about it. You're not focusing on it.
Right.
You're allowing to other things to.
Well, this is the part where I'm talking about where it's, you know, these are the things where it's telling you what not to do. So that's why I don't understand how you can say that Christianity is exciting. These are the things like, yes, the reward can be exciting. You can say that what you get in the end, yeah, that's exciting. Great. But what you're going to do right now isn't exciting. And so when the church tries to make the church more exciting and not just simply give you the education, explain to you how to be a better person, grow up, right? Those are not, you know, great, exciting points. And so it draws away from the education that the church is really supposed to be providing.
The church is not an educational. That's different.
That's the other thing. It's like, is the church supposed to provide sex education like that?
Well, education about how to be better in life. Yeah. So for the church, you mentioned it, it's not for the good people. The good people can go to keep up with their spirituality, but it's there so that
there are no good people. That's the church's
no
teaching.
Good people.
There are no good
I
people.
Get that. Yeah.
If you think you're a good person and come in here, get the fuck out of here because you won't care or you won't appreciate Jesus dying on the cross. But go ahead.
Get it. Yeah. But it's for those people who are doing bad things, right?
All of us.
It's so that we can understand that these things are not beneficial, right? These things that we're doing.
No.
Wait. So when we read
that.
the scripture and say our parents didn't teach us these things, right? That we just kind of were wild children and we were allowed to do whatever, right? And then because of that, because we didn't have great Christian parents teaching us these things, now we go to the church. Now we go to the church because there's where the good information is.
No,
there's no good information in the Bible.
No, that's not what the church is. We all know, like everyone knows jerking off is not really what you're supposed to do with your dick.
No, not everybody knows that. No.
Oh, really? Well, why is there no like hand flag? Like we're going to jerk off for the rest of our lives. Why is there no movement LGBTQM? Why isn't masturbating part of that?
This is why there's a sexual revolution. This is why degeneracy happens, is because they haven't been taught.
Yeah. No, you're wrong. You go to church to get the grace, which means the undeserved help of God to then have the strength to do things without which you wouldn't have it. So that's what's exciting. We already know what's right and wrong. Basically, you could maybe get a little clarification.
No, that's the same as tantamount to saying that we know what is good and bad.
We do. The church teaches that the law of God is written in our hearts.
I was gonna say. So that's what I was gonna say. God's law is written on your heart. So
correct.
I mean, maybe not every detail of it can we like. But you do need the church to help us out. But
that's where you get the clarity in how to operate within that law.
And they would call that information. Good education.
But that's only a tiny little part of what the church does.
Teaching. This is actually what Jesus called it, the teaching work. Preach and teach.
No, no, you receive the grace of God in the sacraments. That's the thing. You get connected. It's a cheat code. It's a cheat code.
Preach and teach.
It's a cheat code, right? So Here's what it is. Paul says, like, we can't do the good, right? We knew the law. He's a Jew, right? Like, so he's got all the laws. Can't do it. I need to get connected with God through the sacraments.
You're telling me
and
that
that's the
I
only
can't
way.
do what
And
is
then
good.
it's actually pretty easy to do what's good. But
So now we can do what is good. So which is it? Can we do what is good, or can we not do what is good? And
without being
at what
connected
point
to
do we
our
do?
fathers, right? This is the same thing I'm saying about literal fathers. Without being connected to our Father, capital F, we're fucking lost. It's like telling a hoe who has like a bad relationship with her father, like she's like, why do I keep sitting on dicks that are not worthy of being sat on? And the answer is, you're gonna keep doing that until you connect with your dad.
Right. And so where does she get that information?
The point isn't the information. She already knows that. But she's got to, in a sense, sit on her daddy's dick.
She's been taught by
and
the world that this is
then
okay.
she can solve her problems.
She's been taught by the world that this is okay.
In a sense, I said in a sense.
Do we have to have the incest? Or-
Well, anyways.
No, I feel like we're on the same wavelength there, Ben.
Maybe,
You're saying pretty much the same thing I'm saying.
But I'm just saying,
It's just
okay,
coming
if you're
from
saying the teaching of the church is that,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter how much you fucked up. The point is the connecting the relationship with God that gives you
Yes.
like the special sauce.
the relationship.
Yes, that's what it is. It's a relational thing and not an educational thing. Like in
yeah,
the sense
I
of
could go along
information.
with that.
Yeah, okay.
I would say that, but then that relationship must be based on something, and that's where the information comes. So you're right
Sure,
that
yeah.
it's written on our hearts.
Sure.
But because of the world and the way that it's taught us to, be degenerate, there's the backslide happens beforehand, and then we must, go back to
Yeah. So the sexual revolution, in a certain sense, is perfect for Christianity because you can actually very easily go to anyone and go, "Are you miserable?" Obviously, you are. So you need something else. Christianity. Here it is in the nutshell. Jesus died for your sins to show God's love for you. He became one of us, and if you've put your faith in Him, He'll give you the grace to not be miserable anymore. And the first part used to, in the 80s. When I was growing up, people were like, what do you mean sinner? I'm happy. Now these kids, Gen Zers, are miserable and they know it. And they know that like being a Republican's not going to get it and getting a lot of money is not going to get it. Capitalism has failed them. And they are starting to look for a religious answer. And so for us, like, great. Degeneracy, fine.
Makes the job a little easier.
It makes it easier, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because if you think about it, like they're gonna.
Hugh Hefner did. It was like a pre.
It's
gospel
like they go
evangelist.
so far. They go so far away.
Flip it,
right? That they have to eventually be brought back because they're getting like they're beyond their scope, right? Like it's like uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Everybody likes boundaries. Children love rules as much as they say they don't, but it's
sure. So
if we are God's children, like we may stray away, but at some point we're gonna course correct and come back.
Right.
It's only natural.
Yeah, when a society goes off the rails, like the Nazis went off the rails. Okay, when that whole shit show was over, a lot of people came back to the church because they were like, well, that sucked. And the same in Russia. They went off the rails. They're like, hey, fuck God. Let's just all share stuff, right? Like we can do it ourselves. Now they're flocking back to Russian Orthodoxy, right? So
here's the shitty thing about it happening now with technology. A lot of these people are going to be coming back to the faith when they're out their dicks.
What's that?
A lot of these people are going to be coming back to the faith without their dicks because
yeah.
they're going to go so far left. They're like, well,
they'll but then against the hospital, maybe your leg got blown off, your balls got blown off. You took a hit here and there, but it's fine.
That's terrible.
Yep.
That sounds painful.
And that's fine. And a lot of guys in the red pill have like sort of self-castrated, and maybe that'll be like they're like,
They have.
Are you really trying to differentiate yourself from the guys in the red pill, or
self-righteousness? They have a lot of self-righteousness. Well, I mean, I would say more like the ortho bros.
Well, they claim the knowledge.
Yeah,
and that's very detrimental in some cases. Not every case, but some cases for sure.
Absolutely.
Well, Ortho Bros?
No,
Yeah.
red pill. Well, red pill.
Well, both. I would say it's both at different times.
I would say the problem with the red pill is a lot of the advice they give to young men to
Well,
get
the
laid
advice-
is exactly the opposite of what will get them laid.
Well,
Which I think is funny.
it's they only give them skills for short hedonistic mating strategies. Like they're not preparing them for long-term investment relationships, marriages. It's all short, just fake
Yeah,
it,
for certain type of partner.
pretend, peacock, be a certain way. And then, when the girl realizes that's not who you are, well, then she's going to leave you. And then you're back at square one. So, and also like the problem with the red pill is that it says that feminism and promiscuity is the problem, but it doesn't do anything. Their solutions have nothing to do about eradicating it or suppressing it or combating it. It's all about capitalizing on female promiscuity and workarounds of feminism. So it's like it's not even addressing the problem that it says it has or that it is that we have.
Right. Yeah, there's weird ways in which, but yeah,
Well,
I think
to
even
me only shows that they need each other.
It's just more nihilism.
Yeah, feminism. If you're a movement that is anti another movement and that defines you, well, then you're not really your own thing. You're not. You know what I mean? You're not.
Yeah, you
really,
are. You're only relevant as this thing exists.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Like
if
you can
it
say
no longer exists, then you're no longer relevant.
Remember, Glenn, in this, I don't know if you're old. You're not. I don't think you're as old as me, but like in the '70s, there was disco. You get the Bee Gees. It got real soft. How deep is you? And then punk rock comes along. Totally opposite, right? Like hardcore. Very.
There was some hard funk,
protest.
hard disco.
Yeah. Okay. Well, but I'm saying you have these movements, but punk is not just anti-disco. Do you see what I'm saying? It's its own thing. It's kind of political. It's like fuck you. It's like it's not about romance. It's like about like politics. God save the Queen. It's like, you know what I mean? It's more. It's just different. So it's
What does
refreshing
music
in
have
a
to do
way,
with
but it's not anti-disco. If your movement is called anti-disco, it sucks.
Right.
Because then it's not its own thing. And I think that's the problem with the red pill. It's just anti-feminism.
Well,
but then it really basically is feminism just for men.
I used to argue that against that, but when the conclusions come out to the same,
right? Exactly. Yeah.
Like they're both advocating for not marriage.
Right.
They're both
Cynicism.
advocating for not family creation.
Cynicism and bitterness about relationships, right?
I was going to say, extract that to
in a way that
religion, right?
In a way, they both blame each other, like the opposite group, for all the problems.
Yeah.
If women were just this way, if men were just this way, but none of them take really like do a good accountability check and look at the individual in the mirror.
Well, isn't that really just like Machiavellian?
They have fake data, like the patriarchy, like this fake history that the patriarchy oppressed women, which is bullshit. Although
they both operate under a patriarchy. They both operate under a patriarchal structure.
Well, in the sense that feminism wants to make women into men, I would say that's true. It's
Can I ask you for a
masculine.
favor right now? I put everybody's name on their fucking screens. right now, so I don't know who the fuck is talking. Because
I agree with Glenn. It's much less aesthetic.
Thank
with
you
the
so much,
names
man.
on.
Thank you.
I prefer them without. But
I
get it.
agree.
No, I like the names. Yeah.
No, it ruins the aesthetic.
I think people should have name tags. I think all people should wear name tags.
There's your
That'd be
name
cool
tag
to be
right
like,
there.
Hey,
I like
Bill.
the
That's
name
literally
tags.
the Seinfeld. That's literally the
I
Seinfeld.
like it. I like it.
I like the name tags. What do you want?
Like
Come
towns,
on.
towns should say like it's name tag month. Just 1 month where you're like, hey Bill, hey
All right.
Barbara.
Now,
You know
I
what
will
mean?
say, like, there's a difference between the praxeology of red pill, right? Then that's more into the how men and women interact with each other, like the study of it, like evolutionary psychology and that stuff.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the prescriptions or like blanketing all terms, like all women are going to do this or all women are like this. Well, now that's more of an ideology. When you try to, go that route, that's where it's more align with feminism, but when you're looking at just the data and the study of saying this is the description of the problem, right? Here's the data. That's one thing. But as soon as they start giving you prescriptions based off of that, now you're building an ideology or like
I mean, the basics of it, like that women like bad boys. Okay.
Yeah.
That,
yeah. And men like subservient women. Yeah.
I don't think
A
they
little
do,
bit
but-
slow and a little bit weak.
But
Yeah,
yeah, like
well,
these kind of, but
like
any
a little
guy
bit
could have
dumb.
told any
You like a
kid
little bit-
that.
That was what it was. Yeah, a little bit slow and a little bit dumb or whatever it was. Yeah, I can't remember what I
how
said
does the
that
red
night.
pill improve on, like, say, James Bond? Like James
Little bit weak,
Bond,
little bit
like the
dumb.
James Bond character is kind of like obviously
pill
the
is
guy that
garbage,
gets
man,
laid.
yeah.
So
Well,
what
which
does the
James
red pill
Bond,
improve
though?
on that?
Which
The
Bond?
red pill is
Because
garbage.
I would
trans,
say, like, you know, Sir, what's his name?
It's like an adolescent fantasy.
Like
Yeah.
the different bonds. The different bonds are different though. Like
Yeah, that's true.
Like the newer Bond is way different than what's his name?
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
Yeah, but Sean
was
Connery is
immaculate.
like, Sean Connery is
Ben-
like, he's a certain male ideal. He's it's a
he will,
teenage
he will
fantasy,
smack a
but
bitch. He'll smack a hoe.
But both men and women would say, like, oh yeah, Sean Connery. Like, I'd fuck that. A girl would want to
You know
fuck
what?
James Bond for a one night stand. Okay, so like that's
you
red
know,
pill. What do we
I
need
think-
Rolo
I think
Tomasi
what,
telling us about it?
I think what like the best way to look at the differences is that when you look at what red pill is telling, this is like I said, I go as far as the descriptions, and the descriptions are stuff that we have known and like older generations have talked about for years. There was just this gap in time where
it's
it wasn't
research.
discussed as
Yeah.
much, right? So for like almost the last 40 years, the stuff that's being presented now was not addressed because, you know,
I don't know about that, Glenn, because like say in the 80s, like Gen Xers coming up, okay, it's super feminist culture, but you're still watching like Magnum
It's
PI on TV.
It's not super feminist culture.
You're watching James Bond.
Yeah.
Han Solo.
You guys had,
He
like,
doesn't
the
give a
best
fuck about
action
Princess
flick.
Leia's little princess routine.
There's all
right?
kinds
so
of
it was
masculinity
always
there.
there. Clint Eastwood movies were very popular. So there
But
it's
yeah,
not
but
like
now it's like-
everyone became this kind of simp or
Well,
like
no,
Bill
like, think about-
Cosby or you know what I mean?
let's look at this though.
There's a term.
You had a lot of like the greatest action flicks from like the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Jean-Claude.
Now we have women saving the Marvels. Okay, Wonder or what Captain Marvel has to come save Thor, you know, come save the Hulk.
But no one watches those movies. No one no one really
But, like,
watches
that-
those movies.
But what's what I'm saying, that's how much it's changed so far.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
In society and culture that we have equated. Oh, women could do what men could do, and that's what really like has happened in the last 40 plus years. Is that we have for some reason we stopped.
But
I
no
would
one
say
watches
ever
those
since-
movies and they watch Andrew Tate. So it's like the vacuum always gets filled. And
Yeah, but then like
you know what I mean?
So like I think the bad boy represents a patriarchy, right? And I think that's why girls are actually attracted to them. They represent a patriarchy. Now, whether that's a good patriarchy
Masculinity, I think, not
or not, yes,
patriarchy.
but it's still a patriarchy. He's still leading, male led.
It depends what you mean, yeah.
Right?
Andrew Tate is
Father-led,
not really a
male-led.
leader of anything. He's just a
No, but I
comedian.
think
Well,
he
you
would
could
be the
say
male.
you could say the bad boy.
He's not about to be president.
The
but-
bad boy has the confidence of knowing that men are kind of in charge.
Yes,
You
and
could
that's
say, I
that
think
would
that's
be-
what Glenn is trying to say.
Yeah, like
Yeah, maybe.
the bad boy is
mic is
leading
super
the thing, right?
Really?
The bad boy is the one that's
Sure it's
like
not just
calling
your
the shots. He's doing his thing, and the
Yeah.
girl is I like this. There's a sense of attraction to this leadership quality. I think that's there, and it's done in such an overt and rebellious way. That's why they're drawn to it. But it still represents a patriarchy, like a patriarchal structure.
Did you see Andrew
Right?
Tate's recent his interaction with Bonnie Blue, the
I
1000?
did.
He was even saying in there, like, I don't even talk about it anymore. I'm just here to write the what did he call it? Like when someone dies,
epitaph?
he's like, right, I don't even try. I'm just trying to describe it. because I've been in jail too many times. He's like saying like, no, I'm totally into it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Every girl,
Like,
at least
well,
she's
that-
making
that's
money.
what
He's like
cracked
turning
me
it
up.
on
He
its
was
head,
like-
you know?
Yeah, he was like, I'm happy for her. I'm proud of. Like I was like,
if you're gonna be a whore, at least make some money off it.
Yeah,
I mean,
guess
that was his trade, right?
But it's a joke, right?
Well, it
he's
was,
saying, hey, I got to give her credit. If you're gonna be a whore, at least make money off it. I agree with that. If Grace was gonna do OnlyFans, at least do it right. But don't do it. But like, if you're gonna do it, at least do it right. I mean, shit.
All that you can be.
Don't be like a half hoe who's like a conservative Christian hoe. You know what I mean? Just be a hoe if you're gonna
you
be
mean
a
like
hoe.
a tradcon?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think that's a fucking stupid grift for girls. Like, it's just a different way of hoeing.
It's not a stupid grift. It's easy.
I just want everyone to realize that this is a Catholic perspective.
They
right here.
make a lot of money too. They make a lot of money too.
Hey, Glenn, I got a good idea. I got a good idea to troll purity culture because that's a Protestant thing, but I think you hate it.
I hate it.
Okay.
I hate that
But-
and servant leader.
No, what I think you should do with these, because I think it's very convenient for bitches to go, okay, I'll blue ball you for like 3 years, make you feel bad about having a dick while I'm dating you, and then I'll marry you. And then from then on, like, I own you sexually. So what it should be is you get a whole shit ton of guys with micro penises, and you go, okay, yeah, no, absolutely, purity culture. I'm not unzipping this. And then on the wedding night, you unzip it and you go, bitch, here you go. There's your purity culture, 2 inches. Love it, bitch.
He's saying
Hope
you have a small
enjoy.
dick, Glenn. He's saying you have a small dick.
No, I'm just saying it should be small dick guys that like they should all dive into purity culture and just fake it the whole time. Oh yeah, I'm
Well, I
into
mean, like,
this
that-
like,
that would probably be
culture,
the
and
safest-
then just
that would be, like, the
unzip
most
it on the wedding night
confident
and go,
place for
hey,
them.
it is what it is.
That would be the most like like safe place for them. So like there's like
Yeah.
I don't have to perform yet. I marry her first,
and
then
they're
she
laughing
fucks
the whole
with me.
time, and they're like, she's like, oh, I don't know, I know it's hard for you, and you're like, you don't got no idea who this is gonna be hard for. I mean, wait till that fucking wedding night, bitch.
You're right. Connecting a brand to Jesus is the oldest money hustle in history. Yeah.
I'm gonna be going balls deep, and you won't even know I'm in you. Then that's for life.
If you think about it on the plus size, you don't got to worry about any tearing.
Yeah, right.
Oh.
She could be like a
Ain't that
virgin like throughout your entire marriage.
You may not even ever like get rid of the hymen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What in the hell?
What in the fucking hell? That's right. All
Well,
right, I'm
you guys-
tired. I'm tired, Glenn. I appreciate you having me on here. So
Well,
I'm gonna
I
have
was just about to wrap up because we've been going on all night, so it is now daytime, and I'm gonna crash out.
Right.
But I appreciate everybody joining. Who's gonna be live so I could just raid them? Let's see.
Don't raid me. I'm probably gonna crash too.
I wasn't going to. No, I'm kidding.
Fine, be that way.
We'll go live. We'll go live.
You guys gonna go live?
We'll go live.
Go live. Go live.
okay.
I'm in the studio right now. So
Give us just a second. Grace will just say.
yeah, no worries.
Fuck it, we're going live.
Do it
Doing it
now.
live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. All right. Well, I'm EOD696. Come find me on YouTube. Cheers, Glenn. Thank you so much for having me. Cheers, Abe. You're a good
Hey,
man.
EOD, you took that L very graciously. I'm proud of you.
You mean that I conceded to you that
You took
polygamy
the L.
is not necessarily sinful? Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Kick,
Let's
so you
just be
can't
clear
rate
on
us.
that.
Sorry.
Glenn, we're on kick, so you can't.
But
rate
Glenn,
us. I'm
but
sorry.
Glenn, can you sometimes?
cheers, y'all.
We'll sometimes do.
I'm on
just
Kick every once in a while. I was trying to go on Kick, but like I had a bunch of P bombers tonight, and they wouldn't let me like get back on the Kick. I don't know.
Glenn, sometime if you would want to come into Discord with me, you know what I mean? We can both,
Yeah.
you know how they do that TikTok invasion or whatever?
Yeah.
But you
You'd
can
love
do
it.
that with me. You can go to Catholic places, Protestant places. I talk to gays a lot. It's fun. It's interesting. I think you're not this person who's so insecure that you can't talk to gay people.
I
you know
work
what I
with
mean?
a lot of gay people.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I
You're
work
in LA.
Hollywood. Yeah, like
You
there's-
sucked a dick or two, am I right?
Whoa.
Who hasn't? It's LA. It's
LA. Damn.
No, I'm just kidding with you, buddy.
Whoa.
Damn.
Look,
No, but
just
I mean, you
because
can
I'm
roll
near-
with the
just
punches. a
because
little.
I'm near North Hollywood doesn't mean I hang out in North Hollywood.
No, it's west. It's west. That's the gay area. See, that was hetero for you to say North Hollywood.
Well, yeah, West Hollywood is really bad.
WeHo. I was there. It was.
I heard.
It was gay.
I heard.
It was gay. It was super gay.
But
I got my dick
all right,
grazed by a
everybody,
gay dude.
I am going to wrap it up. You guys have fun.
Bye, Glenn.
Have a good day. Good morning. Love, peace, and greasy chicken.
Greasy chicken.